Chapter 1. Blue Star Shawa Jiangxing Number 1 Middle School. Classmates, tomorrow is your graduation day, and graduation means that you will enter the endless Xingyu. The endless star crisis is accompanied by opportunities, and each of you who enters will be randomly assigned a planet as a territory. Before you enter the endless Xingyu, you will draw your own native race. The native race has two choices. One is random, it all depends on luck. The other is the human race, which is definitely there. Choose one of the two. Remember the teacher's words. Even if the immediate race is unsatisfactory, don't choose the human race. In endless Xingyu, the human race is the lowest race. If you choose the human race, it means that you directly give up this opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Jiangxing Number 1 Middle School is a key school in Jiangxing. In the classroom at this time, the gray-haired teacher was in the last class, teaching earnestly to his students. Lu Ming sat in the last row by the window, staring out of the window. As a traveler, I thought I could salt fish for a lifetime. I didn't realize the world was a little different. About 100 years ago, many dark portals appeared in every corner of the world. These portals are the gateway to the endless stars. With the increasing consumption of Blue Star's resources, the emergence of endless Xingyu can be said to give mankind hope. Anyone who enters endless Xingyu and gains the autonomy of the planet will give back some resources to Blue Star as the planet develops. This discovery made the whole world go crazy. What is most important in today's world? Resource. Therefore, countries began to vigorously encourage their citizens to enter the endless stars. After all, anyone can enter endless Xingyu, and multiple people are equivalent to more chances of success, right? Of course, if it fails the first time, there will be no chance to become the master of the planet again. The Jiangxing Number 1 Middle School where Lu Ming is located is one of the many schools in Xiagua that teach the knowledge related to endless Xingyu. As the teacher on the podium said, graduation also means that they have to enter the endless Xingyu to explore. Only, are humans really weak? Lu Ming listened to the teacher's words, pouted, shook his head, and said nothing. Jingle bell, when the school bell rang, Lu Ming packed up his school bag, carried it with one hand on his shoulder, and walked slowly out of the classroom. Little Lucy, wait for me. There was a female voice as crisp as a lark from the corridor. Hearing this voice, Lu Ming frowned slightly, and his footsteps also slowed down. Tang Si, his childhood sweetheart in the orphanage. It's just that Tang Si was adopted later, and her living conditions became very good. However, the separated two people still did not break contact, and the relationship was still the same as when they were children. When she came to a food stall, Tang Si patted her chest to express herself as a treat. Lu Ming did not refute this. As an orphan, he was indeed not qualified to eat here. Every time Tang Si treats guests with the excuse of, let Lu Ming accompany her to dinner, neither of them will say anything. This can be regarded as the tacit understanding between Lu Ming and Tang Si. It's just that Tang Si's kindness to Lu Ming has in mind. For the sake of you taking care of me so much, I will cover you when you enter the endless Xingyu. Lu Ming looked at Tang Si and thought silently in his heart. As for the confidence of Lu Ming, this is Lu Ming's secret, a secret that even Tang Si, the most connected, doesn't know. Humans are weak? Lu Ming scoffed at the remarks of the old teachers in the classroom. There are many races in the endless star universe. These races are all kinds of strange, and each race has its own talents and specialties. For example, the cat family among the orcs is extremely fast, and it is almost full in terms of sensitivity. The dwarves have outstanding forging talent and strength. The elves have a long lifespan and are good at magic. The undead have undead physique, and so on. Among the many races in endless Xingyu, the human race is really not strong. The human race does not have the powerful strength and speed of the orc race, nor the long lifespan of the elf race, nor the undead physique of the undead race. In endless Xingyu, all aspects of the human race are being crushed. That's why people say that the human race is weak. But are humans really weak? Hey, Tang Si looked at Lu Ming in a daze and pouted angrily. This girl is still sitting in front of you. Do you want to be so disrespectful? What's wrong? I ask you, which race do you like? Tang Si pouted. If it wasn't Lu Ming sitting across from her, she would have gotten up and left long ago. When did her little princess Tang Si get such cold treatment? Human race. Lu Ming said it without thinking. The human race is weak. That's just an appearance. In fact, the potential of the human race is huge, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is at the top of all races. In the textbook, the races known so far are divided into 4 categories, from low to high. They are low-level species, middle-level species, high-level species, and finally the ultimate species. The human race is unfortunately classified as a low-level species, and it is still recognized as the weakest race. For this division, Lu Ming was full of disdain. If it was him to divide these races, human beings should belong to the high class. Oh no, they're the strongest. Human race? Tang Si blinked and looked at Lu Ming with some puzzlement. Is Lu Ming also the kind of patient with racial cleanliness? Racial cleanliness, as the name suggests, is the extreme dislike of the existence of other races except one's own race. When the role of endless Xingyu was first researched, many people who randomly came across other races were called traitors, obviously as a human race, but abandoned his own race. But the results later proved it all. In endless Xingyu, the human race is really weak and pitiful. Over time, except for some extremists, the term racial cleanliness was never mentioned again, because this is tantamount to slapping himself in the face. No, you can't choose the human race. Didn't you listen to the teacher? The human race is the weakest. You can't choose. Tang Si glared at Lu Ming with an expression that if you dare to choose a human race, I will break up with you. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and did not speak. And Tang Si didn't ask anymore. She just thought Lu Ming was joking with her. After all, the human race is so weak. Only people with a sick mind will choose the human race. Seeing that Tang Si did not continue this topic, Lu Ming felt that he had escaped. If Tang Si asked the truth, he would be really troubled how to answer. Do you tell the other party that you have gold finger and that you have passed through a place called the P Club or criminal concentration camp? This is appalling. After eating, the two left from the food stall. Along the way, Tang Si chatted about tomorrow's affairs. Both inside and outside of her words were her longing and yearning for the endless stars. I like the elves. They have a beautiful body and an elegant temperament, just like the nobles. Little Lucy, if elder sister, I can randomly go to the elf clan and cover you in the endless Xingyu elder sister. Whoever dares to bully you, you will report elder sister's name. When the time comes, my sister will take you to conquer the endless stars. Tang Si said that she was excited and waved her little fist fiercely, her face full of pride. For this crazy girl who is obviously 2 months younger than herself, but always likes to call herself a sister, Lu Ming just smiled. You cover me? Unless you randomly come to God's old man's house. No, even God. I can knock him down under the truth of the human race. Chapter 2. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Ming came to the school. After the students are assembled, the teachers of each class will lead them to the entrance of endless Xingyu. There, Lu Ming and others will be randomly assigned a planet and choose a native race. For everyone, today is the most important moment in life. On the bus going to the portal, the atmosphere was a little depressing. Even a student who is usually naughty and mischievous is rarely honest today. One step to the sky or nothing. Everyone just depends on the time of today's election. When a powerful race is randomly selected, it will instantly become the target of all major forces, and it will directly become a privileged class, the existence of the superior. If a weak race is randomly selected, either give up the ownership of the planet or wait for it to be annexed by other people in endless Xingyu. As for the guaranteed human race, no one will consider it. The bus left Jiangsheng and headed north all the way, and soon came to the heavily guarded portal. After the person in charge of the school showed the certificate, Lu Ming followed the army into the gate. After passing through the gate, everyone was led by the staff to a hall. A pitch-black altar was placed in the hall, with a pillar standing above the altar and a palm-sized platform above the pillar. Those who need to enter the endless Xingyu only need to put their hands on which platform is the size of a palm. The first one, Chun Feifei. The staff picked up the list and read it out. Soon a girl in the uniform of Jiangxing No. 1 middle school walked out of the crowd and placed her hand on the platform as instructed by the staff. A burst of milky white light enveloped Chen Feifei, and everyone couldn't see what was going on inside. Soon, the light faded. On the big screen above the altar, the answer is given. Name, Chun Feifei. Planet number 176258. Native race, Civet family. Seeing this result, there was a commotion in the waiting crowd. The Civet clan, I heard that the speed is extremely fast. It's an intermediate race, so lucky. TSK. I really envy Chun Feifei. I'm afraid it will fly into the sky in the future. I don't know if Chun Feifei will form an alliance, but I really want to form an ally with him. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and Lu Ming was also thoughtful. Although Chun Feifei's random encounter is not a high-level species, the Civet family is not bad. There is no doubt that the more advanced the race is, the less likely it is. There are only a few real high-level species in the endless star universe, and each of them is the existence of a giant. The owners of high-level species are all the objects that countries are competing to win over, and they are truly human-like existences. As for the ultimate species, it's just a legend that people deduce based on their own guesses. The so-called ultimate species has never appeared in endless Xingyu so far. The moment of the election is still going on, and a famous classmate stepped forward to accept the judgment of fate. The lucky classmates are naturally happy, and the unlucky ones are as listless as the eggplants beaten by frost. Next, Tang Si. When the staff finished speaking, Tang Si, who was standing beside Lu Ming, clenched her fist, as if to cheer herself up. Little Lucy, wait, my sister will show you an advanced breed, and I will cover you in the future. Tang Si patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, then walked out of the crowd without waiting for Lu Ming to reply. A milky white light flashed, and the big screen above the altar gave the answer. Name, Tang Si. Planet number, 178955. Native race, dwarf race, Coax. Seeing the results displayed on the big screen, the crowd exploded. It's actually a dwarf. Although the dwarves are relatively small, their physique is strong, and their fighting power is extremely strong. Besides, the dwarves are also one of the best in their forging craftsmanship in addition to their strong fighting power. Although the dwarves are classified as intermediate species, they have always been the target of all major forces. Let me ask, who doesn't like a race with strong combat power and know how to forge? Worst of all, being an ally with the dwarves will make it much more convenient for you to use whatever equipment you need in the future, right? Tang Si got off the altar and went back to Lu Ming. Tang Si ignored all the envious glances along the way. At this time, the little girl was pouting, her face full of unhappiness. Aren't the dwarves happy? Dwarves are so ugly. But dwarves are strong. Strength is a temporary thing, but appearance is a lifetime thing. Tang Si pouted and said displeasedly. For Tang Si's words, Lu Ming was speechless. Beauty is justice. I am afraid this is the reason why Tang Si likes elves the most. You must know that the appearance of the elves is notorious for being able to fight in the endless stars. There is no doubt that Tang Si chose the former between the dwarves and the humans. It is also understandable. After all, the human race recognized in the world is garbage, and Tang Si's choice is understandable. Lu Ming didn't tell Tang Si that he wanted to choose the Terran. The Terran was very strong, and so on. Saying this would be considered a fool. In the future, it is not difficult for him to protect Tang Si, a childhood sweetheart, by himself. Next, Lu Ming. The staff quickly pronounced Lu Ming's name. Hearing this, Lu Ming walked towards the altar in a hurry. Little Lucy, come on. Behind him, Tang Si put her hand to her mouth and shouted to Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh, but Tang Si didn't pay any attention. Lu Ming came to the altar and went straight to the center of the altar according to the previous procedure. Put your hand on that small platform. A burst of light flashed, and Lu Ming was enveloped in a milky halo. In the cocoon of light, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. The strange thing is that these lights are not dazzling. On the contrary, they are very soft. Lu Ming looked down at his right hand on the platform. A strange feeling spread throughout his body. How to say this feeling? It was as if something had peeped into the soul, and there was no way to hide any secrets. This feeling of being invaded by someone made Lu Ming very uncomfortable, and his brows furrowed slightly. Fortunately, the white light quickly dissipated, and that feeling disappeared. Wolfman and human, Lu Ming murmured. According to conventional thinking, the optimal solution is undoubtedly to choose a werewolf. Compared with humans, Werewolves are much better in terms of strength, speed, or physical fitness. But Lu Ming chose the Terran without hesitation. Lu Ming looked up at the big screen above. Name: Lu Ming. Planet number: 124909. Native race: human race. Uffed. The crowd below the altar was a little quiet. Finally, a sneer broke the silence. Human. Lu Ming actually chose the Terran. Haha. This guy doesn't have a sick mind, right? Do you still choose if the human race is so rubbish? 666. Mental retardation plus mental retardation. Stay away from him. I heard that brain damage is contagious. Lu Ming's life is over, and he is destined to be unable to roam in the endless stars. Lu Ming heard the jeers from the crowd, looked at those gloating eyes, and shrugged indifferently. Facts speak louder than words, and he doesn't bother arguing about anything. Duh. Chapter 3. Little Lucy. How did you choose the human race? Forget it. Let's be honest. Wait for the elder sister to be in the endless Xingyu, and the elder sister will cover you. In a food stall on the side of the road, Tang Si and Lu Ming sat together to make skewers. There was also a barrel of draft beer on the table of the two, and the atmosphere was hot. Tang Si rolled up her sleeves, revealing her lotus root-like arms, holding a beer mug in her hand, her face slightly drunk. You stay here first, and when your sister grows up, you can form an alliance with you. Then I'll see who dares to bully you. Tang Si patted Lu Ming's shoulder carelessly, causing Lu Ming to crack his teeth for a while. This girl is squeamish, and she doesn't start with light or heavy. Besides, how did you see that I needed your cover? You drink too much. I didn't drink too much. Have you ever seen someone who drank too much and said he drank too much? Cheers. F asterisk asterisk KUA asterisk asterisk col. Lu Ming looked at Tang Si, who was obviously a bit tongue-tied, with black lines all over her forehead. This girl is a typical person who is addicted to vegetables. A barrel of draft beer. The two of them didn't finish a glass of beer. This girl has already started to stumble. If this is drinking, don't lie down directly. This can't be done. Tomorrow is the day to enter the endless Xingyu. You can't drink and make mistakes. You drink too much, I'll take you back. I didn't drink too much. Yes, you didn't drink too much. Lu Ming helped Tang Si out of the food stall, ignoring the strange eyes of others along the way. He stopped a taxi on the side of the road. Lu Ming reported Tang Si's address, and the taxi slowly drove away. Little Lucy, you must stay on. My sister will help you soon. Sister is going to cover you, and you must never give up until she doesn't go. You must wait for me. In the taxi, Tang Si leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder and stared at Lu Ming with sleepy eyes. People say that the girl is exhaling like blue, but Lu Ming wants to beat the person who said this at this moment. What kind of exhalation is like blue? This is clearly the smell of alcohol. Okay. I'm waiting for you. I won't give up. Lu Ming comforted Tang Si helplessly. Although his face was full of disgust, his gaze towards Tang Si was full of tenderness. Adversity sees the truth. When he chose to go to the human race today, he still vividly remembered the gloating eyes of his classmates. Everyone wanted to stay away from him. Only this girl, Tang Si, was as good to him as always, and did not alienate him at all because he chose the Terran. It's just that this girl seems to be a little angry that she chose the human race. Lu Ming knew that tomorrow was the time to enter the endless Xingyu. Today, most people are at home with their families. Tang Si was willing to spend time with him, and Lu Ming was moved. Not long after, the taxi stopped at the gate of a villa in the center of Jiangxing City. Lu Ming supported Tang Si and used Tang Si's key card to enter the villa area. Coming to the downstairs of Tang Si's villa, Tang Si pressed the doorbell of Un's villa. Little Lu, Tang Si's adoptive parents came out to greet him, and when they saw Lu Ming at the door, they looked at Tang Si, who was paralyzed on Lu Ming like a koala, with a look of surprise. Auntie, Si had a drink. This child is really, I don't know how much he weighs. Come in quickly. I won't go in. I will enter the endless Xingyu tomorrow. I want to go back and prepare. Lu Ming put Tang Si in the hands of Father Tang next to him and declined the invitation of the other party. It's time to prepare well. Father Tang looked at Lu Ming and sighed silently in his heart. Tang Si had already called and told them about the day's affairs. Little Lu, although the human race is weak, as long as it is managed properly, there is still a chance. Don't be discouraged. Lu Ming smiled casually when he heard the words, and didn't say much, just nodded slowly. He knew that Father Tang also had good intentions, so there was no need to say too much. Let go of me, I'm not drunk. Little Lucy, let's continue drinking. Wine. At this time, Tang Si twisted dishonestly with the help of Father Tang. As if he knew that Lu Ming was about to leave, he struggled to pounce. Little Lucy, Lu Ming quickly supported Tang Si, afraid that the other party would fall. Tang Si grabbed Lu Ming's arm tightly and raised her head to look at Lu Ming. At this moment, Tang Si's eyes were not blurred after being drunk, only serious. Little Lucy, I like you. I've liked you since I was in the orphanage. So, you have to wait for me. You can't give up without my permission here, no? Tang Si was talking, tears actually flashing in her eyes. She didn't want Lu Ming to give up, because once Lu Ming gave up this opportunity, it would be like that for the rest of her life. Either go to work for other planetary masters, or find a job in the real world. But anyway, at that time they will no longer be people of the same level. Tang Si was very afraid of the result of the two drifting apart. However, she also knew the difficulties of Lu Ming. After all, the human race was too weak. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Tang Si's sudden confession made Lu Ming stunned for a moment. In response, Lu Ming reached out and stroked the top of Tang Si's head and said with a smile. In front of him, Tang's father and Tang's mother all looked at the young couple with a smile, and their eyes were full of love. Everyone present knew Tang Si's feelings for Lu Ming, including Lu Ming. It's just that the fig leaf has not been pierced. Today, Tang Si lifted the veil with her own hands. On the eve of entering endless Xingyu, the two finally fulfilled their verbal promise. There is no oath of mountains and alliances, and there is no flower in the past, and some are just plain as water. Back home, Lu Ming was lying on the bed, feeling a little flustered. Like it. Thinking of Tang Si's frown and smile, Lu Ming's eyes showed tenderness. Is the human race really weak? Thinking about the society's general perception of the endless Xingyu human race, Lu Ming slowly shook his head. No, the human race is very strong. It's just that you don't understand it. Chapter 4. On September 1st, a new batch of planet masters descended on the endless stars. The first thing a newcomer does after entering endless Xingyu is to find a way to keep his planet. Mastering a planet doesn't mean it belongs to you. Newcomers will have a 1-month novice protection period after they have just entered the endless Xingyu. This month is left to the planet's lord to use the native race to form an army. Because after the novice protection period, the planet where it is located will be invaded. The invading creatures are also random and may be stronger or weaker than your native race. At this time, the importance of the native race is highlighted. The 1-month novice protection period is too short, and the rookie has no extra time to prepare fortifications. Everything can only rely on their own native race. If the native race is strong enough, then the chances of defeating the invasion are also greater. Conversely, if the native race is too weak, defeat is almost a certainty. And the human race, recognized as the weakest race, has a 99.99% chance of losing in this planetary defense battle. This is also the reason why choosing a human race is equivalent to being sentenced to death. Once the owner of the planet fails to complete his planetary defense war, he will directly lose the ownership of the planet. The failed planet master has two options. The first is to return to Blue Star through the portal and find a job in Blue Star to spend the rest of his life. The other is to join the faction of the lords of other planets. But the second option pays more attention to individual talents, and no one likes to raise a waste. Lu Ming stood in a palace, looking at the empty hall in a trance. Is this my planet? Lu Ming has been standing in this hall for half an hour. From the moment he came to this planet, some information about this planet was all engraved in his mind. Name, Lu Ming. Planet number, 124909. Native race, human race. Name, unnamed. Population, 5 billion. Civilization, the initial stage of space exploration. Planet habitability, 80. There is a lot of data, and Lu Ming digested it for half an hour. However, Lu Ming did not rush into the next step, but turned around and sat on the throne in the main hall. Can you come out now? There was no one in the hall, but Lu Ming said as if someone was in front of him. When the words fell, The silver-white ring on Lu Ming's right hand emitted a burst of fluorescence. When the light dissipated, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Lu Ming's throne. Think Tank Zero is at your service, Your Majesty. The woman who claimed to be the Think Tank Number Zero was dressed in decent formal clothes. Her black hair was scattered like satin behind her shoulders, and her whole body revealed a capable atmosphere. Lu Ming couldn't see where the uniform on the woman came from, but that style made Lu Ming think it was some kind of military outfit. I don't know why, it just feels that way. Speaking of this Number Zero think tank, it is actually quite incredible. According to the grandmother who brought Lu Ming into the orphanage, when she found Lu Ming had this ring tied around his neck. The dean thought it was a precious object that could prove Lu Ming's identity, so he didn't touch the ring. In this way, this ring has been with Lu Ming. However, only Lu Ming knew that this ring was not his identity proof at all, but had passed through with him. Lu Ming doesn't know what happened, but it must have something to do with the computer in his previous life. Because he passed through the computer case, and the unfortunate electrocution killed him. He has been working on the ring for as long as he can remember. Although the other party cannot show up at Blue Star, they can communicate with Lu Ming on a conscious level. According to what the other party said, she can help Lu Ming dominate the entire endless Xingyu. But the premise is that Lu Ming's native race must be a human race. Said that Lu Ming complained more than once. The two words that this Think Tank Number Zero said to him the most were, "Humanity will live forever." And for Holy Terra, if he hadn't known that the other party was assisting him, Lu Ming would have thought that this thing was a brainwashing tool. Where's your name? Is it called Think Tank Zero? Lu Ming carefully looked at Think Tank Zero in front of him. Although the two, let's call each other human. Although the two communicated on a conscious level before, they were not strangers. But it was the first time we actually met. Your Majesty, I have no name, or you can give me one. Think Tank Zero was still half kneeling in front of Lu Ming, with a very respectful demeanor, which made Lu Ming a little uncomfortable. Mio, Lu Ming thought for a while, looked at Think Tank Number Zero, and said, "How about just calling me Lu Mio if I have the same surname as me?" The other party is Think Tank Number Zero, and he takes the word Mio. Moreover, the other party is considered his own compatriot, and there is nothing wrong with him having the same surname. Lu Mio thanks Your Majesty for giving me the name. You get up first. Seeing that Lu Mio agreed, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand to signal the other person to get up. As for why Lu Mio called him Your Majesty, according to what the other party said, it was like this in her memory, and there was no reason. Mio, what do you think we're going to do next? There is absolutely no problem with Lu Mio's loyalty, which can be said to be Lu Ming's greatest confidence. Others are begging Grandpa to tell Grandma not to randomly come to the Terran. But Lu Ming has been waiting for 18 years. He must be Terran. And all of this was naturally because of Lu Mio. Your Majesty, our first step should be to confirm the name of the Empire and the Empire's home planet. Mio looked at Lu Ming and gave her advice. Mio suggested that the country should be called the Holy Terra Empire, and the home planet should be named Terra Star. Lu Ming. Hearing Mio's advice, Lu Ming's expression turned weird. Holy Terra? How is this so similar to the game he played before he was electrocuted in his previous life? Mio, do you know what a terrestrial star is? With a skeptical attitude, Lu Ming asked. Earthburst is the crystallization of Imperial technology. It belongs to the Star Destroyer cannon. It is a type of Colossus weapon. Its main function is to destroy planets. When the Colossus loaded with the terrestrial star strikes the target planet, it will emit an extremely high-temperature thermal energy flow to the planet. The thermal energy will heat the planet's atmosphere and detonate the planet's core, thereby completely destroying the target planet. In addition to the Earth-blasting star, the Imperial Colossus-level weapons also include neutron-killing, gods ruling, nano-disaster. Chapter 5. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing that Mio's words were getting more and more outrageous, Lu Ming quickly called to stop. Although Mio was still expressionless when he said this, the enthusiasm in his eyes couldn't be faked. The earth explodes the stars, the gods rule. Good guy, listen to this as human words? Then do you have a record of Astartes in your think tank? Lu Ming asked again tentatively, in order to verify a certain conjecture in his heart. Astartes, also known as Space Marines, is an extremely powerful arm of the Empire. To cultivate Astartes, you need to master genetic technology and undergo 19 transformation operations. Later, Lu Ming asked Mio a few more questions, and his inner conjecture was verified. Although I don't know what's going on, Mio's so-called think tank is actually his two favorite games in his previous life, Stellaris and Warhammer 40k. Stellaris is a strategy game set in space, and the biggest lie is that you are over 7 years old. Some people say that all the players of Chuanxing must be wronged for feeding peanuts, but every other peanut will definitely slip through the net. This sentence is enough to see the sins of the star players. And Chuanxing's most famous meme is probably the fourth calamity with the console on. When ordinary people are asked, "You will not be approved by God for doing this." Ordinary person, "I was wrong. I repent. I am guilty." And the fourth natural disaster player, "God? How many fleets does his old man have?" The fourth natural disaster is just the humble name of the players. We say it is the fourth, and none of the other three disasters dare to say that they are the top three. Compared with the stars, what impressed Lu Ming the most about the game Warhammer was the hopeless and powerless worldview. As for how desperate, let's put it this way, the protagonist with the system crossed to Warhammer 40k, and the system uninstalled and ran away by itself. Desperate enough? However, the Warhammer 40k is also an anthem of human courage and loyalty. Knowing all this, Rauscher Lu Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. Maybe when you play games, you pay more attention to sensory feelings, but in reality, you can only be amazed. With the black technology of Chuanxing and the army of Warhammer, which race would dare to wrestle with him in this endless star universe? Let's go sideways on this horse. What kind of bullshit high-level species, ultimate species, in front of my human race, will be crawled by the Lord? After clarifying the cause and effect, Lu Ming smiled. Laughed very happily. It is precisely because of this clarity that I know how great the human race is. Just like what Mio said on his lips. Human glory lives on. There are billions of planets in this endless star universe, competing for the deer and the galaxy, and the human race is supreme. The planet number 124909 is named Terra Star, and the name is the Holy Terra Empire. Lu Ming silently modified the information of the planet he ruled in his heart. At the same time, in the endless star universe, the planet number 124909 was silently renamed Terra, and the planet was the Holy Terra Empire. Emperor Lu Ming. The name of the planet has just been confirmed, and there are too many things waiting for Lu Ming to understand and modify. And Mio didn't bother Lu Ming, turned around and left the palace hall. She can't show up in Blue Star, but she won't be bound by any restraint in endless Xingyu. Maybe because the rules of the world are different, Mio has her own body. Except for those black technologies recorded in her mind think tank, other aspects are no different from normal humans. After half a day, Lu Ming finally finished everything. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mio standing pretty under the throne with two maids. "Your Majesty, it's time for your lunch." Mio's clear but emotionless voice echoed in the hall. Lu Ming looked up at Mio, looked at the two maids, and nodded. The native race of endless Xingyu, from the moment the Lord of the planet came, already knew the supreme identity of the other party. Therefore, the native race can be said to be the most loyal subordinates of the Lord of every planet. In terms of loyalty, it is far from other planets in the later period, and other conquered races can be compared. Of course, if the Lord of the planet is too outrageous, although the native race will not betray, it will not be obedient either. After a simple lunch, Lu Ming opened the planet panel and looked at the world chat channel. I have to say that with the addition of a new batch of planet masters, the world chat channel has become very lively. The collection of high-level elves, welcome to join the Elves Alliance. A large number of dwarven military supplies are sold, with excellent workmanship and favorable prices. If you need it, please contact planet number 149762. Do you need a werewolf mercenary? It requires a lot of human coolies. Is there anyone who wants to cooperate with the masters of the human race planets? During the cooperation, they will form an alliance with you. I am a vampire of the native race. Please cooperate with me. I can provide you with a lot of coolies. I can too. Looking at the world chat channel, Lu Ming slowly shook his head. The planet masters of these human races are really hopeless. In order to seek the protection of powerful races, it has been reduced to the point of selling out its native race population. It seems that the status of the human race in the endless stars is really worrying. Lu Ming sighed with emotion. For these, he is powerless now. Your Majesty, the soldiers outside the imperial capital have been assembled, and you need to inspect them. After closing the world chat channel, Lu Ming saw Mio walk in. The soldier in Mio's mouth is an army formed by a native race. To be honest, Lu Ming is also more curious about what his first army looked like. Looking at the planet control panel, he remembered that he seemed to have an army of 1,000,000. I don't know how good the combat quality is, and whether it can help me win the planetary defense battle in a month. If he can, that's the best. If not, then he has to prepare early. Lu Ming followed Mio all the way out of the Imperial City, and in the huge square in front of the Imperial City, he saw the true face of his first army. This, Krieg. Seeing the first sight of this army, Lu Ming was stunned. Dark gray military coat, wearing a gas mask like a skeleton, the dark mane color brings an unparalleled sense of oppression. This external image of Lu Ming is all too familiar. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at Mio beside him. The meaning was obvious. What the hell are you doing? Mio shook his head, indicating that it wasn't him. Lu Ming was stunned. His own native race actually formed a Krieg Death Corps, which is too far-fetched. Chapter 6. Boom, boom, boom. The Krieg Death Corps formed several phalanxes and slowly walked in front of Lu Ming. Feeling the momentum of the Krieg Death Corps up close, Lu Ming was a little stunned. Damn oppression. After a brief review, Lu Ming met with the commander of the Krieg Death Corps in the palace hall. Is that all you wear? Lu Ming stepped off the throne and looked at the figure in front of him. Wearing a dark gray waterproof military coat and a skeleton-like gas mask, he dressed like other soldiers, without the slightest difference. This is such a ghost. Show me how handsome your military coats are. Remove the mask. Regarding Lu Ming's order, the commander in front of him took off his gas mask and helmet without any hesitation. A head of golden hair was scattered, and a face with soft lines but a valiant appearance was revealed under the mask. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was confused. Under that skeleton-like gas mask is a blonde cute girl? In the past life of Shui Tieba, some people said that Krieg's soldiers were all handsome men and beautiful women, and the reason was very reasonable. The home planet of the Krieg Death Corps was washed away, and the entire planet was smoky, so they covered themselves tightly with military coats and gas masks, so their complexions were very white. Secondly, Krieg soldiers are artificially bred to ripen young. Coupled with artificial genetic interference, bodybuilding is naturally not a problem. So, be bold. There are handsome men and beautiful women under the masks of Krieg soldiers. For this analysis, at first Lu Ming did not believe it. After all, this is so inconsistent. But now the blonde and blue-eyed cute girl is in front of him, and he can't help but believe it. No one knew what was hidden under the gas masks of Krieg soldiers, just like Lu Ming never imagined that this commander was actually a cute girl. Lu Ming complained in his heart, but his face was not obvious. Not to mention, it is much more pleasing to the eye after taking off the mask. That's right, the Krieg Death Corps is because the hometown was washed and the place is full of smoke, so gas masks and military coats are standard. Your hometown hasn't been washed yet. You're wearing a fart mask. Don't you get bored? What's your name? Number 01, Your Majesty. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the blonde commander straightened his body, gave Lu Ming a military salute, and answered loudly. Good. Energetic. It's just a little bit of an ear. Lu Ming complained in his heart. I'm not asking for your number. I'm asking for your name. In the past life, many people had a deep misunderstanding of the Krieg Death Corps. Many people think that Krieger has only a number, is a clone cannon fodder, and has no feelings. But this is totally wrong. The soldiers of the Krieg Death Corps are not without names. On the contrary, they also have names, just like normal people. They are not clones, but normal people who have been ripened by biotechnology. They are different in appearance, male and female, and have their own feelings. It's just that the feelings of Krieg soldiers are blocked by this gas mask. Coupled with the belief of Krieg soldiers that death is redemption, many people have misunderstood the Krieg Death Corps. Hannah Andre, Your Majesty. The voice of the answer is still so spirit. So that Lu Ming was a little uncomfortable. The Krieg soldiers in his mind were always silent, whether in peacetime or in battle. There are no screams before the charge, no screams of death, just silence and loyalty to the Empire. The real hammer. Krieg soldiers are all autistic patients. Just as Hannah answered her number the first time she was asked her name. Most of the Krieg Death Corps soldiers have names, but they feel that names are worthless to them. Instead, the string of numbered numbers that represent their identity is more valuable. At least that string of numbers will be recorded on the list of war dead. Does your legion have a name? No, Your Majesty. Okay, then you will be called the Krieg Death Corps in the future. The naming of the legion was decided so happily by Lu Ming. No way, for this corps, apart from the name of Krieg, Lu Ming really can't think of any other title. When did you form? Lu Ming was a little curious. The moment we feel the will of the great emperor, Your Majesty. Well, feelings are the moment when you officially become the master of the planet. I have to say that some of the rules of endless Xingyu are still very friendly. The novice protection period is only 1 month. If the novice is allowed to form a corps, 1 month may not be enough. Not to mention preparing for the defense of the planet in the future. So you're all new recruits. Lu Ming looked at Andre with interest. Although the other party is very similar to the Krieg Death Corps in his impression, or exactly the same. But the soldiers of the Krieg Death Corps were trained from an early age. But Hannah said that they were just formed, and they didn't know how far they were from Krieger in his impression. We are all veterans, Your Majesty. Veteran? Didn't you just form? Why are you a veteran? Lu Ming looked at Hannah suspiciously. Did he get it wrong? We are veterans, Your Majesty. Hannah's blue eyes flickered slightly, and she repeated the answer just now. Rarely, Lu Ming saw a trace of grievance on Hannah's face. This was the first time since Hannah came in that she showed such a vivid expression. Lu Ming wanted to say something else, and suddenly thought of a stock about Krieger. Welcome to the new recruits. You will join the front line under the leadership of the veterans. What? You ask when he enlisted? It was 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Although this is a stock, it also reflects how high the battle loss rate of the Krieg Death Corps is. Thinking of the battle loss rate, Lu Ming suddenly thought of Krieger's fighting style. Hannah, let me ask you, how will you fight the enemy's fortifications? Charge. How about the enemy's heavy firepower? Charge. What about the hail of bullets? Charge. Hearing Hannah's answer, Lu Ming's bad premonition became stronger and stronger, and his forehead was covered with black lines. What about 10 dead and no life? Hannah looked at Lu Ming earnestly and firmly, and said persistently, Charge. If you charge over, you will die, or you will give it for nothing. Are you going to charge too? We are not afraid of death, Your Majesty. Yes, you are not afraid of death, but I am afraid of you dying according to whether you are charging or on the way of charging. Will I soon become a bear commander? Chapter 7. I'm a warden sent to the Krieg Death Corps. I was dining in the logistics department that day when I heard the sound of a bolter. I hurried back to the position, only to find that the entire company I was in charge of was gone, and then I heard the sound of fighting in the enemy's position. After I had a meal, they all rushed to the opposite position. I was also a warden sent to the Krieg Death Corps. If Krieger's morale crumbles, I'll shoot those deserters to stabilize morale. But I found that I was wrong. Other military prisoners threatened those soldiers not to flee, but I begged them to calm down and not to charge. There was even one time where I was nearly crushed by a Krieg soldier. The reason turned out to be that I stopped them from charging. I was disloyal. Lu Ming looked at Hannah in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Charge. Charge. No charge every day? Warhammer Krieg charges because there is an entire planet's population as a source of troops. And me? You're all dead, and I'm still kicking a fart. I'm not afraid of death, but I can't give it for nothing. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. He felt that it was necessary to instill in Hannah a correct concept of warfare. Lu Ming couldn't understand. The reason why Krieg charged so desperately in the original book was because he felt that he had betrayed the Emperor and felt guilty. Want to clear Krieg's name by dying in battle. But here, Hannah and others have just formed, and there is no betrayal at all. Why do they also love charging so much? Could it be that because of his own reasons, the original race of this planet has undergone an unknown change? Lu Ming didn't understand. Maybe this is Krieger. If one day Krieg stopped charging silently, it might not be Krieg. When normal people die, It's over. When the Krieg soldier died, it came. Maybe this is the unique tragic and solemnity of the Krieg death core, which can make people remember it deeply. If such Kriegs are convicted, each of us deserves a balm of loyalty. Watching Hannah put on her helmet and gas mask again and leave the hall, Lu Ming sighed deeply. 1 whistle to check the ammunition, 2 whistles to attach the bayonet, 3 whistles to rush with me. If you want to change Hannah's thinking, there is a long way to go. Mio, do you think Hannah's combat mentality can be changed? Lu Ming looked at Mio and asked softly. Krieg's charge is a wall of silence, no battle cry, no howl, silently crushing all enemies. Even if you slanted all the firepower, you still can't stop the charging Krieg soldiers. No one would dislike such a soldier. But if possible, Lu Ming didn't want to just watch Krieger die. Although in their view, death is a redemption. Your Majesty, you already have the answer, don't you? Mio looked at Lu Ming and replied in a tone of voice without waves. If I give you this task, will you be able to complete it? Your Majesty, instead of thinking about how to change Krieg's fighting style, it's better to consider the reality of the Empire's next development. Well, Mio cleverly didn't answer the question. For Mio, no answer is the best answer. It seems that Mio is not too sure about changing the fighting style of the Krieg Death Corps. The development of the Empire? Lu Ming touched his chin. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Endless Xingyu is a vast and boundless universe, and there are many planet masters like him. Some planet masters are newcomers just like him and haven't had time to develop. And some planet masters have entered the endless star universe for a long time, and their planets are extremely powerful. As a stage for chasing ambition, Endless Xingyu is also full of intrigues and gossips. Between the Lord of the planet or the alliances of major forces, the small movements have never been interrupted. That is to say, everyone has not yet developed a mature intergalactic navigation technology. Otherwise, the Endless Xingyu would have bloomed long ago. Never underestimate the ambitions of people, especially powerful people. However, interstellar warfare is an inevitable trend in the future, which Lu Ming is sure of. Mio, what's your suggestion? Mio's think tank has a set of black technology. Listening to her opinion, there is absolutely no problem. Your Majesty, the top priority is to build an industrial base. The industrial base is the foundation of all technologies. Materials, energy, production, etc. are inseparable from the industrial base. Saying that, Mio placed the documents she had prepared earlier on the table in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up the document and looked at it. Industrial base, mineral purification, geothermal fracturing mining, energy and materials research laboratory, outer space construction platform, scientific agriculture, etc. There are too many things that he needs to build at this stage, and it is indispensable for the development of the Empire. Mio, let's start the implementation according to this plan, starting with the construction of the industrial base. The industrial base is the foundation of everything. Without an industrial base, no matter how much black technology Mio's intellectual inventory has, it won't help. Just this month's novice protection period can be developed with peace of mind, and there is no need to worry about being targeted by other ghosts and snakes. As for the crisis a month later, Lu Ming didn't find it difficult, especially with the Krieg Death Corps. For the next few days, Lu Ming and Mio have been busy with the construction of the Empire's industrial base. During this period, Lu Ming also paid attention to the communication of the World Channel, but found no valuable clues. Thinking about it, the person who can survive the crisis safely and become the master of the planet will not be a fool, and the key information will never be disclosed. If you want information, you have to pay a price. However, Lu Ming found that there are some other functions in the control interface of Endless Xingyu, such as trading, hiring, forming alliances, declaring war, etc. Although the planet masters at this stage have not been able to travel through space, but the laws of the Endless Xingyu have a way to achieve various exchanges, employment, and other communication issues. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Lu Ming. He is still in the novice protection period, and he can't use any of these functions. What is novice protection? It means that as an intern employee, it is uncertain whether you can become a regular employee or not. How can you give you the rights that can only be enjoyed by regular employees? A week passed slowly, and on this day Lu Ming came to the portal located in the palace. The portal connects Blue Star and endless Xingyu, and you can go back to Blue Star when you step in. Chapter 8. Blue Star, Jiangxing Number 1 Middle School. Lu Ming and Tang Si came out of school, and the two decided to go to a food stall to have a meal. The main purpose of returning to Blue Star this time is to report the information of their respective planets to the school, as well as the plans for the future. This makes it easier for relevant departments to make statistics. The whole process is no hassle, just submit some materials. Student Tang, our class is planning to hold a pre-separation party. At the school gate, Zhou Xiaowang stopped Tang Si and walked to the two with a smile on his face. After all, we will have to fight in the endless Xingyu. There are few gatherings and many separations. It is better to take this opportunity to get together and leave a contact information for each other. Maybe we can cooperate with each other in the future. There were many people behind Zhou Xiaowang, all of whom were classmates of Lu Ming and Tang Si. But Lu Ming could see ridicule and disdain in the eyes of these people, especially Zhou Xiaowang. His eyes were on Tang Si the whole time, and he didn't care about Lu Ming at all. A rubbish that chooses the human race. What is there to pay attention to? But Tang Si is different. Dwarves are very popular wherever they are placed. After all, they are craftsmen. Little Luzi, do you want to go together? Tang Si did not immediately answer Zhou Xiaowang's words. What Zhou Xiaowang said is also true. There are many things in the endless stars, and many friends are also many ways. But Tang Si was seeking Lu Ming's opinion. This scene made the rare Zhou Xiaowang frown secretly. He didn't intend to invite a waste who chose the human race. This kind of person is his classmate, and it would be a great shame to say it out. Zhou Xiaowang's expression was seen by a few friends next to him, and he stood up immediately without waiting for Lu Ming to speak. Yo, isn't this the son of the Terran from our class? How is the Terran strong? Look at what you said. Can the human race be strong? Isn't there a few guys in the endless star universe who choose the human race? Isn't it fun for people to sell their population? Lu Ming, are you sure about the planetary defense battle in half a month? If you're not sure, give up. It happens that there is a lack of a cleaner in my palace. I'll keep it for you. Everyone is destined to not belong to the same world. Some people must have self-awareness. Don't lick their faces and follow. Several of Zhou Xiaowang's best friends are saying extremely ugly words. In this regard, Lu Ming showed no expression. The mad dog is barking at you. What can you do? If you scold, you back. If you win, you are better than a dog. If you lose, you are not as good as a dog. If you tie, you are like a dog. So in the face of this situation, Lu Ming usually prepares the onion, ginger, and garlic directly and starts the dog meat hot pot. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but Tang Si on one side quit. Snapped. A loud slap made the atmosphere at the school gate dull. Everyone looked at Tang Si in disbelief. Stinky B******, how dare you hit me? A boy standing beside Zhou Xiaowang had red eyes and was about to step forward immediately. It's light to hit you, so keep your mouth clean. Tang Si was not at all frightened. Her beautiful eyes glared at each other. Lu Ming took 2 steps forward and stood faintly in front of Tang Si. Okay, everyone is a classmate. There's no need for this. At this time, Zhou Xiaowang stood up and stopped his best friend. Zhou Xiaowang glanced at Lu Ming and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, if Lu Ming is all right, you can come and play. After all, we are all 3 your classmates. The implication is that it's just for fun. Our relationship only ends with classmates. Seeing Zhou Xiaowang jumping out to be a peacemaker, Lu Ming sneered in his heart. When those few people humiliated themselves in every possible way, they didn't see you coming out to stop them. Now that things are deadlocked, you know that you have made a loss, so you come out and plan to calm down? You do good and bad things. How can there be such a cheap thing? No, you and I are not from the same world, aren't you? After speaking, Lu Ming took Tang Si's little hand and swaggered away. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Zhou Xiaowang's eyes instantly turned cold. The purpose of his party was of course to win over his classmates, the most important of which was Tang Si. Tang Si's dwarves are a sweet treat for any power. If you can take this opportunity to have a good relationship with Tang Si, or even go further, that would be great. Unfortunately, everything was disrupted by Lu Ming. Zhou Xiaowang stared at Lu Ming's back for a long time, until the two disappeared at the corner of the road, then retracted his gaze. Okay, Maybe Tang and Lu don't like us. Zhou Xiaowang turned around and looked at the classmates behind him with a helpless expression on his face. In that case, let's go by ourselves. Listening to Zhou Xiaowang's words, the surrounding students also started to discuss. What does Tang Si mean? Do you really think that if you choose the dwarves, you will be better than others? I didn't expect that Tang Si would be such a person after 3 years of my classmates. I'm blind. I'd rather be with a rubbish who chooses the human race than party with us. Is your brain sick? This kind of person can't be friends with each other deeply. Let's avoid contact with them in the future. Young Master Zhou is still loyal enough to know how to help our classmates. Everyone scolded Lu Ming and Tang Si with every word. There is disdain and contempt for Lu Ming, but more or less jealousy for Tang Si. Zhou Xiaowang listened to the words of his classmates, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A simple art of speaking divided Tang Si and others into opposing camps. It couldn't be easier, couldn't it? Zhou Xiaowang took the students straight to the Jiangqing Hotel, while Lu Ming and Tang Si also came to a food stall. Little Luzi, what's your planet number? I'll add you as a friend when I return to endless Xingyu tomorrow. There are some barbecues on the table, full of color and flavor. I'll send it to your phone later. Lu Ming had no reason not to agree to Tang Si's request. To be honest, he was a little worried about Tang Si. After all, this girl is a bit stubborn. Biao, to put it bluntly, it is a tiger. Is it a tiger? It's a jerk. The scientific name is Langtaoking. To say it nicely is called optimism. To say it badly is to be ignorant. Tang Si nodded and did not continue to entangle Lu Ming's planet number. Endless Xingyu is not a blue star, and the contact method in reality does not apply to endless Xingyu. If the two want to contact, they can only add contact information through their respective planet numbers. Hey, Xiao Luzi, have you heard of it? We, the people who entered the endless Xingyu this issue, will announce the rankings soon. Tang Si changed the subject and continued chatting. There are actually many kinds of so-called rankings. Tang Si is talking about their ranking of newcomers in this issue, including racial combat power, military ranking, civilization development, and so on. I don't know how many dwarves my dwarves can rank. I'm looking forward to it. There are not many collections, but there are quite a lot of flowers. I don't know if the boss is a hammer fan or the fourth natural disaster. Asterisk. Chapter 9. The leaderboard. Lu Ming had also heard of it, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The actual situation is not intuitively represented by the data. The data is only a reference. It's like two legions fighting, one ranked first in the leaderboard, and one ranked second or even further down. Do you dare to say that the first legion will win? In Lu Ming's view, the so-called leaderboard is only a reference and cannot be completely trusted. In fact, the ranking list is simply to select some newcomers with more potential. Ordinary planet lords just watch the fun. What really cares is those big forces or federal alliances and the like. Every time a newcomer joins in endless Xingyu, after the protection period, potential newcomers will be sent olive branches by major forces. And the vast majority of newcomers will also accept this olive branch. It is good to enjoy the shade under the big tree, and the rules of holding a group to keep warm also apply in endless Xingyu. By the way, Xiao Luzi, how is the situation on your side? Do you have confidence in the next planetary defense war? Speaking of this, Tang Si looked at Lu Ming with a worried look. The frailty of the human race in the endless stars is well known. The star defense war can be said to be a test given to newcomers by endless Xingyu, and the planet lord who chooses the human race has a 90.99% chance of failure in this test. This data is not a joke about the weakness of the human race, but it is actually calculated. And even if the planet master of the human race is lucky enough to pass the test, the road after that will be difficult. Endless Xingyu is a big stage. Bullying is the norm, and even more serious than reality because of the rules. This can be seen from the endless star universe. The master of the human race planet can only sell people. Am I here? Lu Ming thought of Hannah, and thought of Krieger, who was full of reckless men. I did have some trouble here. The biggest trouble for Lu Ming now is how to change the fighting style of the Krieg Death Corps who charge as soon as they disagree. You know he has only 100,000 Krieging soldiers. If these soldiers are given for nothing, then he will play a fart. Now he is not the Empire in Warhammer. and the situation that the Krieg home planet sends billions of Krieg soldiers a year does not exist at all. For Lu Ming, every Krieg soldier is a baby bump. It hurts him to die. That's it. Tang Si nodded when she heard Lu Ming's words. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. The human race was weak, and she knew that Lu Ming would be in trouble. But Tang Si didn't get to the bottom of it. Although Lu Ming always said she was stubborn and tiger, Tang Si was also very sensible. She knew that men wanted to save face, so she did not continue to ask. Instead, he intends to help Lu Ming in his own way. For example, she started her own planetary defense battle early, and then ended her novice protection period early. Then take someone to help Lu Ming. Tang Si didn't tell Lu Ming this. Based on what she knew about Lu Ming would definitely not agree with her doing this. The 1-month novice protection period was not enough, let alone it ended early. The two of you chatted with each other, and the sky gradually dimmed. After Lu Ming sent Tang Si home, he also returned to his own nest. Silent all night. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lu Ming and the newcomers of the same period gathered at the portal. In the square, the students who used to talk about everything and play and fight in the past have been divided into independent small camps in 2s and 3s. After a little observation, it can be seen that this small circle is divided according to its own strength. Although everyone has not shown anything yet, Lu Ming knows that similar situations will intensify in the future, until the end turned against each other. The hustle and bustle of the world is for profit, and the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. These words are suitable everywhere. Student Lu, is it convenient for you to say a few words? Zhou Xiaowang walked up to Lu Ming with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming glanced at Zhou Xiaowang and nodded. The two came to the periphery of the crowd. Zhou Xiaowang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Lu Ming. No smoking, thank you. Zhou Xiaowang smiled casually without forcing it. Instead, he lit a cigarette by himself and puffed up. Student Lu, I will form an alliance after the novice protection period. How about joining me? Zhou Xiaowang looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flat, as if to tell something very ordinary. Are you inviting me? You can understand that. Hee hee. Why are you talking so obliquely? There is no one else here. Lu Ming sneered and shook his head. The human race is worthless in the eyes of outsiders. Zhou Xiaowang invited him? This point Lu Ming still has self-awareness. Zhou Xiaowang was not angry when he heard Lu Ming's words. He admitted that he had ulterior motives in inviting Lu Ming. You join my alliance. I shelter your planet. Isn't this cooperation bad? What about the conditions? I hope you can pull Tang Si into my alliance, really. Hearing this, Lu Ming knew that his guess was right. The reason why Zhou Xiaowang invited him was entirely because he wanted to win over Tang Si. In other words, he was just incidental. Then you have to talk to Si and tell me it's useless. I can't be her master. Lu Ming refused without thinking. Obviously, you can dominate the world. Why alliance with others? Don't say anything behind you, and always be prepared to be stabbed in the back by the opponent. Such a loss-making business fool would agree. Haha. Zhou Xiaowang shook his head with a smile and said, Student Lu is joking. If you speak, I think classmate Tang will definitely agree. It's good for both of you, isn't it? Zhou Xiaowang took a fancy to Tang Si's dwarves, and Lu Ming could get his protection. This cooperation is completely mutually beneficial, so why not do it? It's just that Zhou Xiaowang underestimated Lu Ming's ambition. Lu Ming did not speak. He would not change his position. Okay, let me put it another way. Leave Tang Si. Quit Xingyu. I will give you a sum of money, enough for you to live a carefree life in Blue Star. You should know that the human race has no future. You and Tang Si are destined to be people from 2 worlds. If you really like Tang Si, don't delay her. Lu Ming looked at Zhou Xiaowang with a sneer, shook his head, and still refused. We conduct wars time and time again on planets, which are concise and efficient. Casualties are just a series of numbers, and aliens are only food and batteries in our eyes. Now you talk to me about your relationship? Don't you know that the people from our P agency are the most heartless? Duh. Chapter 10. Zhou Xiaowang finally turned ugly when he saw Lu Ming rejecting him again. Student Lu, do you have to stop me? I just do things on my own terms. What if I declare war on you? Welcome anytime. After speaking, Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders, ignored Zhou Xiaowang's gloomy gaze, and turned to leave. He who has been baptized in the P agency knows best. Only those who are not strong enough will threaten and intimidate others. And the really powerful people disdain to do this, and usually drive the fleet directly to your door. Sit down with you and negotiate with the warmth of the fourth calamity. Open the door. The Imperial Supply Fleet sends warmth. What? You do not accept? I'm sorry, but your house is about to become ore. For Zhou Xiaowang's threat, Lu Ming didn't take it to heart at all. Back in the crowd, Lu Ming saw Tang Si looking around. At the same time, Tang Si also found Lu Ming and ran over. What have you been doing? People have 3 urgency. Cut. Vulgar. Soon, under the organization of the staff, the crowd began to slowly move towards the portal. When it was Lu Ming and Tang Si's turn, Tang Si stepped forward and stood in front of the portal, turning to look at Lu Ming. Little Lucy, hold on. My sister will come to help you right away. After speaking, without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he stepped into the portal and disappeared in place. Lu Ming was stunned, then shook his head and entered the portal. A slight dizziness came, and when Lu Ming opened his eyes, he had already reached the palace hall. Your Majesty, you are back. Mio respectfully stood not far in front of Lu Ming and bowed slightly to say hello. Well, I'm back. How is the development of the Empire? Hasn't there been any trouble? Lu Ming stretched comfortably. Not to mention, compared to Blue Star, the endless Xingyu made him feel more comfortable. Blue Star has too many rules. Unlike endless Xingyu, a big fist is the last word, and his fist happens to be big. The development of the Empire is proceeding in an orderly manner according to your supreme will, and there is no chaos. Afterwards, Mio showed Lu Ming a detailed look at the development projects of the Empire. The construction of the Imperial Industrial Base has been completed, and the major research institutes are also on the right track. The progress of Imperial civilization is a whole, and a single technological progress cannot support the huge future planning of the Empire. Among them, Lu Ming is most concerned about energy and materials. Your Majesty, according to the information provided by the think tank, the Research Institute has successfully developed fission energy and successfully developed alloy materials. Thanks to the research and development of fission energy and alloy materials, the construction of Imperial outer space has been put on the agenda. Due to the planetary protection mechanism, the construction of outer space needs to be postponed. The industrial base has successfully built an alloy smelting plant and is making every effort to produce the alloy materials needed for construction in outer space. The alloy foundry using the latest solid-state holographic mold technology has also been completed. The solid-state full-system mold technology can instantly change the shape of the alloy material, thereby improving the processing efficiency of the alloy material. In addition, the mineral processing station has also been built. The geothermal hydraulic fracturing mining technology provided by the current think tank has been adopted, and the mining efficiency has been increased by 50%. In addition, according to His Majesty's instructions, the gene bank is steadily collecting national gene samples, and the gene map is also being drawn. During the few days when Mio was away, Lu Ming reported all the projects that the Empire had completed. I have to say, with Mio around, Lu Ming is really relieved. At least these things don't need him to watch personally. Mio will handle everything for him. And Mio is absolutely loyal and will never betray. Listening to Mio's description, Lu Ming nodded silently. These technologies are only the initial technologies of the Empire. The real big head, or the real black technology, is after the Empire enters space. Once the Empire begins to expand in space, the various black technologies in the Mio think tank will truly exert their strength. As big as star bases, starports, and other space buildings, as small as the application of nanotechnology, etc., all are jaw-dropping. That's when the Empire really begins to show its hideous fangs. To use a sentence, the goal of the Empire is the stars and the sea, and before that, he needs an Imperial Navy fleet that can fight across space, and an invincible Legion sword. Your Majesty, Terra stars or reserves are not enough to support the Empire's huge expansion plan. I hope Your Majesty will make plans earlier. In the quiet hall, Mio's voice drifted. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. He knew what Mio meant. As far as the future plan of the Empire formulated by Lu Ming is concerned, The ore reserves of Terra Star alone are not enough to support it. With such a huge plan, Lu Ming estimated that 10 more Terra Stars would not be enough for him to build. What's more, the precious materials needed by the Empire's many black technologies are only available in outer space or on specific planets, and Terra Star does not. So this is doomed to the direction of the development of the Empire. Expand, mine, collect resources, expand again, mine again, collect resources again, and so on. Mio's meaning is obvious. The so-called early planning is to remind him to prepare for external expansion. The expansion of the Empire is a sure thing, unless Lu Ming is willing to return to Terra and give up the development of the Empire. But is it possible? Competing with the galaxy is Lu Ming's greatest wish. This is true both in the past and in the present. In the previous life, he borrowed a computer to realize his dream, but this time he actually did it himself. However, because Terra Star is still in the novice protection period, Lu Ming does not understand the situation outside. The light curtain that wraps the Star of Terra has blocked all possibilities of outward exploration at this stage. It's not that Lu Ming hasn't experimented, but to no avail. Maybe the future technology of the Empire can spy on the world outside the light curtain, but the technology of the Empire can't do that now. Lu Ming didn't know anything about the universe beyond Terra. It's not even known if the nearby planet is unclaimed or occupied by someone else. Fortunately, this light curtain will not last long. Once the protection of the new period is over, the light curtain will automatically dissipate. At that time, Terra Star will also appear in the endless stars. Chapter 11. The industrial base of the Empire is on the right track, and various high-tech research institutes have begun to operate. The next thing Lu Ming has to do is to riot. Although he already had 100,000 Krieg Death Corps, that number sounded intimidating at first. But after thinking about it carefully, I found that the so-called 100,000 Krieg soldiers are not enough at all. You must know that these 100,000 Kriegs are the defense force of the entire Terra Star. There are only 100,000 troops on a planet, which is unrealistic anywhere. If it was the 100,000 Astartes Corps, Lu Ming would definitely not worry about any problems. But unfortunately, he has no Astartes warriors. With the current technological level of the Empire, there is no way to guarantee the completion of the 19 operations to transform Astarte. And Lu Ming is not crazy enough to use his own people to do so-called in vivo experiments. Lu Ming learned about the development of the Empire in detail, and then had a simple lunch in the palace hall. Then follow Mio by car to the Imperial Military Factory. The motorcade representing Imperial power drove by on the street, and the pedestrians who came and went on the street stopped and watched. These people looked at the team with fanaticism and admiration in their eyes. In the car, Lu Ming sat in the back seat. Looking at the scene outside through the car window, I felt a little sad. This is their own people, a group of the most lovely people. Since he became the master of the planet, he has not added any welfare benefits to the native race of this planet, nor did they significantly improve their lives. On the contrary, Lu Ming also affected the living standards of the people to a certain extent because of his own future expansion plans of the Empire. Simply put, it reduces the happiness of the people. But even so, these people still maintain 100% respect for His Majesty the Emperor, who has never met. Looking at the crowds of people on both sides of the street stopping to salute, Lu Ming felt a little uncomfortable. Go F***ck the lower races. If the human races are all low-level races, what other races are worthy of being called middle-level and high-level races? The convoy drove all the way, and soon left the imperial capital of the Holy Terra Empire, Terra City. After leaving the imperial capital, the convoy drove along the road for about an hour, and finally arrived at the first military factory in the Empire. Your Majesty, we are here. In the car, Mio called Lu Ming softly, awakening Lu Ming. Last night, I thought about the future of the Empire for a long time, and then came to endless Xingyu through the portal. From yesterday to now, Lu Ming hasn't rested much. So after leaving the city of Terra, I fell asleep unknowingly. Oh, Lu Ming opened his sleepy eyes, glanced out the window, and said, "Arrived?" Through the window, what greets the eye is a tall alloy metal door. At this time, there were many people standing in the two columns of the gate. Lu Ming took Mio out of the car and looked up at the Imperial Military Factory in front of him. It has to be said that this military factory is very suitable for Lu Ming's appetite. The metal gate in front of him is 50 meters high. The reason why such a large metal door is built is to facilitate the entry and exit of subsequent Imperial weapons and equipment. After all, according to the weapons and equipment recorded in the Mio think tank, there are not a few behemoths that exceed 50 meters. Of course, the research on those behemoths takes time, and it is impossible to manufacture them at the current level of the Empire. Therefore, the height of 50 meters is enough for Lu Ming to use it at this stage. Lusen greets His Majesty the Great and Supreme Emperor. An officer in an Imperial uniform walked out of the queue, gave Lu Ming a military salute, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Lu Sun is the head of the Imperial Arms Factory." It was time for Mio to remind Lu Ming in his ear, avoiding the embarrassing situation that Lu Ming didn't know Lu. Senator Lu Ming glanced at Lu Sun and nodded with satisfaction. With a tough face, capable temperament, and a military demeanor, it is easy to make people feel good. Perhaps because of the relationship between the two generations, Lu Ming hated those fat-headed Imperial personnel. "Take me a tour of the factory." "Your Majesty, please." Lu Sun did things neatly, and he was ready long before Lu Ming came. Passing through the Grand Gate, Lu Ming and Mio, led by Lu Sun, began to visit this military factory, which was soon completed and has already entered the production stage. The dense workshops in the factory are lined up in rows, and the staff who come and go is in a hurry. Under the unified scheduling, everything is carried out in an orderly manner. "Your Majesty, according to your supreme will, the arsenal will give priority to the production of standard equipment required by the Krieg Death Corps." Lu Sun brought Lu Ming and Mio to the warehouse, opened the hatch, and there were all kinds of weapons lined up neatly and dazzlingly. After Lu Ming left, Mio built industrial bases, alloy smelters, alloy foundries, and other basic industrial projects according to Lu Ming's instructions. Among them, the alloy materials produced by the alloy foundry are preferentially supplied to the standard military factories. "Your Majesty, this is the Lucius laser gun for the Krieg Death Corps. This light gun is a single-shot type with great power. Taking the alloy plate processed by the alloy foundry as an example, the light gun can penetrate a 1 centimeter thick alloy plate. Because the light gun is so powerful, the power supply battery of each light gun can only shoot 25 rounds. Lu Ming looked in the direction of Lu Sen's finger, and sure enough, he saw the laser gun placed on the side of the warehouse. Although the appearance of Lucius is no different from ordinary kinetic firearms, there are gun chambers, barrels, butts, and so on. But this thing is a real laser weapon. The gun god is based on a dull blue, the same color as the coat of the Krieg Death Corps. There is also a slot in the front of the barrel. What is this card slot used for? It was used to hang bayonets for soldiers. Hearing Lucius' words, Lu Ming's eyes twitched slightly. Thinking of Krieg's reckless style of play, he immediately waved his hand. "Remove this card slot for me, and the weapons supplied to Krieg in the future do not need to carry this card slot. Since the habit of Kregna's charge can't be changed consciously, it must be changed physically. If there is no bayonet, those Kriegs must consider charging." "But Your Majesty, is this something wrong?" As soon as Lu Sen's words were out of his mouth, his forehead began to sweat. "OMG, what am I doing? I am actually questioning His Majesty's noble will." For Krieger's fighting style, Lu Sun knows. Of course, Lu Ming knows better. After thinking about it, Lu Ming still sighed. "Okay, keep the card slot, but don't supply the Krieg Corps with the bayonet yet." Chapter 12. Your Majesty, this way please. The standard 45 centimeters heavy serrated alloy bayonet is placed here, which can be placed on the Lucius laser gun. Looking at the brightly gleaming alloy bayonet with a sharp cold glow, Lu Ming felt uncomfortable for a while. If you are poked by this thing, it is estimated that it is a pair of clothes. After walking past the many standard weapons in the warehouse, Lu Ming, led by Lu Sun, came to another area of the warehouse. "Your Majesty, this is a full set of equipment for Krieg Grenadiers. Krieg Grenadiers are generally staffed by seasoned Krieg veterans. Putting it in the regular corps is that kind of heavy firepower." Under Lu Sen's explanation, Lu Ming visited the equipment of the Grenadiers. The equipment of the Grenadier is very different from that of the ordinary Krieg soldiers, in which a logo of the Empire Eagle is engraved on the helmet. This emblem represents the grenadier's loyalty and responsibility to the Empire. Grenadiers' clothing is no different from ordinary Krieg soldiers, including gas masks, military coats, trousers, and boots, all of which are standard. However, the grenadier wears an additional heavy three-piece stackable armor on the upper body. The armor is made of alloy materials produced by the alloy foundry, and the outer layer is also reinforced with ceramics, which can effectively protect the grenadier's body. Likewise, Krieg grenadiers are armed with a heavy laser gun called the Hell gun. The Hell gun is more powerful than the Lucius laser gun. Naturally, the size of the battery compartment that supplies its shooting is also larger. So the grenadier's battery compartment is on the back, similar to that kind of marching backpack. The battery compartment is connected to the soldier's Hell gun through an associated device, which can fire more than 200 times, far exceeding the Lucius laser gun. Unlike Lucius, the Hell gun cannot hang a bayonet because of its design and power. However, next to the Hell gun is a bayonet that allows the grenadier to hang from his waist. In addition, the grenadiers are also equipped with a large number of fragmentation mines, which are heated and fused so that when they are in close contact with the enemy, they can quickly kill the enemy on a large scale. In addition to the grenadiers, Lu Ming also introduced the equipment for the Krieg sappers to Lu Ming. Because sappers need to dig tunnels and trenches, even if they come into contact with the enemy, they will fight at close range. Therefore, engineers are equipped with Mk-22C semi-automatic shotguns. The shotguns are pneumatic, and each drum has 8 magazines. The Mk-22C semi-automatic shotgun is so powerful that one shot at close range is enough to blast the enemy into the air. In addition, the Krieger sappers are also equipped with shovels, pliers, pickaxes, and bombs. After reading the equipment supplied to the Krieger Death Corps by the military factory, Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Lu Ming discovered it as early as when he first inspected the Krieg Death Corps. Although the corps was named the Krieg Death Corps, its weapons were traditional kinetic weapons. This is also the armed force of most of the planetary masters in the Endless Star universe, and the main combat weapon equipped in large quantities. But now the Imperial arsenal produces laser weapons, and Krieg will usher in a full facelift. When others are still using M4 and AK, he has already started to change to laser weapons. This is the black technology of the Empire. Hum, hum, hum. Just when Lu Ming was feeling proud, there was a sudden roar of the engine in his ears. With a deafening roar, there was a slight tremor on the ground. Lu Ming walked out of the warehouse, and then saw a behemoth slowly driving in from the warehouse diagonally opposite. Tank. Your Majesty, that is the Macarius main battle tank, the heavy firepower equipment for the Krieg Death Corps. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Tanks, what many men dream of. Isn't this thing better than a sports car? Without saying a word, Lu Ming took Mio and walked into the warehouse. The Macarius main battle tank is mainly divided into 2 types, one of which is the Macarius Conqueror. The Conqueror is equipped with a twin-mounted Conqueror cannon, which can fire anti-tank shells and is positioned to help Krieg soldiers fight local heavy fire units. The second model is the Macarius Vulcan, a double-mounted Vulcan bolter that can fire thousands of bolts per minute. It only takes 20 seconds for all the medicinal pills that Macarius Vulcan carry to pour out. Its positioning is an anti-infantry weapon platform that can efficiently and massively clean up the battlefield. Under Lu Ming's introduction, Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he looked at the big guy in front of him. Finally, at Lu Ming's request, Lu Ming found a driver and took Lu Ming to experience it, and then he gave up. With these equipment, Lu Ming's heart burst into pride. Although war is the last resort, these weapons in front of them really give people a lot of confidence. Looking at those dark gun barrels, Lu Ming felt calm for a while. Later, Lu Ming visited the processing workshop of the military factory, and then returned to the office with Lu Sr. When I came in just now, I found that there was no plaque hanging on the gate. Does the military factory have a name? Lu Ming sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and looked at Lu Sr. Your Majesty, the military factory has no name yet. I hope Your Majesty can give it a name. When Lu Ming said this, he looked at Lu Ming with anticipation and enthusiasm. For them, it was a great honor to be named by the great emperor, although it is to name the munitions factory, not to name himself. Even so, Lu Sun was excited enough. After all, he is also part of the military factory. When Lu Ming named Hannah's Legion the Krieg Death Corps, I don't know how many people in the Empire were envious and jealous, of course. Lu Sun had to seize such an opportunity. Lu Ming frowned and thought for a while, then said, "What do you think of the military factory of the Great Qin Empire? How about it?" Of course there is no problem. For Lu Sun, what he wants is not a nice and loud name, but the process given by Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming said it was called a cat and dog arms factory, he would not have any meaning. The value of a name is not in the name itself, but in the person who gave it. Lu Sun, on behalf of all the members of the military factory, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your blessing." Boom. Lu Sun said and gave Lu Ming a very respectful salute. The Imperial Arms Factory of the Daqin Empire and the Imperial Armament Production Center was officially established. Chapter 13 Tangxi, really fragrant. Little Luzi, what are you doing? At night, Lu Ming was lying on the bed, wanting to see if there was any valuable news in the chat channel through the planet control panel. As a result, as soon as the panel was opened, a communication request was received. It was none other than Tangxi who requested the communication. "Going to sleep? How about you? Sleep? It's noon now, you're going to bed? Are you a pig?" On the other end of the communication, Tangxi pouted in disgust. "Noon? It's night time for me." Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had forgotten just now that endless Xingyu was not a blue star, and the two were no longer on the same planet. It's night on his side and daytime on Tangxi's side. It's entirely possible. Even for some strange planets, it is normal to be dark all the year round, or bright as day all the year round. Yes, we are no longer on the same planet. Sure enough, Tangxi also realized this problem. Then what season is it over there? I don't know what season, but the climate is pleasant, neither too hot nor too cold. What about the proportion of sea and land? Let me see, 60% of the ocean and 40% of the land. Wow, your planet is so good. The ocean on my side is only 20%, and the land is 70% desert. The climate is very dry. I feel my skin is dehydrated. Lu Ming, is this what you should focus on? Shouldn't you think about the development of your planet? Ah, woman. By the way, Xiao Luzi, let me tell you, I found that the dwarves are really strong. You don't know how funny these dwarves are. I'm wondering if they all have social bullshit. Let me tell you, the dwarves like to drink the most. As long as there is alcohol, their work enthusiasm will be high. I'm wondering if I'm trying to tempt them to work overtime with alcohol. It's a pity that my planetary drinks are scarce, and the winery's production in 1 year is not enough for these guys in a month. Tangxi was chattering about her dwarves, while Lu Ming smiled and said nothing. Just hearing Tangxi say that she would use alcohol to tempt the dwarves to work overtime, Lu Ming laughed inexplicably. He remembered a star terrier in his previous life. It is said that a player adjusted one of his planets, worked for up to 18 hours, and raised the tax to 70%. So the races of the planet rebelled. This player not only did not reflect on himself, but felt that he was too forgiving. What does a racial riot show? It shows that for these people, working 18 hours is still too easy, so that they have free time to rebel. And he took 70% of the tax. This race can support the rebel army with only 30% of the tax. This is undoubtedly a terrible thing. Then, the player backhand raised the tax to 100%. The result, of course, is that the racial riots are more serious. The player disliked the trouble and directly transformed into a natural disaster, completely erasing the planet. For this brain circuit, Lu Ming has to admire. Sure enough, Stellaris players are so eclectic. Little Luzi, what are you laughing at? Tangxi also heard Lu Ming's laughter and asked curiously, "I'm laughing at you. Didn't you think dwarves were ugly before and didn't like dwarves?" Lu Ming remembers that Tangxi's favorite race has always been the beautiful elves. In terms of appearance alone, the elves are definitely the most capable existences in endless Xingyu. I'm really fragrant. You are not allowed to laugh. What can Tangxi do? She is also desperate originally. She thought that the dwarves looked rough, not tall, and all of them had bare muscles, so they must be ugly. But in reality, she found that she was wrong. Although compared with the elves, the appearance of the dwarves can indeed be said to be unremarkable. But I can't stand the dwarves. It's interesting. Can you imagine a shaggy dwarf in a kilt dancing Latin there after getting drunk? Can you imagine a dwarf throwing a so-called beauty pageant for a glass of beer? These delusional operations in the eyes of ordinary people are the most common among dwarves. In the past few days, Tang Si felt that she was about to die of laughter by these dwarves. After really getting along, she found that the charm of the dwarves was more unique, which was in line with her crazy temperament. "Little Lucy, how are you over there?" The two talked for a long time, and Tang Si finally got to the point. What she was most worried about was the weakness of the human race, and Lu Ming insisted that she could not support her. "I'm very good here. I just formed a corps, and I'm preparing to expand the army." Lu Ming also knew what Tang Si meant. He didn't sell anything, and revealed part of his plans. "Corps? What corps?" "Krieg Death Corps." What a lousy name, with the word death in it. You dislike your corps dying too slowly, so do you want to curse it? People are particularly taboo about the word death. What's more, Tang Si felt that it was very unlucky with the word death in the name. Tang Si had no idea what the Krieg Death Corps represented, or that apart from Lu Ming, no one knows what the name stands for. Krieger actually means war in translation, and war will inevitably kill people. In fact, as long as there is a battlefield where the Krieg Death Corps exists, it can indeed be described as tragic. Thanks to Krieg's fighting style, after a battle, either all Krieg soldiers died on the way to the charge, or all the enemies were loyal to Krieger. Anyway, Krieger is inseparable from death. For the origin of the name, Lu Ming did not explain too much. There is no way to explain this, nor is it clear. After Tang Si saw Krieger's fighting style, she naturally understood why Krieger was called the Death Corps. "Little Lucy, I have prepared a large amount of armaments for you, including the best-selling Maxim heavy machine gun, carbine, bazooka, etc. on the trading channel. I will send it to you when the time comes." Tang Si spoke with a sense of pride. After all, the dwarves are most famous for their superb craftsmanship. The same weapons, made by the dwarves, are better than those made by others. This kind of bug-like ability is about to catch up with the power of the greenskins, I think. Chapter 14. Let me tell you, I have been hoarding this batch of equipment for a long time, and it is enough for you to arm 200,000 people. In the communication, Tang Si said in a general way, "You must know that when she first became the master of the planet, she had been hoarding supplies, and then full power, large-scale production, and equipment weapons. From the beginning, Tang Si never thought about arming herself alone. Her production has always been accompanied by Lu Ming's share. In Tang Si's view, compared with the powerful dwarves, Lu Ming, who chooses the human race, needs the support of these equipment more. After all, the frailty of the human race is well known. With the support of these weapons and equipment, the planetary defense battle after Lu Ming can be much easier. At least it can increase the chance of success by 1 point. As for how to send the equipment, that's why Tang Si was so eager to get the Lu Ming planet number at Blue Star. During the period when he has not passed the novice protection period and has not officially become the master of the planet, Lu Ming cannot use the transaction function of endless Xingyu. But if it is a separate transaction between the planet masters, there is no problem. It's just this kind of investment-like support that few people will do. First, the newcomer has just joined, and there is not much material accumulation on its planet at all. Even if you trade with the other party, you will not earn any oil or water. On the other hand, it is also because the transaction party needs to pay a large amount of fees to get their transaction materials to reach the planet in the novice protection period. So this kind of loss-making business is not done at all, unless it's the kind of family that helps the younger generation or the relationship between Lu Ming and Tang Si. But even so, Tang Si took a lot of risk, because once Lu Ming's planetary defense battle fails, it also means that her support is in vain. A typical one who loses his wife and loses his army. But Tang Si still did it. Even if it increased the chance by 0.1%, she hoped to help Lu Ming. Hearing Tang Si's words, Lu Ming was moved but moved. Can he not be moved? With 200,000 people's weapons and equipment, I'm afraid Tang Si doesn't have that much. Tang Si joined Endless Xingyu in the same phase as him. Even if the dwarves are inherently tough, they won't be able to make so much equipment in less than half a month. The only explanation is that Tang Si gave Lu Ming his share. With such a wife in life, what can a husband ask for? Even though his equipment is not very sufficient, he still thinks about him. How could he not like Tang Si like this? But now that she knew that Tang Si was not well off, Lu Ming naturally would not accept the other party's support. What's more, his own military factory has already started production, and he will not accept it. See, I have enough weapons and equipment here, so keep yours for your own use. Lu Ming refused, and even he wanted to give Tang Si some fun with Cassius. Why? Xiao Luzi, are you worried about money? What's the relationship between us? You'll be fine if you pay me back in the future. Tang Si felt anxious when she saw Lu Ming's rejection. She simply thought that Lu Ming's self-esteem was at stake and was embarrassed to accept her help. Men, except for those with a bad appetite, most of them have strong self-esteem. Therefore, Tang Si did not say that it was given to Lu Ming for nothing. If you say this, Lu Ming will not accept it 100%. Tang Si is very clear about this. So Tang Si wisely didn't say it for nothing, but asked Lu Ming to pay her back in the future. As for how long it will be, it depends on her mind. It's not a matter of money. I just built a military factory and have already started producing weapons and equipment. Lu Ming was helpless and could only explain. Just as Tang Si knew him, he also knew Tang Si's character very well. If this matter is not explained clearly, Tang Si will not give up. Don't bluff me. How can the productivity of the human race be comparable to that of the dwarves? When it comes to forging weapons and equipment, the dwarves say that they are the second, and no one dares to say that they are the first. This is Tang Si's confidence. She felt that Lu Ming was just comforting her, not to mention whether the arms factory Lu Ming said was true. Even if Lu Ming did build a military factory, the production capacity would definitely be incomparable to that of her dwarves. Little Luzi, let me tell you, this is produced by the dwarves, and it must be a fine product. The same weapons made by the dwarves have 20% higher performance than ordinary equipment. No one else can grab it, but you still refuse? Lu Ming knew that Tang Si didn't lie. Weapons made by the dwarves are indeed the most popular in the endless star universe. From pistol ammunition to space battleships, weapons and equipment of dwarves, all of them are hot-selling products that the masters of various planets scramble for. This is also the main reason why the dwarves are popular in the endless Xingyu. No matter how big the league, logistics are always indispensable. Therefore, the masters of the planets who control the dwarves in the endless star universe are all delicious, and each of them is rich and oily. And you don't dare to grab it, because you don't know how many major forces this dwarf planet master has cooperated with. If you rashly declare war, the unlucky one is likely to be yourself. The dwarves are a golden mountain. If you master the dwarves, it is equivalent to mastering the resources and connections of wealth. Lu Ming is very clear about this. Tang Si will definitely be a rich woman with endless stars in the future. If Lu Ming needs it, he will naturally not be polite to Tang Si. It's not at all what Tang Si thought. He was arrogant, embarrassed to speak, or something. In Lu Ming's view, since they have established a relationship, it is a family. Does the family still need to speak 2 words? Obviously not needed. It's just that Lu Ming really doesn't need Tang Si's support now. His own weapons and equipment are enough. And he just experienced a laser weapon today, and it was really hard for him to be tempted by traditional firearms. What's more, Tang Si herself has to fight a planetary defense battle. Although the dwarves are strong, they can't be careless, right? See, I won't joke about my future, trust me. The other end of the communication was silent. After a long time, Tang Si said, "That's fine, but you have to promise me one thing." "What's up?" "I can't tell you for the time being, but you can't refuse at that time." Duh. Chapter 15. Tang Si did not tell Lu Ming that he planned to start the planetary defense battle ahead of schedule, because she knew that if Lu Ming knew, she would definitely stop her. He would even threaten her not to accept her support to make her give up the idea. The battle to defend the planet is no child's play. If you are not careful, you will completely lose the qualification to become the master of the planet. Even the lucky ones who choose a powerful race don't dare to be so careless. Before the start of the Star Defense War, you have no idea what the test of Xingyu will give you. Perhaps the race that invaded your planet is the weak human race in people's eyes, or it may be the mighty starry beast. Everything is random. It does not mean that your race is strong and you can win. Mysterious. Well, I promise you. Hearing Lu Ming's reply, Tang Si nodded with satisfaction. Then Tang Si chatted with Lu Ming for another half an hour before cutting off the communication very reluctantly. Tang Si was lying on the bed with a sly smile on the corner of her mouth. Hee hee, stinky Lu Ming. Didn't you accept my weapon support? When the time comes, I will pull over with people and horses and see how you refuse. Thinking of her plan, Tang Si couldn't help but look forward to Lu Ming's shocked expression. By that time, all of her people have already taken her there, and the money for the transmission has already been paid, so Lu Ming can't rush her back. This trick is called cooked rice with raw rice. However, when she thought of the cost of transferring her core to Terra Star, where Lu Ming was located, Tang Si's personality was very carefree, and she couldn't help but feel a pain in the flesh. Sending a regiment of 100,000 people will cost a full 100,000 Xingyu coins. Xingyu coin is a hard currency circulating in the endless Xingyu, referred to as Xingyu coin. How expensive is it exactly? Let's put it this way. In the endless Xingyu trading line, 1 star coin can buy 10 able-bodied Terran coolies. At this stage, Tang Si can't take out even 1 star coin, let alone 100,000 star coins. Star coins can only be exchanged through various resources in the Xingyu trading line after the novice protection period has ended. Tang Si is still in the novice protection period, and there is no way to use the trading house at all, and naturally there is no way to get star coins. But since Tang Si dared to say that she would support Lu Ming, she naturally had her own way. As for the solution, it was naturally the dwarves she controlled. There are many planet masters who want to trade with the dwarves. For her, it is not difficult to obtain Xingyu coins. Although she has not ended the novice protection period, there is exactly one person who wants to trade with her. Tang Si thought about it and dialed the communication. Hey, classmate Tang, have you finally figured it out? The other end of the communication was none other than Zhou Xiaoguang. After entering endless Xingyu for the second time, Zhou Xiaoguang did not know where to know her planet number and her contact information. Zhou Xiaoguang has been courting her these days, promising various favorable treatments. But Tang Si was unmoved at all. She knew Zhou Xiaoguang's purpose very well. The other party went over her, nothing more than want her to act as the other party's logistics base. Tang Si would never agree to this. In this life, she only cares about one person and will only stand silently behind one person. And that person would not be Zhou Xiaoguang. Zhou Xiaoguang, I have said many times, I will not join your alliance. Let's die. Seeing that the communication was connected, Tang Si cut off all Zhou Xiaoguang's thoughts. Why? No, why? I just don't want to join. Is it because of Lu Ming? Zhou Xiaoguang, I warn you, if you dare to take action against Xiao Luzi, I will bite you even if the fish die. Hearing Zhou Xiaoguang mention Lu Ming, Tang Si's heart tightened. After several days of contact, she knew that Zhou Xiaoguang was behind the Zhou family. Although the Zhou family in endless Xingyu can't make much of a table, it is also a proper behemoth for a newcomer. What's more, Zhou Xiaoguang's race is a werewolf, cruel and bloodthirsty. If Zhou Xiaoguang really shot against Lu Ming would be more fortunate than lucky. Haha, classmate Tang has been thinking too much. Lu Ming and I are classmates. Naturally, we won't do this kind of thing. On the other end of the communication, Zhou Xiaoguang's words made Tang Si sneer. She wouldn't believe a word of what the other party said. At this moment, Tang Si's belief in wanting to become stronger became stronger and stronger. Only when she becomes a powerful planet master is she qualified to protect Lu Ming. Stop talking nonsense. I have a batch of weapons and equipment here. Do you want it? Tang Si didn't bother to waste her saliva talking nonsense to Zhou Xiaoguang, and went directly to the topic. We will trade if we want. I only accept star coins for payment. Lu Ming was naturally unaware of Tang Si's plan. Just knowing Tang Si, he would not have thought that Tang Si would dare to make a crazy move to start the planetary defense war in advance. It can only be said that he underestimated Tang Si's determination. Here, after Lu Ming ended the communication with Tang Si, he looked at the world chat channel. Seeing that there was no valuable news, he fell asleep. Early the next day, Lu Ming was woken up by Mio. Mio is now Lu Ming's official secretary, so there's no problem with letting Mio do anything. Your Majesty, Your Excellency Hannah has requested to see you. When Lu Ming put on clothes, Mio revealed his intentions. Hearing that Hannah wanted to see him, Lu Ming was stunned. Hannah wants to see him? Doesn't it mean that everyone in Krieger is autistic? How could Hannah take the initiative to come to see him? Did you say why? Mio shook his head. Even she had nothing to do with Hannah. The gas mask not only blocked the poisonous gas, but also concealed the communication between the Krieg soldiers and the outside world. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming took Mio to the palace hall, where Hannah had been waiting for a long time. Just like the first time I met Hannah, the other party always seemed to be dressed in a dark blue military coat and a gas mask. Just talking about this outfit, who would have thought that the person inside is actually a cute girl? Hannah, change your clothes before seeing me later and take off your mask. Lu Ming felt the need to change Hannah's thinking. Although it is Hannah's freedom to dress and dress up, can she feel the same when talking to a gas mask and talking to a cute girl? At least it's good to change into clothes and look good. Chapter 16. Tell me, what's the matter? When Hannah took off her helmet and gas mask, revealing her blonde hair, Lu Ming finally felt a lot more comfortable. Well, he admits that he is a face value party. After all, beauty is justice. Your Majesty, the weapons and equipment distributed by the military factory arrived yesterday afternoon. Hannah didn't pay too much attention to her appearance, or that the Krieg Death Corps had this character. Anyway, no matter what they look like, the impression they give others is the oppressive feeling of wearing a military coat and wearing a gas mask. They care more about when they can die faithfully than they care about their appearance. Arriving so soon, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He only visited the military factory yesterday, and he sent it there unexpectedly in the afternoon. To complete the change in such a short time, it has to be said that the efficiency is terrifying. For the efficiency of the Empire, Lu Ming simply loves it. In Blue Star, it is estimated that it will take a month to just gossip. How does it feel? How does the laser gun compare to the traditional firearms before you? As for weapons, only the owner who uses it has the most say. It's like shoes, others may fit, but you may be one size larger. Although Lu Ming is very confident in the laser weapons produced by the military factory, he is also very confident in Mio's think tank. But Krieger, represented by Hannah, has the most say. The laser gun is very powerful, but why didn't we issue a bayonet? Hannah was a little puzzled. Compared with the traditional firearms they were equipped with before, the Lucius laser gun was indeed much more powerful. After all, the principles of the two are fundamentally different. You must know that the military factory of the Daqin Empire has the black technology bonus of the Mio think tank. The quality of the light guns it produces are far superior to the same weapons that Lu Ming knows about. Take, for example, the hell guns that Krieg Grenadiers equip. In the world of Warhammer, the hell gun is really powerful, but because the battery compartment needs to be carried on the back. As a result, the hell gun requires frequent maintenance. So much so that some Krieg veterans lack trust in the hell gun and would rather be equipped with a Lucius laser gun than use the hell gun. However, with the addition of the black technology of the Mio think tank, the weapons produced by the Daqin Empire's standard military factory do not have these problems. However, these are only the answers given by the Mio think tank. How the weapons produced by the Daqin military factory are still known only after actual operation. Originally, Lu Ming thought that Hannah was here to reflect the flaws of the weapon, but it was not. Hannah came to ask why they were not given bayonets. Under the barrel of the Lucius laser gun, which is mainly equipped with the Krieg Death Corps, there is a slot for hanging a bayonet. However, when the arms factory distributed weapons, they did not give them the corresponding bayonet. So here comes Hannah. For the Krieg Death Corps, a weapon without a bayonet is soulless. Lu Ming looked at Hannah's calm and somewhat excessive face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why don't you have bayonets allotted to you? Don't you have any idea in your own mind? What? There is no bayonet to effect your charge, right? There is no bayonet, and the military factory has not yet started production. Lu Ming wanted to cut off Hannah's thoughts directly. All these reckless men who are full of charge in the province are all for nothing. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. There were laser guns, melt mines, fragmentation mines, quadruple artillery pieces, and the Macarius main battle tank. Why do Krieg people like to stab people in the face with bayonets so much? The Navy masters are not as active as you in the dance gang, okay? Hannah murmured inexplicably. For Hannah, Lu Ming is the supreme and great emperor to whom they all owe their allegiance. It is impossible to lie. Therefore, Hannah did not doubt the authenticity of Lu Ming's words at all, but simply thought that the military factory did not produce bayonets. Lu Ming looked at Hannah, and at this moment, the expressionless blonde girl finally had a living expression, disappointed with a bit of disgust. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. I can understand your disappointment that you were not given bayonets. But what does your disgusted expression mean? Do you think that the latest laser guns produced by the Empire are inferior to your traditional firearms with bayonets? Sometimes Lu Ming really wants to pry open Hannah's head to see what the brain circuits are like. What kind of brain circuit can make her show this expression? Your Majesty, may I make a request then? In the quiet palace hall, Hannah hesitated before speaking. Making demands of the Emperor seemed disrespectful to Hannah. They will do whatever the Emperor wants them to do, just obey orders. It's just that Hannah thought about the reaction of her core and finally said it. Say. Lu Ming looked at Hannah with interest, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thought that Hannah really had no desires. After working on it for a long time, she knows how to make demands. On the other hand, Hannah was relieved when she saw that Lu Ming was not angry. Your Majesty, can the military factory equip us with shovels? Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Hannah speechlessly, not knowing what to say anymore. He could understand what Hannah meant. Since there is no bayonet produced in the military factory, it is simply not necessary to use the bayonet. Replace them all with shovels. After all, for those old Kriegs, the bayonet is far from being as easy to use as a sapphire shovel. In their Krieg words, the bayonet thing has no loyalty from a shovel. Lu Ming is a little broken. Does this count as shooting himself in the foot? Looking at Hannah, Lu Ming said angrily. Isn't the Macarius tank powerful? Powerful. Is the range of the quadruple gun not far enough? Far. Is the Lucius laser gun bad? Easy. Then tell me, why do you have to use bayonets or sappers? Lu Ming really didn't understand Hannah, or all of Krieger's brain circuits. If you were an ordinary person, if you could hide in a safe place and attack the enemy, only a fool would rush to his death in a daze. Do you know what it means to be a gentleman without standing under a wall of danger? Do you like charging that much? Like, can you give me a reason? Hannah pondered for a moment, looked at Lu Ming earnestly with sapphire eyes, and said with a divine expression, the tradition of Krieg cannot be lost. Chapter 17. A good traditional craft cannot be lost. The reason given by Hannah made Lu Ming unable to refute it. After all, the charge of others is a manifestation of loyalty. If you stop them from charging, you are disloyal. In the Empire, the lack of absolute loyalty is the embodiment of absolute disloyalty. Disloyalty is rewarded with a bomb. For the Krieg Death Corps represented by Hannah, Lu Ming really has nothing to do. I will inform the military factory to step up production. You go back first. Lu Ming waved helplessly and motioned Hannah to leave first. He was afraid that if it went on like this, he would be mad at Hannah. After sending Hannah away, Lu Ming sighed. Others were afraid that the soldiers under his command would not dare to rush up, but he was afraid that his precious pimples would charge all at once. The point is that he hasn't had any formal reason to stop it, so why should it make sense? After thinking for a long time, Lu Ming didn't come up with any good solution. Forget it, let them go. When it's a big deal, I personally go into battle and stare at these reckless men. No matter how keen Krieg was to charge, he wouldn't disobey his orders openly. When he thought that his dignified human emperor would actually go into battle to supervise the battle in person, Lu Ming felt inexplicably aggrieved. This supervising battle is not the supervising battle. He is trying to hold his own soldiers to the death, for fear that they will all die. As long as there is an Astartes warrior, does Lu Ming need to suffer this kind of grievance? Your Majesty, each regiment does not have its own way of survival, and the Krieg Death Corps naturally has their reasons for doing that. Mio comforted Lu Ming, who was battered. Mio had no opinion on the fighting style of the Krieg Death Corps. In other words, in Mio's eyes, other than Lu Ming, other people are insignificant at all, even the Krieg Death Corps under Lu Ming. The only meaning of Mio's existence is to serve Lu Ming, and she won't bother about anything else. Just follow Lu Ming's orders to do things, and it is enough to give Lu Ming some advice at critical moments. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. He didn't know what Mio meant. Just as the Dark Angels are forever loyal, my first legion has no secrets. Among the many legions of the Empire, Krieg is not so outstanding. although they are proficient in trench warfare and siege warfare. But the tactics were rigid and the fighting style lacked flexibility. Among the many legions, the Krieg Death Corps can only be regarded as the middle level. Looking at every battle Krieger participated in, it was a great victory in exchange for tragic sacrifice. Perhaps for Krieg soldiers, death is redemption. But the terribly high battle damage ratio could not be erased. When it comes to Krieg, the first thing that comes to mind is loyalty, which is one of the few mortal core that makes the four hawkers feel troublesome. The reason why the Krieg Death Corps is liked by so many people is probably because of their unique tragic and solemnity. I like it because it's tragic. Because I like it, I don't want them to die in vain. This is the truest thought in Lu Ming's mind. It's a pity that he can't change Krieg, nor can he stop Krieger's loyalty. By the way, Mio, how long until the 1-month deadline? 13 days, Your Majesty. 13 days. Lu Ming murmured, frowning slightly. 13 days later, the novice protection period ends, when unknown creatures are about to invade Terra. The Star Defense War will also officially start. Before that, Lu Ming has one more thing to do. Mio, how long will it take to gather the entire population of Terra Star into several large cities? Lu Ming is going to make a big migration for the people of his planet. Although the Great Migration will affect people's normal life to a certain extent, and even affect the production capacity and normal operation of the Empire. But Lu Ming had a reason to do it. Now his Terra Empire is not the behemoth that occupies tens of millions of planets. He has only one planet, and that is the planet Terra below his feet. For Lu Ming, population is an important strategic resource, which cannot be lost without loss. In the face of the upcoming planetary defense battle, Lu Ming wants to protect his people as much as possible. Planet defense battle, the invasive species is unknown, and the invasion location is unknown. All he can do is to gather the population of Terra and send troops to garrison. Your Majesty, if you consider the property of the people, it will take at least 3 months to gather the entire population of Terra. And if you choose the local principle and concentrate the population to the nearest large city, the time will be greatly shortened, and it is expected to be completed in about 20 days. Mio gave his answer. It is naturally impossible to concentrate all on one point. Looking at Terra, there are 5 billion people in the world. No city can accommodate so many people. So you can only choose the principle of proximity. Concentrate the population as much as possible to some large cities. Mio, immediately issue an order to implement a large migration plan to concentrate the population as much as possible. In addition, building fortresses in large population gatherings does not require these fortresses to block the enemy, but only that they can persist until reinforcements arrive. Also, ask the Ministry of the Interior to prepare logistical materials, and don't make any fuss in the middle. Everything quickly. Lu Ming gave his orders in an orderly manner, while Mio next to him recorded them one by one. Not long after Mio left, the Holy Terra Empire issued the latest order on a global scale. The command lets the population migrate, choosing the nearest large gathering place. The time is expected to last for about a week, allowing local authorities to prepare. Under the orders of Lu Ming, the huge machine of the Holy Terra Empire was operating rapidly. People scattered all over the world packed their bags and gathered towards the large gathering mentioned in the broadcast. At the same time, the Imperial Engineering Department also received orders. Build resistance fortresses around the major gathering places, and be sure to ensure the security of the gathering places. Taking advantage of the population migration and the construction of the fortress, Lu Ming ordered Hannah to expand the army by at least 1 million at the fastest speed. The munitions factory will be fully operational, producing the weapons and equipment needed by the Krieg Death Corps. After the weapons and equipment are installed, these corps will be dispatched to the newly built major fortresses to be stationed. All the arrangements are just to meet the upcoming planetary defense war. Chapter 18. Your Majesty, everything is ready. In the palace hall, Tang Si sat on the throne. Below are several generals of the dwarf race, each with big shoulders and round waists, with solid muscles bulging high. The most impressive thing about the dwarves is their short stature and their explosively strong upper body. It gives people a very strong sense of disobedience, but at the same time there is a strange sense of rudeness and security. Tang Si looked at the dwarf general in the hall and nodded solemnly. Although Tang Si's facial expression was calm, the hand on the throne was covered with sweat. Planet defense. The existence of every newly born planet master must be treated with caution. But she has to start her own planetary defense battle ahead of time. I have to say, this is a big gamble. If she wins, she can use this time difference to help Lu Ming through the difficulties. And if she loses, she will have nothing, and she will be completely missed from the endless Xingyu. Breathe in, breathe out. Tang Si took a deep breath and opened her planet control panel. Name, Tang Si. Planet number, 178955. Native race, dwarves. Empire, dwarf star. Tang Si's gaze directly skipped a long list of information about the planet and focused on the final planetary defense battle. Star Wars. Countdown to 12 days can be opened in advance. Looking at the option of Start the Star Defense War in advance below, Tang Si's heartbeat became faster and faster, as if to jump out of his throat. There is no turning back when the bow is opened. Once the planetary defense war begins, there is no way to turn back. Either complete the planet defense battle and become the official planet master. Either fail, quit endless Xingyu. Like Lu Ming, Tang Si didn't know anything about the war she was about to face before the Star Defense War began. What species, where did it invade from, and what kind of tactics the opponent was good at? Everything is an unknown. Little Lucy, if you dare to treat me badly in the future, I will die for you to see. Tang Si gritted her teeth and started her own planetary defense battle. Ding, planet number 178955 starts the planetary defense battle in advance. Please prepare the planet master. Ding, the battle to defend the planet starts. The invading race, the half-lizard race. Number of invasions, 500,000. It has started. Tang Si glanced at the information displayed on the planet control panel. Her heart tightened. The half-lizard race is an intermediate race that likes a humid living environment, and most of its habitable planets are aquatic planets. Half-lizardmen are humanoid creatures with a lizard head and a slender body, with sharp claws on their limbs and deadly toxins. The tongue is slender, the sense of smell is sharp, the pupil is vertical pupil, and the dynamic vision is outstanding. But the most troublesome part of the half-lizardman is the scales attached to the body. That layer of scale armor is a natural protection for the half-lizardman. The scales are like fish scales, light and small, and the weight is also very light, which does not affect the movements of the half-lizardman at all. Moreover, the scale armor is very defensive, 4 to 5 times higher than that of Blue Star's body armor. The half-lizardmen are undoubtedly an extremely difficult start for some newly born planet masters. But after reading the introduction of the half-lizardman, Tang Si breathed a long sigh of relief. Without him, the half-lizardmen like to live in water, and their fighting power on the aquatic planet is almost doubled. Unfortunately, his dwarf star is an out-and-out desert planet. Not to mention the arid climate, the planet's temperature is extremely high. With the exception of the dwarves who were born to deal with smelting, this is a natural melting pot for most races. The invasive species is the half-lizard race, with a number of 500,000, and its combat effectiveness on our planet has been greatly weakened. Tang Si breathed a sigh of relief, and her dangling heart finally fell. Looking at several dwarf generals in the hall, Tang Si gave her order. Lazef, immediately investigate the location of the half-lizardman, and once it is identified, immediately assemble an army and prepare to encircle and suppress it. Also, replacing armor-piercing bullets for soldiers, half-lizardman scale armor is quite tricky. Train artillery, Mark II heavy artillery, Thunder main battle tank, pull them up for me, and smash them. For the dwarf star. Tang Si's words echoed in the hall. After Tang Si gave the order, the dwarf generals below knelt on the ground and hammered their chests with their right hands. For the dwarf star. Victory. Although the dwarves are rude and good at drinking, there is still a little bit of inconsistency. But the efficiency of the dwarves is still very high. In the face of war, all the dwarves stand ready. In addition to the dwarf army formed by Tang Si, even those ordinary dwarves are also fully armed. This is another strength of dwarves. Thanks to the exquisite craftsmanship of the dwarves, every dwarf can arm himself to the teeth without relying on external force. Moreover, The dwarves are born with strong physical fitness and explosive strength. Once the war comes, the dwarves can be said to be all soldiers. But from this point of view, many races simply cannot be compared with dwarves, including humans. Most of the soldiers of the Terran are professionally trained, and a complete set of processes is required to cultivate the combat quality of the soldiers. When an untrained human race goes to the battlefield, it is almost no different from Baijia. Of course, I'm talking about ordinary humans here. Like the Krieg Death Corps, Katakan Macho, etc. are not included in this list. Under the operation of the dwarves, the invasion site of the half-lizardmen was soon discovered. It's hard to die. The location of the half-lizardmen is actually in the center of the most extensive, largest, and hottest desert in the Lover planet. This discovery can be said to make Tang Si happy. The half-lizardmen came to her planet, and their combat power was cut in half. This is good. The other party is still in the driest and hottest place. This is tantamount to a disaster for the half-lizardmen who have good water. Just like humans need oxygen, half-lizardmen also need rich moisture. And the half-lizardmen living in the dry, sun-dried deserts are no different from the human races that appear in places where oxygen is scarce, such as plateaus. On the contrary, the dwarves naturally like to forge because of inheritance problems. Forging is inseparable from the furnace, and it is naturally more heat-resistant. Under the situation, Tang Si even wondered if she didn't need to do anything, as long as she surrounded these half-lizardmen in the desert and prevented them from coming out. Before long, the half-lizardmen were drying themselves into jerky. Chapter 19. Shortly after Tang Si started the Planet Defense War, the World Chat channel suddenly became lively. Breaking news. Someone started the Planetary Defense War in advance. F*CK, what did that big smart do? Number 178955. It seems to be the lord of the planet of the dwarves. Dwarves? The future local tyrants. Tisk TSK. Racial bullshit is squatting. It's not like I'm still struggling. One day is one day. Who says it's not? Enjoy the power and status you have now, because you may not experience it after the battle for planetary defense. Because Tang Si started the Planetary Defense War in advance, she became famous. Even the planet with her number 178955 and the dwarves are also famous. For the newly born lord of the planet, everyone can't wait for the novice protection period to last as long as 1 or 2 years. In this way, they can have more time to strengthen their strength to deal with the next planetary defense battle. But Tang Si did the opposite, attracting many people to talk about it. That is, Lu Ming was busy with his own affairs at this time and did not pay attention to the chat channel. Otherwise, let's talk about feelings with Tang Si. Start the planetary defense battle ahead of time. Isn't the brain dead? On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoguang, who was very jealous of Tang Si's dwarf clan, also discovered Tang Si's crazy actions. Boom. Zhou Xiaoguang slapped the table with a slap, his face grim. Tang Si, what are you doing? For Tang Si's move to start the planetary defense war in advance, Zhou Xiaoguang can be said to be very angry. He has long regarded Tang Si, or the dwarves controlled by Tang Si, as his own. Now that everyone is out of the novice protection period, he has nothing to do with Tang Si. But once the novice protection period is over, he has 100 ways to make Tang Si submit with his back to the Zhou family. Either tie Tang Si to her chariot, or declare war on Tang Si and take it. In short, Zhou Xiaoguang felt that he had settled for Tang Si. What he didn't expect was that Tang Si actually started the planetary defense war in advance. It's okay to win. Tang Si and her dwarves are still there. If this is lost, all of Zhou Xiaoguang's previous arrangements will be in vain. The bamboo basket was empty, nothing more than that. After thinking about it for a while, Zhou Xiaoguang quickly understood the meaning of Tang Si's actions. Lu Ming. A cold look flashed in Zhou Xiaoguang's eyes. He is not a fool. How could Tang Si start the planetary defense war in advance for no reason? He didn't believe Tang Si, didn't understand the risk of doing so. Since Tang Si did this, she must have her own reasons. And Zhou Xiaoguang can only think of Lu Ming. Lu Ming chose the human race. Humans are notoriously trash in endless Xingyu. So the reason why Tang Si is so anxious to start the planetary defense war is to help Lu Ming later. Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Xiaoguang's eyes showed a strong jealousy. In the endless star universe, The dwarves are the logistical support. There is no force that is not greedy. Zhou Xiaowang finally met a lucky guy. How could he let go so easily? And the Zhou family behind him is bound to win for Tang Xi. And in order to control Tang Xi and her dwarves, the Zhou family gave Zhou Xiaowang great support. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaowang, a rookie who has not been out of the novice protection period. Where did the star coins come from to trade with Tang Xi? It's not that the Zhou family behind him is secretly supporting him. Now that Tang Xi suddenly came out like this, Zhou Xiaowang felt scared, but his hatred for Lu Ming also deepened. If it weren't for Lu Ming's trash, Tang Xi would not have done such a risky thing at all. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's stab in the middle, Tang Xi would probably have joined his alliance. All this is because of that trash Lu Ming. Zhou Xiaowang was furious in his heart. It's better to leave the venue as soon as possible if you choose the garbage of the human race. Why do you have to interfere with his plan? In the room, Zhou Xiaowang looked gloomy. After thinking for a while, Zhou Xiaowang opened the planet control panel and dialed out a communication. Hey Dad, it's me. Well, Lu Ming's planet number is 124909. I checked it out. In the G8 star field. I know. I will contact the other party. When Lu Ming starts the planetary defense war, I will let the other party act. Don't worry, Dad. As long as there is no obstacle like Lu Ming, Tang Xi will definitely join us. Zhou Xiaowang hung up the communication. His expression was unpredictable. Not long after, Zhou Xiaowang broadcasted again according to the communication given by his father. Do you have a deal to do? The other party is a novice who chooses the human race. I want you to loot the other side's planet while the other side starts the planetary defense war. Under Zhou Xiaowang's arrangement, a fight against Lu Ming is slowly unfolding. The client, Lu Ming, had no idea about these. He is not an immortal or a prophet, and even if you know it, you won't take it too seriously. Others thought that the novice protection period was his protection, but only Lu Ming knew it. The so-called novice protection period is actually a restriction on him. Once the shackles of the new search protection period are unlocked, the Empire will reveal its true fangs. At that time, all kinds of black technologies in the Empire will emerge one after another, let alone Zhou Xiaowang. Even 10 Zhou Xiaowang are not enough for him to fight. All conspiracies stem from their own lack of strength. If one's own strength is absolutely strong, who would like to play those vain things? Wouldn't he be fragrant if he was pushed horizontally? Fewer dead brain cells can also reduce the chance of becoming bald. Why not do it? In the endless stars, many people who know some information about Tang Xi are paying close attention to Tang Xi's every move. Like Zhou Xiaowang, everyone is envious of Tang Xi's dwarfs. If Tang Xi wins, they will not hesitate to throw an olive branch and win over each other. If Tang Xi loses, there will be no after. Losing is the end of everything. Endless Xingyu is very realistic and cruel, and the Star Defense War is just the first test. Even if he is the official Chun Wei Planet Master, he can't have the slightest carelessness in the endless stars. Because you don't know how many hungry wolves staring at you all around you, just waiting to devour you when you relax. For hundreds of years, there have been many planets that have been conquered and divided among the endless stars. It's just different from the planetary defense battle. If the planetary defense battle is lost, it will quit endless Xingyu. Although the masters of the conquered planets have become bereaved dogs, they can also become interstellar pirates, or temporarily depend on others, waiting for an opportunity for revenge. Chapter 20. Your Majesty, the research on war horses at the Genetic Engineering Research Institute has made preliminary progress. This is the report submitted by the Research Institute. Please take a look. In the main hall of the Imperial Palace of Terra, Mio placed a report on Lu Ming's desk, then quietly stepped back and stood aside. Get out so soon? Since Lu Ming first came into contact with Hannah, he had the idea of cultivating war horses. As for what the Krieg Death Corps is more famous for, in addition to the anti-all sapper shovel, the most famous is the Krieg Death Cavalry. Similar to the medieval cavalry combat style, with modern combat equipment, the Krieg Death Cavalry has become a nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield. The Krieg Death Cavalry generally do not operate on a large scale with the Krieg Legion, and their positioning is very clear. Either assist the Corps to attack and tear open a hole in the opponent's defense line, or take the initiative to attack after the enemy has fled harvest a wave of heads to expand the results, and effectively destroy the opponent's living force. And since the Krieg Death Cavalry is a cavalry, there is no way to bypass the horse. Regular warhorses are clearly not desirable. Modern warfare is no longer the cold weapon of the Middle Ages, and the conventional warhorse is already frightened by the explosion on the battlefield. So if you want to form a Krieg Death Cavalry, you must cultivate a group of horses that can adapt to the current battlefield environment. It was at that time that Mio set up the Genetic Engineering Research Institute according to Lu Ming's instructions. Collect national gene samples, draw gene maps, and genetic engineering is officially launched. Therefore, Lu Ming entrusted the important task of cultivating war horses to the Genetic Engineering Research Institute. Lu Ming would not use his own people to do experiments, but if it was a war horse, it would be another matter. And the Genetic Engineering Research Institute did not live up to his expectations and successfully developed an improved version of the war horse. Lu Ming picked up the report and scanned it for a moment. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Although there is a reference plan provided by the Mio think tank at the Genetic Engineering Research Institute, the excellence of this improved warhorse is still somewhat beyond Lu Ming's perception. For war horses, the first thing people think of is the kind of steed that gallops on the prairie with its hoofs flying. However, the report submitted by the Genetic Engineering Research Institute completely subverted Lu Ming's perception of war horses. The horses in the report, let's call them horses. In addition to having a similar appearance to ordinary horses, this improved creature cannot be called a horse at all. Why are they similar in appearance? Because these war horses have completely shed their fur compared to ordinary horses. The muscles that were poured with steel bars were bulging, and they were so nakedly exposed to the air. Compared with ordinary horses, the stature of the improved war horse is extremely strong. The neck and thorax are wider and longer. Its hooves are also wider, and even the hooves have a metallic luster. According to the description in the report, the war horses that have been improved by the Genetic Engineering Research Institute can run fast in harsher environments. Moreover, it is extremely powerful, and it can even smash the enemy into pieces with the help of horseshoes. The report also describes the breeding process of the warhorse. In order to make this warhorse better adapt to the battlefield, the researchers injected various chemical drugs and stimulant drugs into the blood of the warhorse. Make the warhorse more bloodthirsty and fierce. This kind of warhorse will become extremely excited on the battlefield and will not be intimidated by weapons and explosions. Conversely, the sound of explosions can make them even more violent. On the battlefield, the improved warhorse will charge without hesitation, tearing apart the enemy's front line fiercely. Finally, the report also states that such steeds will be equipped with a standard set of armor. Thanks to the reference in the Mio think tank, this type of armor is not the helmet-type armor of Warhammer that only covers the head of the horse, but a heavy armor similar to the ancient heavy cavalry. This heavy armor is made of imperial alloy material and has excellent defensive performance. And under the head armor of the war horse will also be equipped with a respirator to prevent the war horse from inhaling toxic gases in extreme environments. After reading the report submitted by the Research Institute, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Terra is not the home planet of Krieg. It has not been peacefully washed, and there is no such harsh environment. In this case, it is naturally impossible to rely on natural evolution to obtain the powerful warhorse of Krieg's home planet. But natural evolution is not possible, which does not mean that other means cannot be used. Your Majesty, along with the report, the Research Institute also sent equipment for cavalry, just outside the main hall. Would you like to take a look? Lu Ming put down the report and said softly. She knew that Lu Ming valued the Krieg Death Cavalry very much. Although it is somewhat reversed to maintain the cavalry system in endless Xingyu, who made the Krieg Death Cavalry powerful. Look, must see. When Lu Ming heard Mio's words, he immediately stood up and walked outside the hall. There are some equipment in the corridor outside the main hall, where 2 guards are guarding, and there is a researcher in a white coat next to it. In order to prevent danger, these equipments were not sent into the palace hall. Your Majesty, this is Mr. John Sun, the head of the Research Institute. Mio introduced Lu Ming to the side. Seeing Lu Ming, John performed an imperial courtesy and said respectfully, "See Your Majesty the Great Emperor." No need to be polite. Lu Ming waved his hand, pointed to the equipment in front of him, and said, "Introduce me." Hearing that, Johnny didn't do anything extra, just picked up a small box from the ground and opened it. "Your Majesty, this is the medicine injected into the warhorse. This red reagent can keep the warhorse in a state of maximum excitement and be more aggressive. And this blue reagent has the effect of a tranquilizer, which is convenient for soldiers to control the warhorse and calm down the warhorse quickly after the war. The improved warhorse was originally stimulated by drugs, and now it can achieve twice the result with half the effort when paired with these drugs." Lu Ming nodded, although he didn't understand the technical content of this. But it is still understandable. Then John took up the most eye-catching metal spear on the side. "Your Majesty, this is the touch-type explosive spear that the Krieg Death Cavalry needs to equip. It is made of Imperial Light alloy material, 3.8 meters long, and has certain anti-armor capabilities." Chapter 21. This is a touch-type explosive spear. According to the information provided by Mio-sama, the explosive spear adopts a segmented design. After the explosive spear touches the target, the explosive device connected to the spear tip will be triggered, and the powerful explosive force will be converted into kinetic energy in an instant, penetrating the enemy's armor. The first explosive spear will automatically fall off after being triggered, and the second explosive spear will take its place. The explosive spear is divided into 3 sections and can be used 3 times. Lu Ming looked at the explosive spear in John's hand and nodded slightly. Obviously, this explosive spear is modified, not the one-off explosive spear in Warhammer. The explosive spear in the Warhammer has only one head, and once triggered once, there is only a bare barrel left. For the Krieg Death Cavalry, this gun has no use other than to fly the battle flag and can only be discarded. However, the touch-type explosive spear developed by the Research Institute can be used 3 times. If it is not worried that the explosion of the gun head will affect the charging cavalry, it can even be used more than 5 times. It's just that with the triggering of the explosive spear, the gun barrel will become shorter and shorter, and the power of the explosive spear is likely to hurt the user. Therefore, the design of the 3-stage explosive spear was adopted in the design to maintain it within a safe range. For this design, Lu Ming is naturally not dissatisfied. The touch-type explosive spear is no longer reproduced, and life safety is still the first. There is no doubt about that. Krieg Death Cavalry can die on the way to the charge, but must not die in the hands of their own weapons. Your Majesty, the Death Cavalry will be equipped with a touch explosive spear, an alloy sword, and a laser pistol. Having said that, Johnson showed Lu Ming the alloy sword and laser pistol next to him. The alloy war knife is also made of alloy produced by the Imperial Alloy Foundry. In other words, all the equipment in the Empire is inseparable from the alloy foundry. After all, in terms of the minerals mined by Terra Star, the alloys produced by the alloy foundry represent the pinnacle. In the future, unless the Empire can mine or with higher strength, it can only use alloy materials from the alloy foundry. The alloy war knife is straight and has a single edge, which is somewhat similar to the Tang knife in Lu Ming's impression. There is a ring handle at the handle, which can better protect the cavalry's hand holding the sword and make the sword less likely to slip. For high-speed charging and high-mobility cavalry, the design of the alloy sword is undoubtedly suitable for non-production. The single-sided blade allows the cavalry to slash more efficiently, and the straight design of the blade is also conducive to piercing. The alloy sword can split the enemy like a watermelon, and it can also pierce the enemy like a skewer. The laser pistol equipped with Krieg Death Cavalry also has its own uniqueness. Its most exquisite design is that it is small enough that it will not affect the cavalry's performance on the horse. Moreover, the laser pistol can change the battery compartment with one hand, which greatly enhances the convenience. These 3 weapons are the main combat weapons of Krieg's Death Cavalry equipment. As for the others, there are Krieg's standard hot melt mines, fragment mines, and so on. Lu Ming looked away from the alloy sword and laser pistol and looked at the armor on one side. Your Majesty, this is the upper body armor and clothing specially designed for cavalry. John News continued to introduce Lu Ming with great discernment. With John's remarks, Lu Ming also understood what the clothing and armor of the entire cavalry were like. The first is clothing. In terms of clothing, Krieg Death Cavalry are no different from ordinary Krieg soldiers. Same dark blue army coat with gas mask. The only difference is that the Death Cavalry wear longer, over-the-knee riding boots. This kind of riding boots is added with alloy material powder produced by the alloy foundry, which can protect the leg position of the cavalry to a certain extent. On the upper body of the Death Cavalry, it will be equipped with an armor similar to that of the Krieg Grenadiers. With this set of equipment, Lu Ming dare not say that he has armed his Krieg Death Cavalry to the teeth. But it can also be regarded as the maximum protection of the personal safety of the cavalry. You must know that the equipment requirements for cavalry are very strict. The first is to be light and not affect the full speed of the cavalry. The most important thing for cavalry is mobility. Once the speed is reduced, this advantage will disappear. Therefore, the armor for the cavalry should not only be light in weight, but also have good protection. Next is the weaponry. The cavalry's battles are often fleeting, and they do not entangle too much with the enemy. A battle is often a charge. Therefore, the weapons and equipment of the cavalry must support them to carry out effective strikes to the greatest extent possible, and they must also be concise enough. There is no need for land on the warhorse, especially telling the galloping warhorse. The cavalry did not have as much time to use cumbersome weapons. For them, the simplest weapon is often the best. Obviously, the Institute has a good understanding of the cavalry, and all the designs are very suitable for the style of cavalry combat. Not bad. I am very satisfied with these designs. For the design of the Research Institute, Lu Ming is not stingy in his praise. For those who are loyal to him, Lu Ming will not say nonsense such as, "It's far away, and we have to make persistent efforts." Good is good. Long time to praise. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise. This is the effort of all the staff of our institute, not me alone. When John Sun heard Lu Ming's words, his face showed unstoppable joy and pride. Although these designs are the result of the joint efforts of the entire Research Institute, but there is also a credit to him, John, isn't it? As a member of the Academy, he is honored to be praised by the great Emperor. Mio, send a message to the Ministry of the Interior that the research funding of the Genetic Engineering Research Institute can be appropriately relaxed. Verbal praise is a spiritual reward, while research funding is a tangible material reward. I want the horse to run, and I want the horse not to eat grass. How can such a good thing be possible? Especially for institutions such as research institutes, the adequacy of research funds greatly affects the research and development of science and technology. Thanks to the many black technologies in the Mio think tank, Lu Ming values these high-tech talents in the Research Institute most. Only they can restore the black technology in the Mio think tank in reality. Naturally, Lu Ming will not be stingy with the funding of the Research Institute. Chapter 22. Mio, bring these gear, and let's go to Hannah. Since there are special equipment for cavalry, it is natural to form Krieg Death Cavalry. And the formation of the Krieg Death Cavalry undoubtedly requires Hannah to work hard. The best way is to select seasoned veterans from the Krieg Death Corps to serve as cavalry. This is also a tradition of the Krieg Death Corps. Grenadiers are drawn from Krieg veterans, and Death Cavalry are drawn from Krieg veterans. It can be seen that in the Krieg Death Corps, the veterans are a symbol of glory. Although these veterans are only relative, compared with the recruits, the veterans may have enlisted at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. With Mio and the first set of cavalry equipment sent by the Institute, Lu Ming rushed to the garrison of the Krieg Death Corps. 10 kilometers outside the city of Terra stands a huge military fortress. This military fortress is the garrison of the Krieg Death Corps, and it can also be said to be the headquarters of Krieg. The training and selection of the Krieg Death Corps will be carried out in this huge military fortress. Afterwards, qualified Krieg soldiers will be dispatched to the major fortresses currently under construction on Terra Star to be stationed. When Lu Ming saw this fortress, his first impression was that it was big, incredibly large. The 100-meter-high city wall made ordinary people seem so insignificant when standing in front of him. The huge city walls painted with alloy materials produced by the Imperial Alloy Foundry are full of a strong doomsday wasteland style. The huge light, gray city walls give people a sense of oppression that goes straight into the soul. This sense of oppression is exactly the same as that of the Krieg Death Corps. Seeing the rough, tall city walls in this wasteland style, it is easy to think of Krieg's home planet. The planet that was peacefully washed because of the rebellion and was covered by various poisonous gases all the year round. Although Terra Star has beautiful scenery and pleasant climate, Lu Ming always has the illusion that Terra Star has turned into the mother star of Krag when he sees this huge military fortress. As soon as the idea came up, Lu Ming quickly shook his head. Throw this horrible and absurd thought out of your head. With the blessing of the black technology of the Mio think tank, the beautiful Terra Star under his feet will never become the broken appearance of the Krag mother star. Absolutely not. Lu Ming retracted his gaze from the city wall and looked at the huge city gate in front of him. Perhaps for a civilization in the early stages of space exploration, a military fortress similar to a medieval castle is somewhat inconsistent. But it is very practical. If nothing else, this huge physique alone gives people an unparalleled sense of security. And this sense of security is not what those bustling streets and high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete can give. Lu Ming glanced at the ground in front of Krieg Fortress, and the corners of his mouth twitched. One after another trenches stretched into the distance, crisscrossing each other. At first glance it looks like plowed ground, full of clutter and mess. I know that you Krieg are good at trench warfare, but you don't dig so many trenches in front of your own house. Aren't you afraid of going out at night and stepping on the air, falling a dog and eating shit? While complaining, Lu Ming walked towards the gate of the fortress along the only fairly flat road under his feet. Lu Ming guessed that the reason why Hannah left such a barely flat main road was probably for the access of the motorcade from the military factory. If it weren't for logistical supplies, it is estimated that these old Kriegers could use trenches to surround this huge fortress 3 times in 3 circles. Coming to the gate of the fortress, Lu Ming once again felt the majesty of this fortress. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and as the door moved, the heavy rumbling sound made people no doubt the defensiveness of this alloy door. From Lu Ming's point of view, even if it were to attack with the Macarius Conqueror tank, it would take half a month for it to be fully fired. Boom, boom, boom. Walking into the military fortress, Lu Ming saw Krieg soldiers patrolling back and forth. Dressed in dark blue army coats and gas masks, these Krieg soldiers walked in neat strides. When they saw Lu Ming, these Krieg soldiers would stop to salute Lu Ming and then resume their work. There were no conversations and no unnecessary words. Lu Ming also smiled when he saw this scene. He was used to the silent nature of the Krieg soldiers. It is very rare for a person with autism to have a Krieger who can talk like Hannah. Lu Ming and Mio didn't take a few steps before they saw a group of Krieg soldiers approaching. After seeing Lu Ming again, the leader gave a salute and then took off his helmet and mask. Sure enough, Peugeot's new golden hair spread out like a waterfall. Who else could it be if it wasn't Hannah? Lu Ming was very pleased that Hannah took the initiative to take off her mask. It seems that although Krieger is more stubborn, he is still very obedient to his words. He told Hannah to take off her helmet and mask when she saw him. Didn't he do that? Everyone came to the conference hall of the military fortress, and Lu Ming also explained his purpose. Mio showed Hannah and some of the Krieg officers around him the equipment sent by the Research Institute, and everyone's eyes lit up. How? With these equipment, can you form Krieg Death Cavalry? Including Hannah, the eyes of all Krieg officers in the conference hall were firmly locked on the conspicuous touch-type explosive spear. That look was like a hungry wolf seeing a rabbit, and he wanted to stick to it. Hannah was the first to react to Lu Ming's words. Reluctantly, he looked away from the explosive spear and looked at Lu Ming. Yes, Your Majesty. Okay. Hannah's speech is still the same, concise and efficient. Sometimes Lu Ming wondered if it would be harder to get Krieg soldiers to say one more word than to send them to their deaths. It's really difficult. No need to worry about it. Well, the cavalry equipment has already been produced at the military factory. For the time being, let's set up a death cavalry of 50,000 people. You are responsible for this matter, Hannah. Although Hannah is a blonde beauty, she looks very seductive. But the other party was too silent. From the time he entered the door until now, Hannah had spoken no more than 10 words. Lu Ming couldn't take it anymore and wanted to leave after explaining the task. Communicating with people with autism is really hard. Chapter 23. Seeing that Hannah nodded and agreed, Lu Ming was about to leave. To be honest, although he liked the Krieg Legion very much in his past life and this life, I also highly respect these soldiers who died silently and silently used their lives to serve the Empire. But if it was a daily chat, Lu Ming would rather chat with the little maid in the palace hall than chat with the Kriegers. So embarrassing. Of the 10 minutes of chat, he was talking for 9 minutes and 50 seconds. The remaining 10 seconds may be when the Krieg soldier responds with or something. What kind of person can talk to death? The big Krieg who can look at you so directly and make you consciously shut up and keep silent is the most awesome, right? Lu Ming looked at Hannah, looked at the officers around her who couldn't see their true faces at all, and shook his head speechlessly. Team Fort Krieg is probably the quietest of all the regiments. Except for the footsteps of soldiers patrolling, the sound of training gunfire, and the roar of tank engines, there was no other sound. Depressed, indescribable depression. Lu Ming intends to leave here quickly. If he stayed any longer, he felt that he was either assimilated into an autistic patient by the Krieg soldiers, or he was simply suffocated. Lu Ming intends to leave. However, when he turned his head to look at Hannah, he found that the man's eyes were already on the exploding spear. It seemed that the blasting spear was more attractive than the one he had come from the Emperor. This scene made Lu Ming furious. He is the Emperor of the Holy Terra Empire, and in Krieg's eyes, there is not an explosion spear as important. It just doesn't make sense. You are disloyal. Lu Ming opened his mouth to say something, but finally shook his head helplessly. Just when Lu Ming turned around and was about to leave, Hannah finally spoke up. His Majesty. Okay. When Lu Ming heard Hannah speak, he immediately became happy. It seems that the Emperor still has a lot of weight in Hannah's heart. The reason why the other party ignored him before may be because he saw the explosive spear for the first time, so he was just curious. Once this curiosity is over, he is the most important emperor. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth couldn't stop rising. What's the matter? Say it. Lu Ming waved his hand, saying that I am happy today, and if you have any requests, feel free to mention it. Your Majesty, I want to remove the identity of Commander Krieg. Why? Lu Ming looked at Hannah in confusion. This is fine. Why did you suddenly propose to resign? Could it be that someone secretly stumped the Krieg Corps? Is someone embarrassing you? Lu Ming frowned, looking at Hannah, and asked. Although from his point of view, this kind of thing is unlikely to happen. But where there are people, there will be fights, and even the Holy Terra cannot avoid it. Lu Ming had known this for a long time. It's just that Lu Ming has never paid attention to it. After all, this is human nature. When the water is clear, there are no fish. As long as people have their own thoughts, it is impossible to prevent them. From the Emperor's point of view, everyone in the Holy Terra Empire is absolutely loyal to him. As long as this kind of thing doesn't affect the operation and development of the Empire, Lu Ming won't bother. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Hannah shook her head slowly. Indicates that no such thing happened. I request a transfer to the Krieg Death Cavalry. Lu Ming. Hearing this, Lu Ming fell silent. You want to resign as commander of the Krieg Corps just to join the Krieg Death Cavalry? Dare to be outrageous? Lu Ming looked at Hannah and looked at the officers around Hannah. It was found that the officers also showed signs of eagerness to try. No, you can honestly wear it in the commander's seat. After speaking, Lu Ming turned his head and walked towards the door of the conference hall. Mio, let's go. Until he left the Krieg Corps fortress, Lu Ming was still a little uneasy. Want to transfer to the cavalry regiment? Want to run and charge without hesitation? I tell you, there are no doors. There was nothing to say all the way. Lu Ming returned to the palace and had nothing to do, so he ran to the bedroom to be lazy. Anyway, Mio helped him watch things in the Empire, and if there was any problem, he would be notified as soon as possible. For Mio, Lu Ming is very satisfied. Not only the black technology in the think tank, but also the ability to handle big and small things is outrageously strong. No matter how many things, Mio can always take care of Lu Ming in good order. Thanks to Mio, Lu Ming didn't want to be like other planet masters, tired like a dog all day. Lying on the bed, Lu Ming was a little bored, so he simply sent Tang Si a newsletter. I plan to get in touch with Tang Si for a relationship. Okay. The communication was hung up not long after dialing. This made Lu Ming frown slightly, not knowing what Tang Si was doing. Are you busy? Also, Tang Si doesn't have a right-hand man like Mio by her side, so it's normal to be busy. Inexplicably, Lu Ming thought of Tang Si's cute appearance while pouting and complaining while busy with various things. It's a pity that the two of them are not on the same planet now. Otherwise, it must be very interesting to see that expression with your own eyes. Lu Ming opened the planet control panel and entered the world chat channel. Although he has not ended the novice protection period, many functions are unavailable. But that didn't stop him from watching other people chat. A 3-star field, the Loki Chamber of Commerce offers a reward for the Rose Interstellar Pirates. Planet number 034879 has declared war on planet number 214785, and the 2-star masters are recruiting mercenaries on a large scale. Sell 300 million tons of hydrotitanium. Contact those who are interested. Planet number 178956. The Qing-Yun Alliance recruits allies. The Dwarf Star Masters in the Alliance are responsible for logistics, and the Werewolf Star Masters are responsible for shelter. All Star Masters are welcome to join. Looking at the information in these chat channels, Lu Ming said TSK Tisk in amazement. Sure enough, every day of endless Xingyu is wonderful, especially those star owners who sell minerals. Almost made Lu Ming's saliva almost drool. Unfortunately, he can't afford it now. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to see a planet number that he was familiar with. The planet number 178955 started the planetary defense war in advance. Does anyone know the result? Number 178955. Isn't this the dwarf planet of Tang Si's Hunyao? Lu Ming quickly opened the contact option on the control panel to confirm Tang Si's planet number. Planet number 178,955. Boom. Seeing this number, Lu Ming's mind exploded like thunder. How can this be? Chapter 24. Thinking about the situation where Tang Si's communication was hung up before, Lu Ming's unease became stronger and stronger. Subconsciously, Lu Ming wanted to contact Tang Si to confirm the situation. By the way, some lessons for this idiot who do things without thinking. But when the finger pressed on the communication, Lu Ming hesitated. If things are true, then Tang Si must be in the middle of an extremely tense battle now. If you just contact the other party like this, will it disturb her? What if Tang Si made a mistake in decision-making due to his own interruption and the planetary defense battle failed? Lu Ming hesitated in his heart, impatient like an ant on a hot pot. The tension was even stronger than he had experienced in the defense of the planet himself. Under normal circumstances, Tang Si would never refuse to answer his communications. And his communication was hung up. The only explanation is that Tang Si's battle situation is not optimistic. B***************. D. Lu Ming patted the head of the bed angrily, fidgeting. On the other hand, Tang Si took a bath very comfortably. The scene where Lu Ming imagined that the battle situation was anxious and even not optimistic did not appear at all. Because of the dry climate of the dwarf planet, the half-lizardmen don't even know their fighting power is directly weakened. Moreover, most of the half-lizardmen's weapons and equipment are weapons that can only exert their real power on the aquatic planet. On the dwarf planet full of deserts, they lie directly in the nest. So in just 3 days, Tang Si's dwarf army annihilated the half-lizardman army. A battle to defend the planet that should have been taken seriously just came to an end. The defense battle ended with Tang Si's victory. Even Tang Si didn't pay much at all, and the casualties of the Dwarf Legion were so small that they were almost negligible. In other words, it consumes more weapons and ammunition. You must know that the weapons of the dwarves are the kind of large caliber and high lethality that they are pursuing. Coupled with the scrubbing strategy formulated by Tang Si, logistical consumption has skyrocketed. Fortunately, the dwarves are one of the races with high productivity, and these consumptions can be replenished quickly. As long as they have sufficient minerals, the consumption of everything is not a problem at all. Fortunately, although Tang Si's planet is full of deserts, it is dry and hot. But our production is very rich. Humph. Xiao Luzi would never have imagined that I had already won the battle to defend the planet. Tang Si, who had just taken a bath, lay comfortably on the bed. In fact, she deliberately hung up the communication that Lu Ming gave her, just to give Lu Ming a surprise. Tang Si was looking forward to Lu Ming's surprised expression, which must be very interesting. General Blackstone, how is the core assembled? Tang Si directly contacted his generals. Blackstone was one of the generals, and the one she decided to take to support Lu Ming's planet Terra. Your Majesty, the army of 200,000 dwarves has been combined, and you can leave at any time. Hearing this reply, Tang Si smiled. I wonder how Lu Ming would look when he saw his 200,000 well-equipped dwarf army. The 200,000 dwarf army is already the limit that Tang Si can use to support Lu Ming. It's not that Tang Si only has 200,000 dwarf legions. Just imagine, Lu Ming can form a 1,000,000-person Krieg Death Corps. Tang Si's dwarves are more productive than humans. How could it be impossible to form a 1,000,000-person army? The reason it was 200,000 was because she only had 200,000 stars. Because the Terra Star where Lu Ming is located has not yet issued a novice protection period and cannot use the rights of the Star Master. That includes support. If Tang Si wanted to support Lu Ming, she had to find another way. Declare war. Then pay a fee for the rules of endless Xingyu and send them together with the core. The reason for declaring war was that it was not realistic to travel across interstellar space, and it was convenient for the options set up by the Star Masters to compete for hegemony. But if the two have a good relationship, even declaring war is nothing. After all, Tang Si would not really attack Lu Ming. For those Star Masters who have ended the novice protection period, declaring war only needs to pay a small fee. This can also be regarded as an incentive for Xingyu to encourage the Star Masters to conquer each other. Even between some alliances and federations, there is no need to go the route of declaring war to support each other, and it is enough to choose support directly. And because Lu Ming was in the novice protection period, Tang Si had to use such a thankless method. Bringing the 200,000 Dwarf Legion, Tang Si will pay 200,000 stars to the rules of endless Xingyu. The 200,000 star coins were obtained from Zhou Xiaoguang by her previous transaction with Zhou Xiaoguang. Furthermore, Tang Si also needs to protect her own planet, and she needs to leave a part of the core as the main defense force. If she goes to support Lu Ming and her hometown is stolen, then she can play. When Xiao Luzi ends the planetary defense war, he will form an alliance with me as soon as possible, and then we can be together every day. Tang Si was lying on the boat, kicking her 2 white calves, thinking happily. As for whether Lu Ming's planetary defense will fail, Tang Si didn't want to think about it. Sometimes people have to learn to pretend to be confused, give themselves some thoughts, and leave a little hope for themselves. Tang Si has everything planned. After Lu Ming won the battle to defend the planet, he passed the novice protection period. Then she would form an alliance with Lu Ming. At that time, with the support of her and the dwarves, no matter how weak the human race is, she will have the confidence to help Lu Ming up. Tang Si's greatest strength is the dwarves she controls. In terms of combat power, the dwarves may not be the most powerful race in the Endless Stars. But in terms of production, the dwarves say they are the second, and no one dares to be the first. This is where the dwarves are most buggy. Otherwise, why are there so many forces in Endless Xingyu and the Great Federation trying so hard to win over the Dwarf Star Master? Isn't it covetous of other people's production capacity? If war is the main theme of Endless Xingyu, then logistics is the cornerstone of war. Without logistics, the so-called war is nothing but empty talk. Thinking about whether there are some or not, Tang Si took the initiative to call Lu Ming. Little Luzi, Tang Si, are you crazy? Communication is picked up in seconds. By not waiting for Tang Si to speak, Lu Ming bombarded her like a bullet. Chapter 25. Did you start the planetary defense war ahead of time? What's on your mind? How is your situation now? If it doesn't work, hurry back to the portal, and if something goes wrong, go back to Blue Star. Don't take risks. Listening to Lu Ming's eager and caring tone in the communication, Tang Si laughed naively. I was not angry because of Lu Ming's words, nor did I feel wrong because of Lu Ming's incomprehension. Some only have a little happiness in their hearts that can't be explained. It turns out that the feeling of being worried is so fascinating. Laugh? You're still smiling? I wonder if your brain is sick. Who have you seen who started the planetary defense war in advance? Do you think planet defense is child's play? Auntie, if you are not careful, you will be doomed, you know? Listening to Lu Ming's words, Tang Si pouted. When Lu Ming talked a lot, There was a tendency to talk about the old days. Tang Si finally stopped smiling. I won. Your move is very dangerous. I'll teach you again. Be more serious. You. Suddenly the voice in the communication stopped abruptly. What did you say? The battle for the defense of the planet. I won. You really won. Didn't you lie to me? Why should I lie to you about this? You win. If you win, just pretend I didn't say anything in front of me. Puff. Tang Si couldn't help but laughed out loud. Fool. But Tang Si didn't hate this feeling. On the contrary, she was very addicted to Lu Ming's concern for her. Just like when she was in an orphanage when she was a child, every time she gave out candy, Lu Ming would ask her for an extra one. Thinking of the happy place, Tang Si couldn't help but giggled again. Hey, what are you laughing at? You're not really stupid, are you? Tang Si rolled her eyes and groaned angrily. You're stupid. This girl just won the battle to defend the planet and officially became the Star Master. Just be happy, start the planetary defense battle ahead of time, and win it. Tang Si is indeed qualified to be happy by officially becoming a star owner of endless Xingyu. Be as happy as you want. Even Lu Ming was happy for Tang Si. Tang Si is worried about Lu Ming. Why is Lu Ming not worried about her? Tell me about the detailed process of your planetary defense battle, so I can refer to it. When Lu Ming's voice came, Tang Si's mouth was slightly raised, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. Wanna hear? Wanna hear? Then I'll tell you in person. Remember to choose the accept option. After speaking, Tang Si hung up the communication without waiting for Lu Ming to ask. Surprise, surprise and joy are called surprises. If you say it ahead of time, you won't be able to achieve that effect. Hanging up the communication, Tang Si put on her clothes and left the palace hall. Dwarves are not only rude, even buildings and weapons and equipment have inherited their rude characters perfectly. The things produced by the dwarves have a characteristic. That is, the materials used are very sufficient. Take the square outside the palace as an example. It is all paved with huge and heavy bluestone slabs. Just standing in the square, there is a heavy feeling blowing. General Blackstone, let me know, get ready to go. Target, Terra Star. At this time, in the square, General Blackstone, as Tang Si said, had already assembled an army of 200,000 people. A dwarf soldier was wearing heavy armor, carrying a ferocious automatic rifle on his shoulder, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. The three hobbies of dwarfs: drinking, forging, and having a friendly physical exchange. Their Great Her Majesty has already said, this time to support the human race, drink whatever you want, and then you can have a hearty fight. Unlike dealing with those shriveled eggplant half-lizardmen before, they were preparing to fight with real swords and guns, but they were all killed by the bombing of the washing ground. This made many dwarf soldiers feel aggrieved. But luckily the Great Her Majesty knew what they needed. Wine and fights. This is what makes many dwarves more than excited. So much so that the dwarf soldiers who participated in this support had a solid communication with their compatriots. Only the winners are eligible to join the support corps, and the losers stay in the dwarf star to watch the gate. Tang Si glanced at the high morale of the dwarf army and nodded with satisfaction. It's as if a child can't wait to show off to his parents after winning a certificate. Tang Si is a little bit of this mentality at this time. It's not about showing off, but a joy to share with Lu Ming. Dear Master number 178955, do you declare war on planet number 124909? Yes. Tang Si chose to declare war without hesitation, because this is the only way for her to go to the holy planet Terra, even at the cost of 200,000 star coins. Ding, Star Master number 178955, declared war on planet number 124909. Please be prepared. The declaration of war begins, and you need to wait for the confirmation of the other party. Once the other side confirms, the declaration of war takes effect immediately. Why so long? Tang Si waited for a while, but couldn't see any passage to the sacred Terra Star, so she could not help pouting. Did Xiao Luzi refuse? On the other hand, Lu Ming was also stunned by Tang Si's sudden declaration of war. He felt that what he experienced today was too mysterious. First, I accidentally saw the news that Tang Si started the planetary defense war in advance. Then, after being frightened, Tang Si told him that the planetary defense war had been won. When did planet defense become so easy? However, before he could digest the news, he received a prompt from Tang Si to declare war on him. Lu Ming admits that his brain went down for a moment. However, out of trust in Tang Si, after thinking about what Tang Si said before to let him accept it, he confirmed the other party's request for declaration of war. From the moment Lu Ming confirmed it, everyone in the Holy Terra Star received the news in an instant. Your Majesty, someone has declared war on us. In the palace hall, Mio pushed open the door and walked in, with a little seriousness on his face. This was the first time Mio showed such a serious expression. How did you know? A space channel has appeared over the Empire. Lu Ming. Dude, Lu Ming thought the declaration of war would be something like a teleportation array. As a result, I did not expect to directly create a wormhole-like existence. Don't be nervous, Mio. It's my girlfriend. Duh. Chapter 26. Little Lucy, tell your people to put away the gun. It's too scary. In a wilderness unexpectedly 100 kilometers away from Terra City, two waves of people were confronting each other. One of them was the Krieg Death Corps in a dark blue army coat and gas mask. And the other side is much weirder. A bright heavy armor, not tall, about 1 meter 2, carrying some mainstream weapons on his shoulders, including Maxim, carbine, and so on. The atmosphere at the scene was a little dignified, with swords drawn, and there was a tendency to start fights if they disagreed. Lu Ming came to the front under the protection of several Krieg soldiers. Henna firmly disagreed with Lu Ming's risky move. As the Krieg Death Corps, they are responsible for Lu Ming's personal safety. If Lu Ming made a mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Lu Ming knew the identity of the person who came, so he wasn't too worried. Little Lucy? Lu Ming followed the voice and saw a man with a short stature and a chubby face, a dwarf. See? It's me. Lu Ming stepped forward and looked down at the female dwarf in front of him. With a height of about 1 meter 2, he did not wear any heavy protective armor like other dwarves. In its place was a pale pink dress with fair skin that looked like a legendary creature no matter what. Loli. Of Taha Tang Si, how did you become like this? So cute. Come and let Uncle hug. Uncle will take you to see the goldfish. Lu Ming looked at Tang Si's cute appearance with a big change in her style, not to mention being overjoyed in her heart. In launching, Tang Si is tall, and she is a perfect goddess without her tiger personality. But in endless Xingyu, Tang Si became a half-sized lowly. This is something Lu Ming never expected. He had imagined the scene of seeing Tang Si in endless Xingyu countless times. But I just didn't expect such a funny look. Lu Ming has always ignored that Tang Si's race is a dwarf, and as the queen of the dwarfs, she will naturally become a corresponding dwarf image. Fortunately, Tang Si didn't run too far. It's not like an ordinary dwarf, with his muscles bulging high, and he has a rough appearance. If that's the case, Lu Ming can't imagine it. Hey, little Lucy, you are going too far. Sister, I kindly brought someone to help you. It's okay if you don't appreciate me, but you still laugh at me? Tang Si was instantly furious when she saw Lu Ming's laughing, leaning back and forth. However, the anxious look of jumping feet not only did not make Lu Ming restrained, but laughed even more wildly. Without him, in Tang Si's current image, any action has nothing to do with cuteness. Tang Si gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Ming, revealing her two iconic little tiger teeth. Failed. Because of staying in endless Xingyu for a while, Tang Si has become accustomed to her appearance. This time, I came here to help Lu Ming. I was looking forward to the joy of reuniting after a long absence. I completely forgot that I had changed into a dwarf image. See, you. Lu Ming wanted to say something, but when he saw Tang Si's angrily cute appearance, he couldn't help laughing all the time. Even Lu Ming felt that he was out of breath from laughing, and his stomach had a tendency to cramp. Tang Si was angry. She likes Lu Ming because she wants to be Lu Ming's mother-in-law and spend the rest of her life with Lu Ming, instead of becoming a father-daughter relationship with Lu Ming as it is now. Lu Ming, Tang Si screamed in exasperation, staring straight at Lu Ming with her big cute eyes. Give you 3 seconds, quickly stop the laughter for me and apologize to me. Or I jump up and beat you, believe it or not? Puff. Hearing Tang Si's words, Lu Ming burst into laughter again. This girl is so cute, and with her current appearance, She is simply adorable. Looking at Tang Xi's current image, Lu Ming really can't associate himself with Tang Xi's couple identities. Instead, it's more like a father and son, or a pervert who likes cute lowly. After a long while, Lu Ming finally stopped laughing. Tang Xi ignored Lu Ming in an awkward manner. The farce between the two made General Blackstone, who came with Tang Xi, bewildered. Or that General Blackstone was messy from the start. Is this their most beloved Her Majesty? How can you act like a childish child in front of this human being? Blackstone looked carefully at the humans who dared to mock Her Majesty the Queen. In terms of the aesthetics of their dwarfs, Lu Ming's appearance is not very handsome, and it can even be said to be ugly. In the dwarfs, the beard is a symbol of handsome. He is full of tendons, and the rougher he looks, the more popular he is with dwarf girls. And Lu Ming, who is thin and weak, doesn't fit in with handsome at all. But Blackstone was not a fool. He could see that His Majesty the Queen had a close relationship with the human emperor. So it doesn't mean anything. Second come. Blackstone glanced at the human soldiers beside him. Although because of the gas mask, he couldn't see each other's looks and expressions. But that sense of oppression cannot be faked. Even if the other party didn't do anything, just standing there quietly made Blackstone a little uncomfortable. How to say? Blackstone felt that he couldn't feel the feeling that a living person should have on the other side, but instead was filled with a feeling of indifference. Ignore life, ignore everything, as if nothing could interest them. This feeling makes the naturally optimistic dwarves uncomfortable. It's just that he sure couldn't understand. How could the human core, which has always been very weak, give him such a feeling? Blackstone shook his head and said nothing. It's just that there is a little more vigilance for these still standing Krieg soldiers. Intuition told him that these soldiers were different from the Terran soldiers he knew. This is not a group of lambs to be needed by anyone, but a pack of bloodthirsty wolves ready to tear apart the enemy at any time. Hannah stood quietly in front of Lu Ming on the right, with a faint gesture of protecting Lu Ming behind her. At this moment, Hannah looked at Tang Xi, who was jumping, and a strange feeling emerged in her heart. This feeling is inexplicable, and Hannah is sure that she has never experienced such an experience. Cute Wanarua. Chapter 27. But because of the gas mask, no one could notice Hannah's expression. Look at Lu Ming and Tang Xi again. After Lu Ming's good words to persuade, Tang Xi finally pinched Lu Ming several times angrily. This thing has finally turned around. Tang Xi, who was no longer angry, returned to her lively personality. Little Lucy, is this the Krieg Death Corps you told me? Tang Xi took 2 steps forward, her hands behind her back, her head raised, and she tried her best to put on a dignified expression. As if taking an oath of sovereignty, he desperately wants to show his identity as a mistress. Tang Xi looked around Hannah 3 times on the left and 3 on the right, and she was amazed by the TSK in her mouth. I have to say, a military coat with that gas mask is quite bluffing. Tang Xi didn't know what oppression meant, let alone what this equipment meant to the Krieger Death Corps. Naive, she only felt a hint of familiarity from the soldiers of the Krieg Death Corps. Just like the soldiers of the Blue Star, standing like a pine, it is full of a harmonious beauty. Hannah was stared at so directly by Tang Xi, without any expression, just standing there quietly. Little Lucy, elder sister, is someone who won the battle to defend the planet. As someone who has come here, I want to give you some advice. The core is used to surround the planet, and it can't just look at the appearance. The handsome appearance doesn't mean anything. The most important thing is to look at the weapons and equipment. Tang Xi put on a mature and steady look like sister is from here, looked at Hannah, and then said to Lu Ming, that old-fashioned look is matched with the half-sized lowly image. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's determination, he would have laughed madly long ago. Hearing Tang Xi's words, Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. A playful look flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming looked at Tang Xi and said, For example? Tang Xi looked at Lu Ming as if looking at a mentally retarded. Then he pointed to the black stone behind him, and then pointed to Hannah. Don't you feel anything about this comparison? Look at my core, an improved version of the heavy-fire large-caliber Maxim machine gun that can tilt 1,000 bullets per minute. Look at this improved version of the Thompson submachine gun, small and powerful, known as a typewriter. And my protective armor can withstand the power of shotguns at close range. Speaking of these, Tang Si had a proud expression on her face. As the queen of the dwarves, Tang Si is indeed qualified to be proud of her core. The forging craftsmanship of the dwarves is beyond doubt. Take the Maxim machine gun, for example. Endless Xingyu's ordinary Maxim machine gun has a maximum rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute. However, the improved version of the Maxim machine gun produced by the dwarves not only has a large caliber, but also has a long range and stable firearm quality. Even the rate of fire has been increased from 600 rounds per minute to 1,000 rounds per minute. Seeing the big from the small, through this simple comparison, you can see why the weapons produced by the dwarves are so popular. Why are the dwarves so popular with the Star Masters? After speaking, Tang Si looked at the weapon in Hannah's hand again. Although she didn't know what type of weapon it was, she probably couldn't compare to the weapon of her dwarf army just by looking at it. The appearance design of the Lucius laser gun is similar to that ancient design, and it does look a bit old compared to the weapons of the Dwarf Legion. I said that you don't want to support you with a batch of weapons and equipment, but now I regret it. Tang Si was a little sullen. She complained that Lu Ming didn't accept her support, so she used the equipment to trade with Zhou Xiaoguang. However, Tang Si completely forgot that if she hadn't traded with Zhou Xiaoguang, she would not have enough star coins to support Lu Ming. It can only be said that women are really contradictory creatures, no matter which world they are in. Lu Ming looked at Tang Si, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Hannah, how do people look down on your weapons and equipment? When Hannah heard this, the pretty face under the mask suddenly became cold, and her eyes became dangerous. This is an insult to Krieger. It is despising the majesty and glory of the Empire. Click, click, click. There was a crisp folding sound, and Lu Ming turned his head and looked dumbfounded. I saw that the Krieg soldiers, including Hannah, had already pulled out their shovels, ready to go. Lu Ming was speechless when he saw this scene. What do you mean by taking out the shovel? Are you going to show the other party how well your shovels work? Or are you going to use the shovel to show the other party's skill at making fried eggs? Put this thing away for me. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and looked at Hannah, feeling anxious. God's pity is visible. He didn't mean that at all, did he? He just wanted Hannah to show Tang Si the power of the Lucius laser gun. But the group of Kriegs seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. This posture is completely ready to use a knife? It's an engineer who shovels and slashes people at this time. Lu Ming really wanted to have a brain break with Hannah, and really wanted to see what the structure of this woman's brain circuit was. Normal people can understand what he meant just now, right? Seeing the Krieg soldiers pulling out their shovels one after another, Tang Si and Haishi behind her were also startled. Tang Si was better. He felt that the cold shovel was a little terrifying. But Blackstone is different. Just now, he really felt the cold, killing intent on this group of human soldiers. There was cold sweat on Blackstone's forehead. He felt that the human core in front of him was very dangerous. This was a group of lunatics. Little Lucy, what's going on? Tang Si looked at Lu Ming, whose face was ashen, and at the Krieg soldiers holding shovels and wearing gas masks. A pretty face is full of puzzlement, and there is some confusion in the cute eyes. Ahaha, it's okay. They just want to show you their shovel. Lu Ming wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. When asked by Tang Si, he was somewhat embarrassed. You can't tell Tang Si directly. They want to kill you with a shovel, please. People are allies who came from thousands of miles to support them. Although Lu Ming doesn't need them too much, he can't treat them like this. Hannah, show Lucius in your hands. Lu Ming made up his mind that he would never be around the corner when talking to the Kriegs in the future. These people's brain circuits are not the same as normal, and they must make it clear when they speak. Otherwise, it is very likely to be misunderstood by the other party. Chapter 28. With Lu Ming's orders, Hannah took back her shovel. Then he unfastened his Lucius laser gun from his back, aimed at a place where no one was in the distance, and pulled the trigger directly. Zeep. A sour voice came. I saw a red laser beam from the barrel of the Lucius laser gun in Hannah's hand. The speed of the laser beam is extremely fast. If the dazzling light is not too conspicuous, ordinary people will not be able to detect it. In the distance, a hole the size of a finger had appeared on a piece of granite hit by Hannah. The light on the other side can be seen through the hole. Apparently, the granite, which is a full meter in diameter, has been pierced by a laser gun. Looking at the few green smoke rising from the hole, the scene was a little silent. Krieg's soldiers have long been surprised by this, and have not expressed any kind of expression. Lu Ming is also not bad. He personally tried the lowliest laser gun at the Daqin military factory, and even the more powerful Hell gun was addicted. So it's not too much of a fuss. But Tang Si is different from her dwarf army. Tang Si opened her mouth slightly, and was stunned when she looked at the boulder. Who am I? Where am I? I seem to be showing off my weapon just now. The dwarf soldiers headed by Blackstone gasped in unison, and their backs shivered. Looking at the piece of granite that was punched across the face, they suddenly felt a chill. At this moment, almost all the dwarves who saw this scene were sweating. The thick protective armor they are proud of cannot provide them with enough security in the face of this terrifying weapon. About 1 meter of granite can be easily shot through, not to mention the protective armor that is less than 1 centimeter thick on them. Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard one after another. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Tang Si, who was already dumbfounded, and said playfully, "How does my Lucius laser gun compare to your Maxim?" Maxim? What is Maxim? Did I mention the Maxim's weapon? Compared with your own weapons and equipment, this thing is not a product of an era at all, right? A laser weapon, a traditional firearm. Is there any comparison? Tang Si glanced at Lu Ming resentfully. She felt that Lu Ming was watching her jokes on purpose. Obviously, there are laser weapons. Why not say it earlier? Don't make a fool of yourself in front of him. Oh, man. Little Lucy, this is a laser weapon? Tang Si was still in disbelief until now. You must know that there are no laser weapons in the endless stars. But due to technical reasons, these laser weapons are expensive, and only those large forces will equip them. And those laser weapons have a fatal flaw. That is, the size is very large, and it is impossible to be used as individual combat equipment. It can only be equipped on some large war machines and used as a killer. On the other hand, the Lucius laser gun in Hannah's hand is small and light, and its penetration ability is extremely terrifying. Lucius laser gun, standard equipment produced by my military factory, such as fake laser weapons. Lu Ming has the answer. There is nothing to hide in this matter. For the black technology in the Mio think tank, the Lucius laser gun is really not a high-level weapon and equipment. And for Tang Si, Lu Ming also trusts 100%. What about this? Tang Si looked at a Krieg grenadier behind Hannah and pointed to the weapon that looked like a sprayer. Hell gun, also a laser weapon, and stronger than Lucius. Under Lu Ming's suggestion, the grenadier also showed the power of the Hell gun in his hand. The Hell gun has a thicker and shorter muzzle than the Lucius laser gun. After a short period of charging, a laser beam that was much thicker than before was shot out. With the rapid fire of the Hell gun, the sound of Zizizi could be heard incessantly. The poor piece of granite was completely turned into dust under the bombardment of the Hell gun. Tang Si was shocked again. You call this thing a gun? This is a laser cannon. And it is still a laser cannon that can fire in bursts. Should it be so outrageous, little Lucy? Okay, I want to go home. Lu Ming. After a long while, Tang Si reacted from the shock. No wonder Lu Ming didn't want her weapon support. After a long time, everyone started to equip laser weapons. If she were herself, she wouldn't want traditional firearms. Isn't the laser weapon fragrant? Of course, Lu Ming would not take Tang Si's words to heart. After a little chat, Lu Ming took Tang Si back to Terra City. As for Tang Si's dwarf army, Hannah is naturally in charge. However, due to Tang Si's strong request, Lu Ming had no choice but to take her to the Daqin military factory on the way back. There, Tang Si saw the new weapons of many empires, including heavy weapons such as the Macarius main battle tank that has been equipped with Krieg and the quadruple heavy artillery. After reading it, Tang Si said that the clown was actually me. Fortunately, she still wants to support Lu Ming's group of dwarves' weapons and equipment. Now it seems that she is the one who needs support. I have to say that Tang Si is jealous of Lu Ming's equipment. She wants to upgrade her army of dwarves to make her planet safer too. Lu Ming did not refuse Tang Si's request. Just say that after the end of the planetary defense war to arrange this matter. In fact, Lu Ming also intends to hand over the technology of the Lucius laser gun to Tang Si and let Tang Si produce it. It is believed that with the forging talent of the dwarves, the Lucius laser gun will soon be mass-produced. After all, the talent of the dwarves is at the bug level. Moreover, the dwarves have a natural bonus for production and forging, so there may be unexpected joy. Second, Lu Ming intends to use the Lucius laser gun for the arms trade. The development of the empire is inseparable from money and resources. An arms trade is the fastest and most direct way to accumulate resources that Lu Ming can think of. Of course, there are more efficient ways, such as open the door, the Imperial fleet sends warmth, and other methods. It's just that this is the plan for the future. Lu Ming's top priority is to win his own planetary defense battle, which is the premise of everything. Lu Ming intends to listen to Tang Si talk about the details of the Star Defense War in detail. Although the enemy of the Star Defense War is not fixed, knowing more information is always prepared. Chapter 29. C. Tell me the details of the Star Defense War. In the bedroom, Lu Ming looked at Tang Si, who was on the side, with a serious brow. The defense of the planet is his top priority right now. If we can't win the battle for the planet, it's all in vain. Tang Si had no reason not to answer Lu Ming's question. In fact, even if Lu Ming didn't say it, she would tell Lu Ming about it. With Tang Si's narration, Lu Ming also understood the mechanism of the planetary defense war. Simply put, the invading race is random, and the location is random. This is the same as the chosen moment before they entered the endless Xingyu. It all depends on personal luck. With any luck, the invading races are weak and winning battles is almost effortless. And if you are unlucky, not only is the invading race powerful, but it is very likely that the place of arrival is directly in your heart. Little Lucy, you're right about concentrating the population. Because where the invading races land is uncertain, pooling the population can minimize losses. Tang Si was also full of praise for Lu Ming's previous arrangements. She hadn't thought of it herself. Fortunately, she was lucky, and the half-lizardman landed directly in the hottest desert. No casualties were caused to her. The battle to defend the planet begins, and the invasive species will take killing the native races of the planet as the first priority. Take Terra, for example. Once the planetary defense war is started, the human race under Lu Ming will definitely be cleared when faced with invasive species. Either win the battle to defend the planet, or be slaughtered by the invasive species to clean up the native race. The planet master has no choice but to flee back to Blue Star through the portal. You're ashamed to say, do you know how worried I am about you? Lu Ming glared at Tang Si angrily. I really want to give you two brains right now. Thinking of Tang Si's boldness in starting the planetary defense war ahead of time, Lu Ming was afraid for a while. This kind of crazy behavior really frightened him for a while. But fortunately, Tang Si won, and everything passed without any danger. Hey, haven't you heard a word? Tang Si stuck out her tongue and looked at Lu Ming playfully. Girls who love to laugh are not bad luck, so I think I should not be so unlucky. Should? Lu Ming looked at Tang Si, and when she saw that she had no regrets, she couldn't help but feel angry. You said it should be, and you haven't considered the consequences of failure? People want to end early, and then come to help you. What's so fierce? Tang Si muttered a few words in a low voice, feeling a little wronged in her heart. Seeing Tang Si's expression, Lu Ming's words got stuck. In the final analysis, Tang Si was still worried about him and wanted to help him, so she made that crazy move. Tang Si, like this, he really couldn't bear to go on. Let's not be an example. Don't be so crazy in the future. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. He knew that his words were deaf ears to Tang Si. With Tang Si's character, if there is a second chance like this, she will make the same choice. I know, hee. Then Lu Ming asked how Tang Si was teleported to Terra Star. Tang Si also told Lu Ming about her deal with Zhou Xiaoguang. Obviously, there are some forces behind Zhou Xiaoguang to protect him, or Zhou Xiaoguang himself is a member of that force. Tang Si didn't know much about the Zhou family behind Zhou Xiaoguang, but only knew that the other party seemed to form an alliance headed by the Zhou family. The Zhou family's alliance is not big. It probably includes about 10 Star Masters. As for whether Zhou Xiaoguang was among them, Tang Si didn't know either. But one thing is certain, Zhou Xiaoguang and the Zhou family alliance can't get rid of the relationship. This can be seen from Zhou Xiaoguang taking out 200,000 star coins. Alliance. Lu Ming touched his chin. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. There is nothing wrong with holding a group for warmth in the endless stars. If you have money, everyone will make money together, which is such an easy-to-understand truth. According to Lu Ming's own understanding, each of those big alliances and big forces in the endless star universe is a giant-like existence. The consortium under his command may have as few as a few thousand star masters, and as many as tens of thousands. Compared with these big forces, the Zhou family is undoubtedly not on the table. But for some novice star masters or people who do it alone, the Zhou family is still very difficult. By the way, Xiao Luzi, after you end the novice protection period, let's form an alliance. This is what Tang Si had planned for a long time. Because of the natural advantages of the dwarves, there are many forces to win over her. But Tang Si refused all of them. She decided to form an alliance with Lu Ming as early as when she was in school. No matter what race he chooses, no matter what race Lu Ming is, she will always choose to form an alliance with Lu Ming. As for whether Lu Ming will form an alliance with others in the future, that is not something Tang Si needs to consider. She just needs to rely on Lu Ming all her life. As for the others, Tang Si didn't care much. Tang Si doesn't have much ambition and doesn't want to stand out in the endless Xingyu hegemony. She just wanted to be by Lu Ming's side quietly. That was enough. It's natural to make an alliance. I can't bear you to join other forces. For Lu Ming's words, Tang Si raised her little fist. Am I like that? Lu Ming smiled and said nothing more. Some things don't need to be said. Both of them know it well. Little Luzi, what are your plans in the future? Tang Si looked at Lu Ming and asked with her chin raised. Are you going to join a powerful force or go it alone? If Lu Ming joins other forces, then she joins. If Lu Ming works alone, then she will silently be Lu Ming's logistics base. Anyway, Lu Ming doesn't want to get rid of her. In the future? Lu Ming thought for a while and soon had an answer. Joining other people is impossible. Ari Mio's Chiku exists, and if he joins others, he'll be kicked in the head by a donkey. Give him time, and with those black technologies, he can create a world by himself. People from their P Club have always pursued the strategy of recognizing their son's diplomacy. Either you take the initiative to call my father, or I beat you to call my father. Their P Club people are so simple. Duh. Chapter 30. My name is Blackstone, and I am a general of the dwarves. At this time, I was stationed as a volunteer corps on a Terran planet called Terra. In this holy Terra Empire, there is a human armed force called Krieg Death Corps. They wore dark blue military coats, gas masks, and armed with powerful laser weapons. I should have been delighted to cooperate with such a powerful ally. But I'm going crazy. I want to go home. I want to go back to the Dwarf Star. I miss my compatriots. In the Krieg Corps fortress, the atmosphere was a little awkward. In the huge fortress square, many soldiers of the Dwarf Regiment were scratching their heads. It's like having a nail in the buttocks, and it's hard to sit still. Blackstone looked at Commander Krieg helplessly, his expression somewhat restrained. For so long, he didn't even know the other party's full name. Just know that the other party is called Hannah, which is a female name. This is the name I heard from Lu Ming at the beginning. The Dwarf Regiment led by Blackstone. Under the order of Lu Ming, Hannah brought these dwarves back to Krieg Fortress. Let the Dwarven Legion be stationed here for now. Originally, it was nothing to have two legions stationed together. Even Blackrock invited the Krieg Death Corps to a fraternity in the spirit of the dwarves' warm, optimistic spirit. Sorority, in Blackstone's mind, was that kind of party of wine, bonfire, dancing. In this fiery atmosphere, the two corps fought wine, competed, and exchanged feelings, and finally became a brother corps who could talk about everything. However, the fact gave Blackstone a slap in the face. Sorority, Hannah agreed. It's just that this sorority is not what Blackstone wants to see. If Blackstone were to choose again now, he would never offer to hold this damn sorority. The square of Krieg Fortress was filled with tables of all sizes. Food and wine were also placed on the table. Each table has 3 dwarves and 3 Krieg soldiers. It's just that every dwarf warrior is extremely embarrassed and even a little overwhelmed. Aren't you going to eat that? For a great warrior, only wine can't live up to it. Cheers. Cough. Why don't we go dance? Our dwarf dance is very artistic. A similar situation does not happen again and again in the square of Krieg Fortress. No matter what the dwarf warrior said, no matter how close the dwarf warrior was, the Krieg soldiers on the opposite side just sat dry and didn't say a word. The dwarf warriors were desperately trying to mobilize the atmosphere, but the Krieg soldiers were silent and indifferent. The Dwarf Regiment and the Krieg Regiment are together, a typical ice and fire. On the square, the flames of the bonfire leaped high. Orange red flames lit up every corner of the square. The square that was supposed to be lively fell into a strange silence, and the embarrassed expressions covered the faces of every dwarf warrior. Are you dumb? Are you born unable to speak? Are you still wearing a gas mask in your fortress? Don't you feel bored? Numerous doubts filled the hearts of dwarf warriors, but they could not get answers, because the boring gourds in front of them will not answer any of their questions. Unlike the dwarf warriors who strip their gear and hang their shoulders, Krieg soldiers are almost fully armed. Except for not equipped with weapons such as laser guns, the others are no different from usual. The cold wind of the night was blowing, and Blackstone, who was sitting opposite Hannah, shuddered. This fraternity party was a total failure. The wine of the human race has not been drunk, nor has it enhanced feelings. Instead, their dwarf warriors blew the cold wind for more than 2 hours. Really, Blackstone felt like a fool, sitting here crumpled, almost like a piece of wood. The Krieg soldiers are wearing military coats to keep out the cold, but their dwarf warriors are all naked and sitting in the cold wind. Sitting for 2 hours, the ghost knows how these dwarf warriors survived. After a long while, Heishi finally couldn't hold back this embarrassing feeling. For the dwarves, this atmosphere of silence was worse than killing them. Commander Hannah, how do you usually fight? Gritting his teeth, Blackstone took the courage to talk to Hannah again. In such silence, he estimated that he was going crazy. Dig trenches and charge. Hannah's answer was as succinct and efficient as ever. The thought of wanting to talk that had just risen in Blackstone's heart suddenly stagnated. How can we continue to talk about this? No. Blackrock, as a dwarf, you can't just throw in the towel. For the glory of the dwarves. We've fought half-lizardmen before, and those guys have good scale defense. It would have been nice if we had equipped the Lucius laser gun at the time. With the formidable power of the Lucius laser gun, the scales of the half-lizardmen were absolutely unstoppable. What do you think of your Lucius laser gun? Quick, show me your Lucius laser guns. As long as you speak up, we can chat through the gap of the Lucius laser gun. In the end, they became a core of brothers who fought wine and talked about everything. Blackstone looked at Hannah expectantly. Hannah, who was sitting opposite, shook her head slightly. No bayonet. Blackstone's face was full of question marks. Isn't it enough to have such a powerful laser gun? Why do you want a bayonet? No bayonet to effect the charge. Blackstone. He found himself unable to understand Commander Krieger sitting across from him. You can hide in a safe place to destroy the enemy, so why charge? Brainwat. But that's not something he should think about. Since this topic doesn't work, Blackstone intends to change the topic. Blackstone. Hey, you sound like a female commander. Do you have a sweetheart? Hannah. Well, it seems this topic doesn't work either. How do you usually train? How's the food? Why do you always dress like this? Blackstone looked at the silent Hannah with a sense of frustration. I can't talk today. Whoever likes to chat, let's chat. I, Blackrock, the general of the dwarves, solemnly swear. In the future, I will be a dog when I hold a sorority. Your Majesty, please help. I can't take it anymore. Please talk to His Majesty the Emperor of the Holy Terra Empire and give us another location. Blackstone ran away in tears, and the first thing he did when he returned to his room was to take out the communicator and cry to Her Majesty the Queen. Your Majesty, I want to go home. This Krieg fortress is not the place where their dwarves should come. It's terrible. Chapter 31. The Side Hall of Terrastar Palace. Little Lucy, what's going on with your regiment? Did something happen? In the side hall, Lu Ming sat with Tang Si. The two of them played backgammon board. Lu Ming dropped a black spot, blocking all of Tang Si's escape routes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This child has a low IQ since he was a child, but unfortunately he didn't realize it. Isn't this self-inflicted humiliation to play Gobang with him? Playing 10 games of Gobang, Lu Ming was able to win 9 games in a row. The rest of the game is still Lu Ming worried that Tang Si will become angry and deliberately let her. Tang Si saw that she had lost again, threw away the pawn in her hand, and glared at Lu Ming. Blackstone sent me a message just now, saying that he wants to change his location. Lu Ming knew that Blackstone was the general of the dwarf regiment brought by Tang Si. Its status is the same as Hannah, who is the general leader of a regiment. Why? Isn't Krieg Fortress bad? Lu Ming was suspicious. The Krieg Fortress is very large and can be said to be the largest military fortress of the Holy Terra Empire at present. As for the other fortresses currently under construction by the Empire, Krieg Fortress is at best a fortress in front of it. Of course, these fortresses are mainly to prepare for the later planetary defense battle, and Lu Ming did not put too much effort into it. The center of the future of the Empire is the Sea of Stars, and the key facilities will be placed in space. As for the fortresses, that's enough. Tang Xi's words puzzled Lu Ming. With the size of Krieg Fortress, it can fully accommodate 2 corps, or even more than enough. All the facilities inside are waived. He wondered why the dwarf regiment was leaving. Blackrock says your Krieg regiment is so boring, it's driving them crazy. Tang Xing briefly told Lu Ming what happened at Krieg Fortress, which made Lu Ming a little dumbfounded. Blackstone actually went to Krieger's people for a networking party? What's the difference between this and playing the piano on a cow? No need for Tang Xi to say more. Lu Ming could imagine the awkward atmosphere at the scene. On one side are the dwarves who are eager to liven up and try to adjust the atmosphere. On one side was the Krieg who was silent and tried his best to talk to death. How funny is this? Cough. Your General Blackstone has a lot of ideas. Lu Ming suppressed a smile and said. Thinking of that scene, Lu Ming felt some pity for Blackstone in his heart. I'm so sorry for this kid. Being with a group of autistic patients is also embarrassing for him. Let them bear it, and when the other fortresses of the Empire are built, I will divide them out. Lu Ming sighed deeply about what happened to the dwarf army. But for now, there is no better place for a dwarven army than Krieg Fortress. Speaking of the Krieg Death Corps, let alone the Dwarf Corps. Even the other warbands of the Empire in Warhammer could not cooperate with Krieg. Krieger is taciturn, and a battle involving Krieger must be accompanied by a great deal of sacrifice. However, the Krieg Death Corps doesn't care about this. They will only do their job at any cost. They are eager to charge, eager to die on the road of the charge, in order to achieve self-redemption and show their loyalty to the Empire. The Krieg Death Corps are indifferent. This indifference is not only reflected in their feelings and communication, but also in their sense of disregard for life. Disregarding the enemy's life, also disregarding his own life. The Krieg Death Corps gives people a feeling of oppression all the time, and their fighting style that is not afraid of death has made many Brothers Corps feel terrified. You must know that not all Imperial chapters are as open as the Krieg Death Corps, which directly locks morale. Fighting with the Krieg Death Corps, the morale of the Brotherhood is also easily affected. This is the main reason why many chapters are reluctant to cooperate with Krieg. Therefore, Lu Ming admired Blackstone's daring to start a sorority with the Krieger Death Corps. If there is no cerebral thrombosis for 10 years, this kind of thing cannot be done at all. Okay, I'll tell Blackstone later and let him bear it. Tang Xi also had some impressions of the Krieger Death Corps. In addition, Lu Ming talked about Krieger intentionally or unintentionally in the past few days. Tang Xi also understood what kind of corps this was. Little Luzi, I found that you haven't dealt with the Empire's affairs very much these days. Aren't you afraid of any trouble? Tang Xi's cute eyes stared straight at Lu Ming, with a curious look in her eyes. When she was still on her own planet, she was very busy. There are many things to deal with every day, and she needs to make decisions, big and small. On the other hand, Lu Ming, she observed Lu Ming for several days. Found out that Lu Ming is a salted fish. Except for occasionally dealing with official business, most of the time is as leisurely as going on vacation. Mio is handling the affairs of the Empire. I don't need me. Mio's ability, Lu Ming is very trusting. He was relieved to have Mio helping him watch the affairs of the Empire. Moreover, Mio is also the only person who knows Lu Ming's entire plan. The decisions she makes are perfectly in line with Lu Ming's plan for the future of the Empire. Only when there are some major decisions, when Mio himself can't make up his mind, will he trouble Lu Ming. Mio, Tang Xi thought for a while. The woman who was always expressionless and indifferent to everything came to her mind. Is that the always cold secretary beside you? Mio felt cold to Tang Xi. In a few days, Tang Xi had not said more than 10 sentences to Mio. Most of them were Mio greeting her with good morning and good night. Tang Xi has always regarded Mio as a maid-like character beside Lu Ming. But I didn't expect Mio to be so capable. Speaking of which, Luzi, Do you have other thoughts? Suddenly, Tang Xi's face changed, and her eyes became dangerous. What can I think of? Look, the secretary beside you is Mio, a One-Yi-San with a great temperament. Tang Xi snapped her fingers and analyzed with Lu Ming one by one. When you get up in the morning, wash, and eat, there are 2 dedicated little maids to serve you. And your regiment commander is also a woman. Speaking of this, Tang Xi looked at Lu Ming with her hands on her hips. Her eyes were not good. Say, are you planning to open a harem and raise 3,000 beauties? If you don't deal with the affairs of the empire, you are planning to be a fool. Okay, you little Lucy, why didn't I find out that you have so many guts? Are you worthy of me? Lu Ming stared at Tang Xi, who was possessed by the actor, with black lines covering his forehead. Chapter 32. On the next day, Lu Ming got up from the bed and changed clothes and washed under the service of the maid. The sun is shining brightly outside, and the flowers are fragrant in the courtyard. The whole palace exudes a sense of peace and tranquility. After a simple breakfast, Lu Ming came to the palace hall. In the palace hall, Lu Ming saw Mio, who had been standing there for a long time. Your Majesty, all the residents of Terra Star have completed their evacuation and gathered in the capital cities of Districts 1 to 9. Logistics and other support supplies have also been delivered to the designated locations, enough to ensure a month's cost for the residents of the Empire. Seeing Lu Ming walking into the main hall, Mio didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the topic. Today is the 27th day that Lu Ming came to endless Xingyu, 3 days before the planetary defense battle. During this period of time, the Empire has been preparing for the upcoming planetary defense war all the time. This includes the population relocation plan that Lu Ming attaches the most importance to. Population is the most important strategic reserve for Lu Ming, and he does not want his people to lose too much in the next planetary defense battle. As the saying goes, kindness does not lead the army. But Lu Ming felt that the necessary compassion for those in high positions was still necessary. What about the construction progress of the stronghold? Lu Ming looked at the report Mio put on the desk, glanced at it casually, and put it down. For Mio, Lu Ming has absolute trust. The other party will not betray him in such a thing. The stronghold fortress has already begun to prepare and build at the moment your will is issued. At present, the 9 strongholds have been completed simultaneously and can be put into use at this stage. The efficiency of the Empire is still very high, especially since this is an order given by Lu Ming himself. In more than half a month, the construction of the 9 fortresses started simultaneously. Today, all the fortresses from Districts 1 to 9 have been built. Of course, due to time reasons, these 9 fortresses are incomparable with the Krieg Fortress in Terra City. The 2 sides are not of magnitude at all. But still, the meaning of these fortresses is to protect the capital cities of Districts 1 to 9. As long as you can block invasive species in the early days of the planetary defense war, you can wait until the large army supports it. Districts 1 to 9 are Lu Ming's administrative division of Terra Star, where he is located. The city of Terra where he is located is not within this range. Terra City, as the imperial capital of the Holy Terra Empire, the center of power, is a district of its own. That is Zone 0. In fact, if time permits, Lu Ming also wants to continue to concentrate the population of Terra. The more concentrated the population, the less area he needs to be stationed in, and the more concentrated the troops will be. The Star Defense War is essentially a defensive battle. The Lord of the Planet welcomes himself to the first invasion battle of endless Xingyu. The enemy species is unknown, the invasion location is unknown, and the combat method is unknown. Everything is unknown until the battle for the planet begins. The only thing the Lord of the Planet can do is to prepare as much as possible and do everything to defend. 1 to 9 districts, a total of 9 fortresses. Counting the Krieg Fortress outside of Terra City, it meant that Lu Ming had to defend 10 fortresses. 10 fortresses are stationed separately, and for the millions of Krieg Death Corps, 1 fortress can only garrison 100,000 troops. After listening to Mio's report, Lu Ming nodded silently, thinking for a moment. After all, time was too tight, and many of his arrangements could not be implemented. If he was given some time, he would be more confident in winning the battle for the planet. It's a pity that Xingyu left him with only 1 month of novice protection. Not much a day, Not much a day. Mio, let Hannah come to see me. Lu Ming tells Mio to find Hannah. Hannah, as the current Supreme Commander of the Krieg Death Corps, must have her participation in the next deployment. Mio nodded and left the palace hall. And Lu Ming called Tang Xi's communication. As the battle for planetary defense approached, Rao was Lu Ming with the help of Mio, and gradually got busy. Fortunately, Tang Xi is not an unreasonable woman. Knowing that Lu Ming is busy, she did not bother. Instead, he took the initiative to take over a lot of Lu Ming's burden and helped him share it. After Lu Ming notified Tang Xi and He Shi of the Dwarf Corps to come to the palace hall, he hung up the communication. Not long after, everyone came one after another. When everyone was seated, Lu Ming didn't say any opening remarks and went straight to the topic. Hannah, how's the Krieg Death Cavalry going? The Krieg Death Cavalry was formed after the expansion of the Krieg Death Corps, so it is no longer among the millions of Krieg Death Corps. In other words, Lu Ming's Krieg regiment totaled 1,050,000. Together with the 200,000 dwarf regiments brought by Tang Xi, the total strength reached 1.25 million. It is worth mentioning that during this time, the dwarf regiment led by Blackstone also completed the replacement of the imperial weapons and equipment. They used the laser weapons they had longed for. The Krieg Death Cavalry has been formed, and the cavalry equipment has also been installed. At present, the cavalry regiment is stationed in Krieg Fortress. The formation of the Krieg Death Troopers was the sole responsibility of Hannah. She couldn't be more clear about the specific situation. Very good. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Although Hannah has all the common problems of Krieg, she can still complete her tasks meticulously. Lu Ming is very satisfied with this. With that said, Lu Ming nodded to Mio next to him. Mio turned on a holographic projector, and the entire Terra Star appeared in front of everyone. Terra Star is divided into 9 administrative units by me. Except for the independence of Terra City, the capital city of each district has a large population. Lu Ming pointed to the holographic projection in front of him and motioned everyone to look over. Beyond every capital city, the Empire has built a small military fortress. Hannah, you arranged for the Krieg Corps to be stationed in these military fortresses. Lu Ming looked at Hannah with a rare seriousness on his face. For every 100,000 Krieg soldiers in a fortress, I know that for the upcoming battle for planetary defense, this is a man's arm. But I only have one request, and that is to last me until the support of the large army arrives. These military fortresses must not fall, and the capital city must not fall before the arrival of the large army. There are pros and cons to population concentration. The upside is that Lu Ming doesn't need to spread his forces too much, and the bad side is equally obvious. Once the 100,000 Kriegers of the divided troops can't stand the pressure and are invaded into the capital city by an unknown species, it will be a hellish disaster. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Of course, Lu Ming didn't want such a scene to be staged on Terra, so he could only let the Krieg Corps stick to the military fortress and wait for reinforcements. If it were other legions, Lu Ming might not take such a radical risk. But this corps is Krieg. This is a legendary corps whose morale is locked and will never collapse easily. For Krieg soldiers, they are not afraid of death, and there is no need to worry about breaking down because of morale problems. The guards of other legions are to prevent the soldiers of the legion from fleeing. The supervisor of the Krieg Death Corps serves as a role in preventing Krieger from charging blindly and communicating with other friendly fraternal corps. This has already explained the problem. Krieg soldiers are not afraid of death. For them, even if they waste a bullet with their own lives, they will make money. Loyalty to the Empire makes them fearless. Krieger's morale was shaken only on the rare occasions when he couldn't beat the bayonet. So even if there are only 100,000 Krieg soldiers, Lu Ming has absolute confidence in them. The enemy is unknown, and the number is unknown. But so what? You know, the Krieg soldiers dare to take the shovel against the Khorne fighters. In the endless star universe, Lu Ming does not think that there is any race that is more terrifying than Khorne. Lu Ming looked at Hannah with serious eyes. Hannah, this time, at any cost, the military fortress must not be lost. In the hall, everyone could hear the determination in Lu Ming's tone. Even if I fight to the last person, I will keep the enemy out of the fortress. As long as there is one alive, The enemy cannot be allowed to step into the capital city. Hannah didn't have any extra expression on her face after listening to Lu Ming's instructions. No fear, no hesitation, just a matter of course. In her mind, that's what the Krieg Death Corps is all about. Even if Lu Ming didn't say it, she would do it. Krieg's deep-rooted loyalty to the Empire made it impossible for them to step back. Krieg soldiers will only die on the way to charge, and will never leave their backs to the enemy. While there are still 2 days, is there any difficulty? Lu Ming also knew that his arrangement would be difficult for the Krieg Death Corps, but that's all he can do now. In other words, all his plans and arrangements from the beginning were based on his trust in the Krieg Death Corps. If you have any difficulties, just mention it, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Hannah shook her head slowly. The will of the Great Emperor is the direction of their Krieg Death Corps. Since Lu Ming asked them to guard the military fortresses in districts 1 to 9, they would resolutely implement the order. The Krieg Death Corps are good at trench warfare and siege warfare, but are also good at defending cities. As long as there is no problem with the logistics, Hannah has absolute confidence. Tang Si looked at Hannah with a complicated expression. Even she can understand the meaning of Lu Ming's words. It is impossible for the blonde corps commander in front of him to not understand. But the other party did not complain, no dissatisfaction. Not even the most basic requirements are mentioned. The other party is like an emotionless robot, calm and terrifying, and the calmness makes the back chill. Seeing that Hannah had no questions, Lu Ming nodded. As he expected, the Krieg Death Corps led by Hannah did not need him to worry too much. As for the Krieg Death Cavalry and the Dwarf Corps, they are stationed at Krieg Fortress. Once the location of the enemy's arrival is confirmed, the entire army quickly supports the military fortress closest to the battlefield. Everyone, is there any problem? The hall was silent, and no one said anything. The strategy to deal with the planetary defense war has been determined since Lu Ming started the population migration plan. So everyone has no doubts about Lu Ming's arrangement. Everyone was already mentally prepared. There are 9 military fortresses from 1 to 9 districts, and each military fortress is stationed by 100,000 Krieg soldiers. The Krieg Legion, as the gateway to the city of Terra, contained 100,000 Krieg regular regiments and 50,000 Krieg Death Cavalry regiments. In addition, there is Tang Si's 200,000 Dwarf Regiment. Compared with other fortresses, the large-scale Krieg fortress is safer. Terra City, as the imperial capital of the empire, is even more of a priority. Well, since there is no problem, let's go down and make arrangements. Hannah, I will say hello to the Ministry of the Interior, and the relevant departments will actively cooperate with your work. Your mission is only one: to deploy the troops to the major military fortresses as soon as possible, and then hold on tight. Hannah nodded, gave Lu Ming a military salute, then put on her helmet and mask, turned, and left the hall. Tang Si, Mio, and others also left one after another. Mio went to coordinate the work of various departments, while Tang Si took Blackstone to the Krieg Fortress and gave orders to the Dwarf Corps station there. After all, the Dwarf Corps does not belong to Lu Ming, although Tang Si and Lu Ming are like a family. But it is better for Tang Si to talk about this kind of corps mobilization in person. In the main hall, Lu Ming took a deep breath as he watched everyone leave. The war is imminent, and it is nonsense to say that you are not nervous. No one is not nervous at this time. The unknown is the most dreaded, and for Lu Ming, the Star Defense War happens to be all unknown. If you are lucky, you can win as effortlessly as Tang Si. If you click your back, you may get into a tough fight. It's not impossible that Krieger can't win, even for a short period of time. After all, Krieg is not afraid of death, and after all, it is a mortal army, not those cans of Astartes with chainsaws. Everything is unknown until it starts. Success or failure is here. In the hall, Lu Ming's murmured voice spread out. Outside the main hall, Hannah, Tang Si, and Haishi went all the way to Krieg Fortress. Mio went to the Ministry of the Interior. But before that, Mio stopped Hannah. Tang Si and Haishi looked at Mio and Hannah from the side, wondering what they were going to do. Mio looked at Hannah Krieger's iconic dress, her right hand clenched in front of her chest, her eyes solemn. For Holy Terra, Hannah was wearing a gas mask, and no one could see her expression at all. The second after Mio finished speaking, Hannah clenched her right fist and made the same gesture as Mio. For Holy Terra, Chapter 34. At night, Lu Ming and Tang Si snuggled in the courtyard, watching the two moons in the sky. Let's call it the moon. Terra Star did not end the novice protection period, and the entire planet was wrapped in a light blue screen. People inside can't get out, and people outside can't get in either. Of course, the stars and the moon that people can see are also fake. It was just an illusion created by a light curtain. However, this does not affect people's appreciation of the night sky of Terra and the Milky Way. Are you afraid? Tang Si leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder, her pretty face raised slightly. Her big eyes looked a little bright under the moonlight. Hearing this, Lu Ming lowered his head and lightly pecked on Tang Si's smooth forehead and smiled. I can't talk about being afraid, but it's true that I'm a little nervous. It is often said that death is scary, but the process of waiting for death is more terrifying than death. In the same way, there is nothing in the planetary defense war itself. At best, it is just a relatively special war. Since it is war, then follow the rules of war. There is nothing to be afraid of when there is something to follow. The really hopeless thing is the endless unknown. No matter how much you explore, it seems like there is no end to the unknown. Regarding Tang Si's words, Lu Ming did not slap his face as a fat man. It's pointless to hold on in front of someone you love, isn't it? Nervousness is nervousness. It's human nature. It's not a shameful thing. There's no need to hide it. Tang Si took Lu Ming's big hand and held it tightly. Little Lucy, do you know? You are what I have been looking forward to in my heart, stepping on colorful clouds to save my hero. Tang Si's voice was a little confused, and she couldn't tell whether she was telling the reality or comforting Lu Ming. When I was young, the moment I was sent to the orphanage, I felt that the whole world was gray and the sky was falling. Everyone in the orphanage is reluctant to play with me. Even because of my withdrawn personality, many of my friends take pleasure in bullying me. Only you stood in my way when I was most desperate. Do you remember the first time we met? What did you say to me? Tang Si looked at Lu Ming with tenderness in her eyes, with a happy smile on the corner of her mouth. Those childhood memories are the most precious memories in her life. Every bit of being with Lu Ming is the tenderest and warmest place in her heart. As an orphan, she was unfortunate. But when she met Lu Ming, Tang Si felt that she was the luckiest. Want to hear it? Lu Ming looked down at Tang Si and recalled the scene in his mind. He remembered that it was not long after he came to this world, when he was the most confused. At this time, Tang Si was sent to the orphanage. Seeing Tang Si's first glance, Lu Ming felt that the other party was the same as him. Children who can't find a home. It may be out of pity, or it may be that she sees her own shadow in Tang Si. Lu Ming half-jokingly said to Tang Si, "You are so beautiful. How about being my wife?" Okay. Lu Ming admitted that he was a bit of a perverted tendency of lowly control. At that time, he just saw that Tang Si was too cute, and some of his inner hobbies were exposed in advance. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Tang Si lowered her head shyly and gave a faint Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled. "You are so beautiful. How about being my wife?" After many years, Tang Si blushed when she heard this sentence again. Tang Si didn't speak, just buried her head tightly into Lu Ming's chest. Then he stretched out his arms around Lu Ming's waist and hugged him tightly, as if afraid that Lu Ming would leave her. Little Lucy, people say that girls who love to laugh will not have bad luck. I laugh every day, and I laugh a lot. Although you always say that I laugh heartlessly, I am still willing to give you all my luck. Tang Si raised her head. The corners of her eyes were actually sparkling. So don't be nervous, okay? You can do it. Didn't you yearn for this starry sky since you were a child? Didn't we promise to fight together in the endless starry sky? So, you can't fail, and I won't allow you to fail. The man I liked by Tang Si must be the most powerful. Lu Ming looked at the sparkling eyes of Tang Si, and the whole person was stunned. Hearing the other party's gentle words with a hint of unease in his ears, a warmth crept into his heart. It seems that this silly girl has been worried for him recently. He understood what Tang Si meant. Tang Si was worried that he would fail in the battle to defend his planet and be expelled from the endless Xingyu. Once this is the case, the two of them are destined to be far away from each other. How old are you? And you still cry like you were when you were young. You are now the queen of the dwarves, and you are not afraid of being laughed at. Don't you say, "Let me live"? Will you cover me when you grow up? I have all these words in my heart, and I'm just waiting for you to fulfill your promise." When Tang Si heard Lu Ming's words, she couldn't help laughing. The anxious mood just now disappeared. He stretched out his fist and lightly slapped Lu Ming's shoulder twice and said in a loud voice, "F***ku. You don't need me to cover you now, but you should cover me." Thinking that she had said before that she was going to cover Lu Ming, Tang Si couldn't wait to find a seam to get in. Which be ***************** D said what the human race said. "Stand up, and Annie will add a buff to you." If the Terran is really weak, what happened to Lu Ming's Terra Star? If the human race is really weak, what is your own dwarf race? Is it rubbish? Tang Si lay quietly on Lu Ming's chest, not saying anything. Neither of the two moved, enjoying this moment of tranquility. After a long while, Tang Si got up from Lu Ming's arms, pecked Lu Ming's cheek lightly while not paying attention, and then put it aside like an elf. "Little Lucy, I all know that it was you who my parents wanted to adopt, but you refused, so my parents took me away. People are very smart. They know everything, but don't say it. So you're not allowed to call me a tiger in the future, or I'll beat you up," saying that. Tang Si also raised her little fist at Lu Ming. Looking at Tang Si's back, Lu Ming smiled. He was only worried that his secrets would be exposed, so he refused the adoption of Tang Si's adoptive parents. It's just that he didn't expect this girl to know. He didn't remember telling the other party. Haha, I don't worry that a fool in the endless stars will be deceived, and not even the scum will be left. Just for some fool, I have to win this planetary defense battle. Chapter 35. Entering the 29th day of Endless Xingyu, Lu Ming's mood has calmed down a lot. Because of Mio, he has been looking forward to entering the Endless Star universe since he was a child. Thinking back on this month, Lu Ming suddenly had the illusion that he had passed away. This month, he graduated from Jiangxing No. 1 Middle School and entered the Endless Xingyu. This month, he chose the least favored race, the human race. This month, he saw the birth of the Krieg Death Corps. This month, the empire in his mind began to materialize little by little. Similarly, this month he will also usher in his own planetary defense battle. The Star Defense War, his first battle in the Endless Star universe. Lu Ming sat in his seat in a daze, recalling all the things that happened this month in his mind. After a long time, Lu Ming chuckled lightly. When had he become so sentimental? He wasn't like that before. Lu Ming shook his head, opened the planet control panel, and looked at the world chat channel inside. What to do? What to do? Tomorrow is the battle for planetary defense. I'm scared to death when I step on the horse. Who will tell me what to do? Is there any boss to advise? If I win, I can be a bull and a horse for you. Come on. We must win. I don't want to go back to Blue Star to live a mediocre life. Come and support me. I can give you money, a lot of money. Blue Star's money has a fart in Endless Xingyu. If you have the skills to bark here, you might as well think about how to survive the difficulties. 233. It's time for the cute new elimination stage. I don't know how many lucky people will join Endless Xingyu this year. I heard that there is a very talented Dwarf Clan Star Master who has ended the planetary defense battle ahead of schedule. Does anyone know the contact information? Sure enough, before the planetary defense war, no newcomer was indifferent. Lu Ming glanced at it. And today's chat channel is destined to be the theme of Star Defense Wars. There are many people who are more flustered than him. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming finally regained his balance. It is normal for people to feel uneasy when they see it. It's not his fault, it's the world's fault. After being a melon eater for a while, Lu Ming also quit the chat channel. Most of them are news of some newcomers begging their grandparents to tell their grandma, and there is nothing of value. It's okay to watch for a while and have fun, but if you watch it for a long time, it will not be worthwhile. Your Majesty, Your Excellency Hannah has come to communicate. At this moment, Mio walked in with her slender legs. Hannah's military report. As of 3:27 p.m. on January 29th, the first year of Terra, the Imperial Krieg Death Corps totaled 1 million, and all of them have been deployed in the military fortresses of the Empire's 1st to 9th districts. The corps affiliated to the military fortresses took over the defense of the capital city in an all-round way, began to implement military control, and gradually repaired the fortifications. At 6:41 in the afternoon, the team fortresses reported that all the fortifications have been built, and the Krieg Death Corps has entered a state of wartime alert. During the same period, Krieg Fortress was under full martial law, and 100,000 Krieg soldiers were stationed in Terra City to defend the imperial capital. 50,000 Krieg Death Cavalry, along with an army of 200,000 dwarves on standby. The report that Hannah submitted was written in every detail. In order to facilitate Lu Ming to understand the progress of her entire deployment work in great detail. After Mio finished reading, he put the report on Lu Ming's table and looked at Lu Ming quietly. He opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. "What's the matter?" Lu Ming noticed Mio's strangeness. Hesitating is not Mio's style. The usual Mio can always perfectly complete the various tasks that Lu Ming explained, and there will be no mistakes. If Lu Ming hadn't known about Mio and ordinary people, he would have doubted whether she was a robot. Because only a robot can be calm and meticulous all the time. "Your Majesty, do you want to prepare early?" "Prepare early? Is there anything else we need to prepare for now?" Lu Ming looked at Mio suspiciously, did not speak, and quietly waited for the other party's next sentence. "Your Majesty, rest in the side hall closest to the portal these few days. You can leave other things to me." Mio summed up the language, looked at Lu Ming calmly, and continued, "I will notify you as soon as there is news." After hearing Mio's words, Lu Ming fell silent. Of course he knew what Mio meant. The portal is the only retreat that endless Xingyu has left for these newbies. Once the Star Defense War is unsatisfactory, or the defeat is set, the masters of these planets can return to Blue Star through the portal to avoid the calamity of death. But again, once the master of the planet leaves, the planet falls. Then it means that you can never have the qualification to become the master of the planet. So Mio's meaning is obvious. Just let him not stay away from the portal once something irresistible happens. He can also return to Blue Star as soon as possible without worrying about losing his life here. "Mio, do you remember what you said back then? The glory of mankind lasts forever, and mankind is supreme. Now you make me prepare to run away all the time. It's not like words that came out of your mouth. Do you not believe in the Terran, or do you not believe in the Krieg Death Corps?" This time it was Mio's turn to be silent. Lu Ming looked at Mio quietly, and when he saw that he was silent, he smiled. "Mio, believe in the possibility of the human race, believe in the future of the Holy Tai Lai, and believe in Krieg's loyalty. The Imperial ship has just set sail, and I won't let him fall so soon. Loyalty is amazing." Lu Ming believes that as long as there is one soldier left in Krieg, it is impossible for the so-called invading race to step into the city of Terra. "Understood, Your Majesty, I overstepped." Hannah stood up straight, a strange color flashing in her eyes. "Your Excellency Tang Si, I'm sorry. I have no reason to persuade a majesty who believes in the future of the Empire." Lu Ming waved his hand, indicating that Mio didn't need to do this. "Mio, let Hannah be alert at all times and report to me immediately if there are signs of war." Mio left with Lu Ming's order. As soon as he left the hall, he saw Tang Si waiting outside. "How? Did he promise?" Mio shook his head slowly and left without saying anything. Tang Si looked at Mio's back, bit her lip, and finally stomped her foot and walked into the hall. "If you don't listen to advice, let's go together." Chapter 36. When night falls, the people of Terra Star have no intention of sleeping. In the courtyard, Lu Ming helplessly looked at Tang Si in front of him, his expression full of emotion. This silly girl obviously didn't need to accompany her, but she stupidly stayed. He even sat here to accompany him to blow the cold wind for half the night. In addition to being moved, Lu Ming was moved. Thinking about what Mio said during the day, no matter what Lu Ming thought about it, it didn't seem like what Mio could say. The only explanation is that someone asked Mio to do that. As for who is asking Mio, Lu Ming glanced at Tang Si, who was snuggling in his arms, and already had the answer in his heart. In endless Xingyu, apart from Tang Si, Lu Ming can't think of another person who thinks about himself all the time. Look up and look at the galaxy. Although I know that all this is transformed by the light curtain that wraps the star of Terra, but the beautiful endless galaxy still makes people unconsciously addicted to it, unable to extricate themselves. Some people say that only when you look up at the night sky and under the vast sea of stars can you feel your own insignificance. For the vast universe, time and space have lost their meaning. Human beings are too small in this endless universe. Lu Ming held Tang Si in his arms, and neither of them spoke, quietly looking at the night sky in a trance. A false Milky Way runs through the entire night sky, just like the swaying ribbon on the fairy's body, attracting infinite reverie. Thousands of stars appear and disappear in this galaxy, just like the most beautiful things in the world, full of mystery and yearning. Terrastar night is quiet. The night sky is clear. Therefore, looking up at the starry sky on the ground will give people a feeling of being relaxed and happy. No matter what troubles you have, just lie down and look up at the stars, which can always take away all your worries and boredom. Lu Ming is such a state of mind at this time. Although the time is getting closer, his mood is calm like the water surface. Tranquility, peace, without the tension and oppression of an impending war, nor the irritability of chasing fame and fortune. At this moment, his ambitions seemed to be quietly hidden. If he had to say it, Lu Ming felt like a recluse with no desires. Nothing could stir his mood again. It was like returning to the countryside where I lived as a child. At that time, Lu Ming's favorite thing to do was to climb up the roof with a mat in the summer, then lie there quietly and fall asleep watching the beautiful night sky. The same planet, the same starry sky. Terrastar today is destined to be a sleepless night. Under the clear night sky, countless people of the Empire, like Lu Ming, looked up at the starry sky. There are gray-haired old people over 50 years old, and there are 3 happy families. Even the most noisy children are lying in their parents' arms, looking at the night sky curiously with big, innocent eyes. Maybe their young minds are thinking, how big is this galaxy? Has it come to an end? What is beyond the end? Terra City, the 9 regional capital cities of the Empire, fell silent. This night, except for a few departments such as the Imperial Alloy Processing Plant, the Alloy Smelting Plant, and the Daqing Military Factory, they were still working intensively. Everyone else almost stopped what they were doing. Sit with your family, talk about interesting things about your usual work, complain about your dissatisfaction in life, and enjoy a moment of peace here. Everyone was waiting for the morning to come. Outside the city of Terra, in the largest Krieg fortress in the Empire, Krieg soldiers quietly patrolled back and forth. The Krieg soldiers on the walls of the fortress stood and watched closely, watching every move at the end of the darkness. Teams of Krieg soldiers entered and exited from the gate of the fortress, continuously scouting for clues around the city of Terra. The Great Emperor gave them an order, and even if there is only one person left in the battle, they must not let the fortress fall, because behind them is the city of Terra, and their Great Emperor is in it. The bright night sky reflected on the eye lenses of the Krieg soldiers' gas mask was as beautiful as a picture scroll. It's just that these Krieg soldiers have no time to care. Commander, the Death Cavalry Regiment is reporting that no species that can be called an enemy has been found within 100 kilometers of Terra City. Krieg Team Fortress, a Krieg soldier pushed the door and walked in. The soldier gave Hannah a military salute and reported on his work. In the room, Hannah and many other senior leaders of the Krieg Death Corps are here. In addition, there are Blackrock and several generals of the dwarves. In the center of the room is a holographic projection of the city of Terra and the surrounding topographic map. Let's explore again. Until the location of the enemy is determined, the protection of Terra must not be stopped. Hannah was expressionless. Or even if there is any expression, outsiders can't see it through the gas mask. Everyone could only hear the seriousness and solemnity in Hannah's tone. After the soldier left, Hannah looked at the time, and the expression under the mask suddenly turned cold. 11:58 at night. Hannah came to the window, stood there quietly, and looked up at the night sky. This was the first time Hannah looked up at the night sky in days. The twinkling of thousands of stars is really fascinating. Drop, drop, drop. Suddenly, a harsh alarm sounded in the room, and the red alarm light kept flashing an uncomfortable red light. At the same time, the entire Krieg fortress rang the most advanced guard bell of the Corps. Countless Krieg soldiers walked out of the room one after another, holding their weapons tightly in their hands to gather in the fortress square, waiting for a higher-level order. A similar situation happened not only in Krieg Fortress, but also in the 9 military fortresses of Terra. Boom, boom, click. At 12 o'clock, the originally beautiful night sky slowly dissipated. It was replaced by pure darkness, like an abyss mouth that was about to devour Terra's star, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Lightning streaks across the night sky, and the silver dragon roars, a scene where the end is coming. Is it finally time to start? Lu Ming stood up, watching the Milky Way recede, watching the endless darkness nibble away at the night sky of the Empire. Ding, the 30-day protection period is over. The planet number 124909 is about to usher in the planetary defense battle. Please prepare the planet master. Chapter 37. Little Lucy, have you started? Seeing that Lu Ming suddenly stood up, Tang Si asked nervously when she knew that the planetary defense war had begun. Lu Ming didn't speak, just nodded with a serious face. Ding, planet number 124909 starts the planetary defense war. Please prepare the planet master. Ding, the planetary defense war begins. The invasion race, the Terror race. Number of invasions, 1.5 million. Lu Ming glanced at the information given by the planet's control panel, and a bit of bitterness formed in the corners of his mouth. Looking at Tang Si, Lu Ming said helplessly, "It seems that luck is not on my side." The Ripper race. Lu Ming listened to his teachers when he was in school. This is a very powerful race in the Star Defense War, and the difficulty can be said to be hell level. The Rippers are tall, with an average of almost 2 meters 3. They are wrapped in a special metal armor, and almost all small-caliber firearms have no threat to this metal armor. And the most deadly thing is that the Rippers are very fast. That huge body did not affect their agility at all, but instead gave them more powerful lethality. Ripper, that's what people call these terrifying creatures. As the name suggests, this invasive creature doesn't wield any heat weapons, instead using its long claws to rip enemies to shreds. Hence the name Ripper. Recalling the information about the terror that he knew in his mind, Lu Ming was helpless. That little b**** *ch of the goddess of destiny is really unreliable. It's almost obvious to increase the difficulty of the game for him. Little Lucy, what is an invasive species? Tang Si snorted when she saw that Lu Ming's face was not very good. An ominous premonition haunted him. Tang Si had seen the strength of the Krieg Death Corps with his own eyes. To make Lu Ming show such an expression, I am afraid that invasive species will definitely not be too simple. Ripper, 1.5 million. Lu Ming pulled out a slightly bitter smile with a bit of helplessness in his eyes. How come? Hearing this, Tang Si slumped on the chair. Tang Si naturally knew what the terror represented. Since people discovered the role of endless Xingyu, from the first batch of people who entered endless Xingyu to the present. In the past 100 years, Rippers have also appeared several times. But without exception, those unfortunate people who encountered the Ripper in the Star Defense War all lost. The loss was clean, and the panties were gone. As of today, Star Wars Ripper's record is 100%. In other words, the probability of a novice encountering a Ripper being eliminated by him is as high as 100%. And Lu Ming's situation is more difficult than those of the hapless before. A full 1.5 million terrors. This is beyond Tang Si's cognition. Compared with Lu Ming, Tang Si first discovered that her planetary defense battle was like a child's play. Okay, don't worry, it's just a Ripper. Seeing Tang Si's panic, Lu Ming reached out and touched the other's head, comforting her. Others can't beat the Ripper, it doesn't mean I can't. Don't forget, I'm a laser gun. After speaking, Lu Ming stopped talking nonsense. The time is urgent, and if there is anything, I can only say it slowly later. Mio, come to the palace hall now. Lu Ming notified Mio and rushed to the palace hall with Tang Si. To be honest, when Lu Ming first heard the name of Ripper, Lu Ming was also panicked. He even felt that Xiang Xingyu was targeting him. But now calm down and think about it. Although this planetary defense battle is difficult, it is not without hope of victory. You must know that the most difficult thing about the terror is the metal armor. Traditional kinetic energy firearms have nothing to do with the terror's metal armor and can only watch the opponents in scrupulous charge, tear apart his own soldiers like calling into a pack of wolves. For traditional weapons, except for large-caliber weapons, such as artillery, tanks, heavy machine guns, etc., which are a threat to Rippers, most of the other weapons are fire sticks. But Lu Ming is different. His Krieg Death Corps is not equipped with traditional kinetic weapons, but laser weapons. Lucius laser guns, hell guns, and even sapper shotguns are incredibly powerful. Not to mention that he also has a quad-mounted artillery, the Macarius main battle tank. Therefore, no matter how strong the Tyrus armor is, there is a high probability that it cannot block the laser gun with strong penetrating ability. You must know that the Lucius laser gun can penetrate the finger-thick alloy material. Lu Ming is still very confident about the alloy materials produced by the Imperial Alloy Foundry. This is the super-strength alloy metal given by the Mio think tank, and there is no reason to be weaker than the Tyrus armor. The Lucius laser gun can penetrate even the alloys produced by the Empire, let alone the Ripper. This is the strength of Lu Ming. Lu Ming brought Tang Si to the palace hall, where Mio had been waiting. Lu Ming informed Mio of the enemies facing the Empire, and Hannah at Krieg Fortress via communication. Have Hannah inform the Krieg soldiers stationed at the 9 military fortresses in time, lest the soldiers suffer because they don't know the Ripper well enough. Hannah, confirm the enemy's landing location as quickly as possible. Once the enemy's position is confirmed, all Krieg regiments will support quickly, no mistakes. In the palace hall, Lu Ming issued orders in an orderly manner. At the same time, the world chat channel was also lively. Haha, my invasive species is the human race, and I made a lot of money. By the way, my native race is a vampire. TSK, the weakest human race was randomly selected as an invasive species. The brothers upstairs usually burn incense and worship Buddha. I'm lucky to have shit, and I'm envious of the real name system. My invasive species is the Tauren. Although the Tauren is very strong, the number is small, only 10,000. Looking at the announcement of the World Channel just now, it seems that someone randomly came to the Terror. Ripper? Who the hell is so unlucky? Hee, I guess that unlucky B*** D has already withdrawn voluntarily. The World Chat channel will have an announcement for newbies who start the Star Defense War. However, because there are too many newbies in the same issue, even if it is an announcement, it is difficult to notice anything. For these news, Lu Ming naturally had no time to pay attention. All he has to do now is to find the Ripper and blast him. Chapter 38. Terra Star, a military fortress in the 3rd sector of the Empire. Report. 400 kilometers southwest of the fortress, traces of the enemy were found. According to the description of the Great Emperor, the identity of the enemy can be identified as the Ripper. In the Hall of Memories of Team Fortress, a Krieg soldier pushed the door and walked in. Nick stood up after hearing the words and nodded to the soldier. Order the Corps of Engineers to build a trench to the southwest of the fortress and request to cut off the advance route of the Ripper army into the capital cities of the 3 districts. Order. After the fortifications are completed, the Corps quickly enters the trenches to prepare for battle. Quad-mounted artillery and Macarius heavy tanks head to the front line. Once you find any trace of the enemy, strike freely. In addition, report the report of the 3 districts to the Krieg Fortress headquarters and ask for the support of Commander Hannah. Nick glanced at the senior officer in the conference room, clenching his right fist on his chest. For Holy Terra. For the Emperor. For Holy Terra. For the Emperor. Everyone in the room made the same oath, then left one after another and began to arrange their own tasks. Nick, as the highest commander of the Krieg Death Corps, the military fortress in the 3 districts, did not say anything like fight to the death. Because for the Krieg Death Corps, this is the basic literacy. Loyalty to the Empire makes them not allowed to take a step back. These don't need to be repeated too much by his commander. Under Nick's order, the military fortress in the 3rd district was completely busy. Like a sophisticated machine, everything is going on in an orderly manner. Standing on the edge of the city in the capital of the 3rd district, you can see the 3rd district military fortress. On the street, a patrol car kept repeating the broadcast. Residents of the Empire, the enemy's trail has been found in the southwest of the 3rd sector. For personal safety, please stay at home and do not go out for non-essential events. There is no need to panic, no need to be afraid. The Krieg soldiers of the 3rd military fortress have already started operations and will protect everyone's safety. The Great Emperor blesses us. Please cooperate actively. For personal safety, please stay at home and do not go out for non-essential events. Hearing the sound of the patrol car broadcast, the residents spontaneously returned to their homes and locked the doors and windows. The family cuddled together and prayed silently. The residents of the empire who gathered were gathered in the tent area distributed by the empire. Everyone was not panicked, not afraid, just quietly looking at the southwest direction. "Mom, is the bad guy here?" In the crowd, a little girl looked up at her mother who was holding her hand and asked curiously, "Don't be afraid, Ñoño, Uncle Soldiers will drive those bad guys away, and they will protect me." The woman comforted the little girl beside her with a gentle smile. "Uncle Soldier? Is that the monstrosity with the mask over there?" "Ñoño, that's not the fault of Shumi, it's Krieg. But it's the S***T. My dad said it was the S***T who gave me lollipops." The woman next to the little girl looked at her little daughter helplessly, raised her head, and glared angrily at the man beside her. The man smiled awkwardly. He just wanted to protect his little padded jacket. What's wrong with that? It's just that this little padded jacket seems to be leaking air. The little girl called Ñoño pouted and looked at the Krieg soldiers at the outermost edge of the crowd, her big eyes full of curiosity. "Ñoño, you idiot. Did you see the weapon in the hands of the soldier's uncle over there? It's a laser gun. You can kill the enemy with a single blow, which is amazing." A little fat man on the side couldn't help laughing when he heard the conversation between the little girl and her mother. "Ñoño is not an idiot. Isn't she a laser gun? I know." Ñoño retorted unconvinced. "Then do you know who made the laser gun?" "Yes, His Majesty the Great Emperor." "You also said that you are not a fool." "Of course, the laser gun is produced by a military factory. The military factory was not established by His Majesty the Emperor." "Did I say that it was produced by His Majesty the Emperor?" Ñoño glanced at the little fat man with disgust and pouted, "I think you are the fool." The angry bickering of the two children caused the adults on one side to show good-natured smiles. Especially the parents of the little girl looked at their children proudly. The great emperor built munitions factories, and then there were more advanced laser guns. There's nothing wrong with that. Not far from the crowd, a Krieg soldier glanced at the laughing crowd. Inside, he found Ñoño, who was as proud as she had won a battle. Yesterday, he was assigned to patrol and maintain order in the city, and he seemed to see a very cute little girl. It seems that he gave the little guy a lollipop. The lollipop was given to him by a well-meaning man, and as a Krieg soldier, he wouldn't eat a lollipop. So it was handed over to the cute little girl. Why do you think the little girl in front of you is so familiar?" The Krieg soldier withdrew his gaze and continued his work of vigilance. What happened just now was just a small episode for him. "God, please bless us." An old man in the crowd folded his hands and prayed. Hearing this, a young man next to him sneered. "Old man, at this time, God, the old man will not control our life or death," said the young man, pointed to the Krieg soldiers outside the crowd. "It's them who protect us, and it's the great emperor who cares about our life and death. So even if you want to pray, you're praying to the great emperor, not the god of Rush." The old man stared blankly at the young man, his cloudy eyes flashing a thoughtful look. He was getting old, and no one had ever told him that he was praying not to God, but to the great emperor. But now someone told him. The old man smiled apologetically at the young man and folded his hands again. "Great emperor, please bless us." Seeing this, the young man smiled and said nothing more. Similar situations are constantly happening in the capital cities of the 3rd District, and no one knows what is waiting for them. Insufficient people are not afraid because they know the great emperor will protect them. God may abandon them, but His Majesty the Emperor will not. No matter what enemy they faced, they had faith in Holy Terra and faith in the Krieg Corps, for they knew that Holy Terra was led by a great emperor. Chapter 39. Your Majesty, I found the trail of the Ripper army. Where? 400 kilometers southwest of the 3rd District. In the palace hall, Mio handed the report just submitted to Lu Ming and stood quietly aside. There was some silence in the hall. Mio didn't bother Lu Ming because she knew that Lu Ming was thinking about the next coping strategy. There were only Lu Ming and Mio in the hall, and Tang Si was not here. After the Star Defense War began, Tang Si rushed to Krieg Fortress overnight after learning that the invaders were 1.5 million Rippers. Take charge of the Dwarven army yourself. Although Tang Si has a close relationship with Lu Ming, the Dwarf Legion and the Krieg Legion are even more allies. But in the final analysis, the two are not the same. Henna couldn't move the dwarves as much as she wanted with the Krieg. Tang Si was a little worried, so she went to the Dwarf Corps for deployment in person. Mio, have you confirmed that all the tirers were found in the 3rd district? Lu Ming looked at Mio with serious eyes. If the Rippers found in the 3rd area are all, then Lu Ming will not hesitate to deploy the Krieg Death Corps and the Dwarf Legion to the 3rd area. If not all, it's a bit trickier. Pull all the corps to the 3rd area. What if there are enemies in other areas? But if all the troops are not deployed, can the only 100,000 Kriegers in the 3rd area stop the enemy? It was not mentioned in the report of the 3rd district, and the time was too short to be confirmed at all. Mio shook his head. 1.5 million is not a small number. It is not so easy to determine. What's more, the other party is still a Ripper, and you won't let you run over and count how many people there are. Now it's almost 3 in the morning, counting the time, from Krieger's discovery of the enemy's traces in the 3rd area to reporting to Lu Ming. It only takes half an hour. It was impossible to confirm the number of enemies in such a short time. Lu Ming put down the information in his hand, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Star defense is not set in stone. He must be careful, especially in the face of such a powerful enemy as the Ripper. If you are not careful, you will fall into a doomed situation. Although Tang Si told him that the invaders of his own planet gathered together, but Lu Ming still wanted to confirm. Afraid of everything. What if the Ripper army is divided into several strands? You must know that Tang Si faced only 500,000 enemies at the time, and he faced a full 1.5 million tirers. The two sides are not on the same level at all. With so many invaders, it is not impossible to divide troops. Mio, give Hannah an order. Let Hannah inform the military fortresses, temporarily stand still, and wait for my order. Also send Krieg Death Cavalry, together with the Dwarf Legion, to the 3rd area to support. Finally, send news to the military fortresses in the 3rd district and let them find out the specific number of enemies as soon as possible. Lu Ming quickly gave the order. At present, in the entire planet of Terra, only the 3rd district has found the trail of the Tirer. Support is definitely going to support, otherwise the 3rd district will fall sooner or later. The Krieg Death Corps are not afraid of death, but not afraid of death does not mean that they are immortals. 100,000 Krieg soldiers are too few after all. Mio left with Lu Ming's order to convey the latest deployment mission to Hannah. As for Tang Si's side, Lu Ming would speak for himself. At 3:35 in the morning, the Krieg military fortress was brightly lit. The heavy metal gate of the fortress slowly opened, and transport vehicles lined up in a long queue, leaving without a trace. The transport vehicle carried a dwarf regiment, as well as a full load of weapons, baggage, and other materials. Shortly after the team left, another team set off. Compared with the previous transport fleet, this team is a bit special. In front of the convoy was the death cavalry of the modified war Makriegs, wearing military coats, gas masks, and holding explosive spears. The horses of the Krieg Death Cavalry are improved by the Institute, so they are excellent in endurance. There is no need for a transporter. After the Krieg Death Cavalry, there are heavy armored vehicles. Behind these armored vehicles are towed quadruple-mounted heavy artillery, and these big guys can only be pulled by armored vehicles with sufficient horsepower. And at the end of the team, there are behemoths. The Macarius main battle tank, there is the Conqueror, and there is also the Vulcan. In front of the Macarius main battle tank, the Krieg Death Cavalry in charge of the escort on both sides, even if they were riding on a warhorse, were no more than equal to the track of the tank. It can be seen how huge the Macarius main battle tank produced by the Dachin military factory is. Buzz! The engine roared, and the convoy quickly left the Krieg fortress, heading towards the Empire's 3rd sector for support. With the support of these main battle equipment, if you want to come to the 3rd district, you should be able to hold on for a while. Once it is determined that there is no trace of the Ripper in the rest of the Empire, Lu Ming will have all the Krieg Death Corps stationed in the Empire gather in the 3rd area. Your Majesty, the support convoy has already departed. At 4:10 in the morning, Mio returned to the palace hall. Looking at Lu Ming sitting on the throne, he bowed slightly and said, "Hasn't the specific number of enemies been confirmed in the 3rd district?" Lu Ming was a little anxious. Although reinforcements have been excluded, the pressure on the 3rd district is still great. But now he doesn't know how many Ripper armies there are in the 3rd district, and the Corps in other districts don't dare to mobilize randomly. This situation made Lu Ming a little uncomfortable. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Mio slowly shook his head. There is still no information on the specific number of enemies reported in the third area, and it should be confirmed. The time is too short, coupled with the fact that it is night. The task of confirming the enemy's work is very difficult. However, according to Mio's estimation, the news will be available by dawn at the latest. Seeing Mio shaking his head, Lu Ming sighed silently in his heart. He also knew that it was impossible to be anxious about this matter, so he could only suppress the impatience in his heart and continue to wait. Also waiting for news is Hannah of Krieg Fortress. From the beginning of the Star Defense War, the Krieg Death Corps under her command has been gathering in the square of Krieg Fortress. All kinds of weapons and ammunition are carried on the body for easy departure at any time. Tang Si once persuaded Hannah, motioning Hannah to let the soldiers go to rest first, and it would not be too late to gather the latest news. But until Tang Si left with the Dwarf Corps, Hannah was unmoved. The Krieg Death Corps stood quietly in the Krieg Fortress Square, without any sound. It's like a statue. Chapter 40. The first year of the Terra calendar, January 30th at 5 in the morning. The roar of the quadruple-mounted heavy artillery resounded through the world at the southwest trench defense position of the military fortress in the third area. When the first ray of sunlight hits the ground, the war has begun. In the middle of the southwest of the military fortress in the third area, a trench 3 meters wide and 1 person deep runs across it. Looking up, the moat stretches endlessly, as if there is no end. Inside the trench was a Krieg soldier wearing a gas mask and holding a Lucius laser gun. At this time, the soldiers were lying on the sandbags outside the trenches, and their guns were aimed at the southwest. In a flat position behind the trench, a huge quadruple-mounted heavy artillery roared. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of shelling reverberated in the sky and the earth. The strong recoil made the ground tremble slightly, and the edge of the trench was constantly shaken off by the sand. However, the Krieg soldiers in the trenches were unmoved, and the eyes under the gas mask stared calmly into the distance. The ugly figure of the enemy did not appear as far as the eye could see. The range of the quadruple heavy artillery is far beyond the limits of human vision. Caliber and justice, range is truth. This is most vividly reflected in the quadruple-mounted artillery produced by the Imperial Armament Factory. Hum, 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 there was a roar of engines, and it was the Macarius main battle tank. As the supreme commander of the military fortress in the 3rd District, Nick came to the forefront in person. This trench was the first line of defense dug by Krieger's sappers, and Nick brought the Macarius main battle tank. Macarius Vulcan is more advanced. After all, the most powerful part of Vulcan is the terrifying rate of fire. The Vulcan bolter can fire thousands of bombs per minute on the Vulcan Macarius. With all the ammo it carries, I can only sustain a 20-second ramp time. This shows how frenzied the fire of Vulcan is. Vulcan is positioned as an efficient anti-infantry platform, and its greatest value is to quickly clean up a large area of the battlefield. And in order to maximize the power of Vulcan, 2 hunter-killer missiles were installed behind it. There is no doubt that Vulcan will be a nightmare for enemies on the battlefield. However, due to the lack of its own ammunition load, Vulcan is not long-lasting. Nick, however, has his own way of coping. Since Vulcan cannot carry too much ammunition, why not let the transporter follow? So the front line of the battlefield is a row of Macarius Vulcan, and behind each Vulcan tank, there are 2 to 3 transport vehicles lined up closely. The car was full of bombs that the Vulcan needed. Between Macarius Vulcan and the transport was the trench where the Krieg soldiers were. When the Vulcan is out, Krieg soldiers will raise their guns to suppress the enemy, buying the Vulcan time to reload the ammunition. Further back, it was Macarius the Conqueror with a longer range. Because of the inconvenience of movement, the quadruple artillery is in a more rearward safe position, and there are special Krieg soldiers to protect the artillery positions. The roar of the quadruple heavy artillery has never stopped. As time went on, the Macarius Conqueror, which had a slightly closer range than the quadruple heavy artillery, also began to fire tongues. Hearing the sound of the Conqueror's firing, the Krieg soldiers in the trenches knew that the enemy was getting closer and closer. Otherwise, the Conquerors wouldn't start roaring now. A Krieg soldier tightened the Lucius laser gun in his hand, lying on the sandbag and quietly waiting for the enemy to come. 5:40 in the morning. After a full 40 minutes of bombardment by the quadruple heavy artillery and the Conqueror, the Krieg soldiers in the trenches finally saw the true face of the enemy. Where the eyes can reach, the place where heaven and earth meet. One bomb after another set off a huge fire, and under the reflection of the huge fire, one by one hideous voices appeared in front of everyone. The tall body of nearly 2 meters is dark red. The body is very slender, and the movement speed is far faster than that of normal humans. These monsters are all wrapped under the protection of unknown metal armor, and they glow with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. And unlike people, these things have 4 arms on the upper body. Each arm is extremely slender, a bit similar to the familiar gorilla feeling to humans. Of course, the arm is much thinner than that of a gorilla, and it is only about the thickness of an adult's wrist. At the end of its arm, it is not a normal human hand, but claws similar to a finger tiger. Those claws were initially estimated to be about 1/2 meter long. If it were ordinary people who saw these hideous monsters, they would have been scared to the ground. But the Krieg soldiers were silent except for silence. They just lay quietly in the trenches and pointed their guns at these terrors without moving. Obviously, the quadruple heavy artillery and the Macarius Conqueror are powerful though. However, in the face of the terror that occupies the entire horizon, like a tide, it is still somewhat powerless. Heavy artillery fire did not stop the enemy's advance. Every minute and every second, the enemy is constantly narrowing the distance between himself and the trench. Finally, Macarius Vulcan, who had high hopes for Nick, opened fire. Woo! Because of the terrifying rate of fire, the Vulcan bolter's firing sound is completely different from that of the Conqueror and the quadruple heavy artillery. The latter is intermittent and distinct. The Vulcan cannon's firing sound is connected in a line, and it sounds a bit like the roar of the engine with the throttle twisted all the way. This is how Lu Ming described it when he first saw the scene when the Vulcan cannon opened fire. It's a Gatling with a bigger caliber, a faster rate of fire, and more power. With the Vulcan cannon joining the field, the Krieg soldiers no longer see any rippers. In other words, all they could see was the explosion of fire and smoke. Within the range of the Vulcan cannon, it was completely reduced to a restricted area of life. Any enemy who dares to approach here will be torn to shreds by the angry Vulcan cannon. Within the position, the shells behind each Vulcan tank increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. A Krieg sapper began to carry the discarded shells, while simultaneously delivering bursts of explosives into the Vulcan tank's ammunition bay. However, Vulcan's ammo depletes surprisingly fast. Even if the Krieg sappers have already done their best to transport ammunition, they still can't supply Vulcan's excessive waste. 20 seconds. After roaring for 20 seconds, Vulcan went silent. Chapter 41. With the Vulcan bolter muted, there was a time to reload the ammo. The flames of the explosion on the battlefield slowly dissipated. Tall figures were reflected in the smoke and dust. As the tall figures burst out of the smoke, the Krieg soldiers in the trenches opened fire. Poof! Poof! The crisp sound of laser gunshots came one after another, and a barrage network composed of laser columns covered the road in front of the terror. The Ripper's dark red special metal armor can withstand traditional kinetic firearms. However, in the face of the Lucius laser gun with powerful penetrating ability, it is still a bit unattractive. Nick saw with his own eyes that the laser gun pierced the armor of the Ripper's chest. The powerful instant heat can melt a thumb-sized wound directly on his armor. There was no blood flowing out of the wound, but a faint black smoke that rose and was almost undetectable to the naked eye. Hi! The attacked Ripper's charge suddenly lost its power. Yang Tian roared, his voice hoarse like a knife slicing through glass shards, making his scalp numb. The Ripper who lost his strength continued to rush forward under the inertia of speed. 1 step, 2 steps. When he finally rushed out about 6 or 7 meters, his tall body finally exhausted and fell to the ground. Can't get up again. Seeing this scene, although Nick didn't say anything, he was still relieved. The Lucius laser gun can deal lethal damage to these monsters. Report this news to Commander Hannah. Quadruple heavy artillery, Conqueror, Vulcan, and Lucius laser gun can all cause fatal damage to Ripper. Nick needs to report this information. A herald left, and another Krieg soldier stepped forward. Commander, confirm that the number of enemy troops is around 1.5 million. Nick nodded when he heard the words, and let the soldiers continue to report the news. It is now 6:20 in the morning. He knew that the Empire had been waiting for this news. Nick looked at the advancing army of Rippers in the distance, and he didn't know what to think. Compared to the Vulcan bomber, the Lucius laser gun suppression strength is not as good after all. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Macarius Vulcan to reload. The Vulcan bolter began to roar again. However, Nick can see clearly, although the Vulcan bolter can temporarily suppress the Ripper army. But in general, the Ripper army is still constantly approaching their first line of defense. Order: Vulcan retreat to the second line of defense after one shot. The 1st and 2nd regiments of Krieg are stationed in the first line of defense to buy time for the rest of the chapters to retreat. As the highest-ranking commander of Krieg, a military fortress in the 3rd district, when Nick issued this order, he almost held back his inner shame and issued it. This order meant that he abandoned the 1st and 2nd regiments. In other words, the Krieg soldiers of these 2 regiments are abandoned sons who sacrificed themselves to block the enemy. Likewise, for Nick as Krieg's commander, stepping back is also an insult to Krieger. On the one hand, it is the glory of the Corps, and on the other hand, it is the highest order of the Empire. Nick is well aware of his mission: defend the military fortress of the 3rd district, and must not let any Ripper squad rush into the 3rd district capital city. This was the order given to him by Hannah, the supreme commander of Krieg. I heard that this order comes from His Majesty the Supreme Emperor of the Empire. Mission and glory, Nick chose the former. His purpose was to slow down the advance of the Ripper army as much as possible, waiting for reinforcements from the Empire. Nick's order was given. Except for the Krieg soldiers of the 1st and 2nd regiments, the other Krieg soldiers climbed out of the trenches and retreated towards the rear of the position. At the same time, the artillery positions retreated, and the Macarius main battle tank also began to slowly retreat. Only the Krieg soldiers of the 1st and 2nd regiments were left in the first line of defense, as well as the roaring Macarius Vulcan main battle tank. This is the final roar of the Vulcan bolter. After finishing this round of shooting, Macarius Vulcan also retreats to the rear. The Krieg soldiers of the 1st and 2nd regiments had no complaints about this result. They lay quietly in the trenches, staring blankly at the Ripper in the distance. Woo! The Vulcan bolters were still roaring, the last sound the Krieg soldiers from the 1st and 2nd regiments heard. Finally, the mission of Macarius Vulcan was over. The tank slowly backed up, ran over the bullet casings on the ground, and crossed the trench. A Krieg soldier turned to look at the Macarius Vulcan tank slowly retreating beside him. At the armored lookout, he saw his robe. The other party looked at him quietly, and he also looked at the other party quietly. There was no communication or words between the two sides. It wasn't until the Vulcan tank was clear of the trench that the Krieg soldier looked back. Poof! Poof! The crisp sound of laser gun fire replaced the roar of the Vulcan bolter. The Ripper army lost the suppression of the Vulcan bomb run and quickly approached the trenches of the first line of defense. Beep! A harsh whistle sounded in the center of the trenches. The Krieg soldiers lying in the trench heard the whistle, and without any hesitation, pulled out their alloy serrated bayonet and installed it on the Lucius laser gun. Time passed slowly. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Krieg soldiers who were left in the trenches of the first line of defense blocked the Ripper army for more than 20 minutes after the main force withdrew. The commander of the 1st Regiment looked behind him and could vaguely see that his comrades were setting up a second line of defense. After several struggles, the commander put down the charge whistle in his hand. Like Nick, mission and glory, he chose the former. Their task is to buy time for the main force in the rear, and they can only give up the charge. The Ripper army approached the trench defense step by step, and the Krieg soldiers were not afraid or flinched. Just calm, mechanical aim and pull the trigger. However, the enemy is outnumbered, and it is only a matter of time before the first line of defense is torn apart. At 7:10, the first Ripper rushed into the trench. Question: what happens when a Ripper bursts into a trench? A. On the bayonet or shovel. Ripper's speed is very fast, and close-range shooting is obviously not advisable. Facing the Ripper who broke through into the trench, The Krieg soldiers charged towards the opponent without any hesitation. Krieg's charge was silent, like a wall. No shouting, no screaming. Some just pointed the serrated bayonet in the direction of the enemy. Chapter 42. Some say Krieger is rushing to death. Not really. They are rushing towards redemption and loyalty. When the first Ripper rushed into the trench, the surrounding Krieg soldiers rushed forward without any hesitation. The dazzling serrated bayonet did not have any confusion. In front of the tall Ripper, the Krieg soldier's body is not stalwart. On the contrary, normal human beings are very small compared to terrorists. But even so, the Krieg soldiers did not flinch. Not only do not retreat, but charge forward. The bayonet on Lucius' laser gun collided with the Ripper's claws, spattering a stream of sparks. The next second, Ripper's other 3 arms pierced through a Krieg soldier. As soon as the arm was exerted, the body of the Krieg soldier was torn in half. The blood rained down, staining the clay in the trenches red. Hiss! The hoarse, scalp-numbing roar came from the terrifying mouthparts of the Ripper, making people shudder. The Ripper's dark red armor was a little infiltrating. After bathing in the blood of Krieg soldiers, it looked even more terrifying. The head of the 1st Regiment watched as more and more Rippers broke through the defense line and rushed into the trenches. The face under the gas mask was still so indifferent and calm. Turning his head to look at the second line of defense being constructed by his compatriots behind him, he blew the charging whistle for the last time. The second line of defense is complete, and his mission is over. Beep! The whistle of the charging whistle spread far and wide in the first line of defense. The whistle is melodious and crisp. Hearing the whistle, the Krieg soldiers in the trench climbed out of the trench without any hesitation. Carrying a Lucius laser gun with a bayonet, he started a countercharge. The Krieg soldiers bowed slightly, took firm steps, and rushed towards the Ripper army step by step. The head of the 1st Regiment also climbed out of the trench. There were also a few grenadier veterans beside him, who pulled out their sappers and followed closely behind. For these veterans, the bayonet thing didn't have the loyalty of a shovel. The terror on the opposite side saw that his prey actually started a countercharge, and there was such a brief hesitation. What happened to these people? Shouldn't he flee in a hurry at such a time? Shouldn't we be enjoying the chase? Why do you still have the courage to react and charge us? Hiss! A terror at the front roared up to the sky. Although it doesn't know what's going on with these Terrans, it feels insulted. The prey should look like the prey, just run away obediently and wait to be hunted. The prey who dares to resist is a provocation to the hunter. The terror's roar caused the head of the 1st Regiment to focus on it. The head of the regiment waved his hand forward, and the Krieg grenadiers behind him turned around and rushed towards the terror. There was no hesitation in the whole process, as if they were not facing the terrible Ripper at all. Puff! 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 The slender claws of the Ripper easily penetrated the several Krieg grenadiers in front of him, and blood spurted out instantly. A bloody smell spread out, but the irritating terror was even more crazy. The head of the regiment saw this scene, took out a hot melt thunder, and looked up at the terror. He holds a shovel in his left hand and a hot melt mine in his right hand. He rushed up. The Ripper threw away the corpses of the Krieg grenadiers in his hands, and threw them on the ground like garbage. A pair of scarlet triangular eyes jokingly looked at the bug rushing towards him in front of him. Although courageous, stupid, the head of the regiment didn't have time to pay attention to what the monster in front of him was thinking. He just wanted to give it some special products of the Empire. Puff! The Ripper's sharp claws penetrated directly through the captain's abdomen, and he picked him up just like that. Blood flowed down the terror's arm in strands, and the head of the regiment raised his head with difficulty. A smile appeared on his face under the gas mask. Boom! A violent explosion came, and a terrifying heat wave swept all over the place. The head and the terror disappeared together in the flames of the explosion. The second line of defense, the Krieg soldiers who had already built the line of defense, also heard the explosion and stopped to watch. Looking around, the first line of defense has been occupied by terrifying monsters, and there is no trace of Krieg soldiers. The explosion just now was the last loyalty of the Krieg soldiers in the first line of defense. The explosive flames in the Ripper army are like the last fireworks lit under the night sky. Gorgeous, dazzling, but fleeting. At 7:25 a.m. on January 30th of the Terra calendar, the Krieg Death Corps of the 3rd Sector retreated to the second line of defense. The first line of defense was lost, delaying the army of Rippers for nearly 2.5 hours. All Krieg soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments were killed, including several senior commanders, including the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Regiments. Nick has no time to grieve, or he shouldn't. For them Kriegs, death means redemption. Death meant that his Peos had completed his mission and returned to the embrace of the Emperor. Fire. The second line of defense, Nick gave the order. The familiar sound of gunfire resounded through the second line of defense once again, and the first line of defense was baptized by fierce gunfire. There are countless Rippers there, as well as their corpses. Boom, boom, boom. In the artillery position, the quadruple-mounted heavy artillery is roaring. Macarius the Conqueror and Macarius the Vulcan are also pouring out their wrath. In an instant, the first line of defense lit up the sky. When I looked up, I couldn't see anything but the dazzling explosion of fire. Under such a violent shelling, the tearing ones cried out and died. Under the baptism of Imperial artillery fire, the dark red hard armor melted directly and then completely evaporated. However, the number of Rippers is simply too many. The heavy firepower that the Empire is proud of is still a little powerless in front of the millions of Tirers. Especially as Macarius Vulcan reloaded, more and more Rippers rushed out of the bombardment area, quickly approached the second line of defense. Between the first line of defense and the second line of defense was originally a flat terrain. However, in order to minimize the speed of the enemy's advance, Nick specially ordered the soldiers to destroy the potholes on the ground. And in this area, the Krieg sappers also left a large number of hot melt mines. Chapter 43. Your Majesty, Your Excellency Hannah's latest battle report. It has been confirmed that the number of Rippers in the 3rd District of the Empire is about 1.5 million. It can be determined that the Rippers in the 3rd District are all the invaders. Your Majesty Hannah asks His Majesty to allow her to mobilize other fortress regiments to support the 3rd Sector. As of 8 o'clock in the morning, the Krieg Death Corps in the 3rd Sector has engaged in a fierce battle with the Rippers, delaying the enemy for a full 3 hours. Krieg, the top commander of the 3rd District, reported that the Ripper advanced less than 50 kilometers in 3 hours, and not a single Ripper broke through the defense line and rushed into the capital city. Terra City. In the palace hall, Lu Ming stood up suddenly with bloodshot eyes. Notify Hannah that all the Empire's corps are moving towards the 3rd area and arrive at the 3rd area as quickly as possible. Also, prepare the vehicle. I'm going to the 3rd District with Hannah. Mio opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Lu Ming's tone was full of decisiveness and could not be refuted. Leaving Terra City means that Lu Ming has cut off his only retreat, because the portal to the Blue Star is gathered in the city of Terra. It's Your Majesty, I'll prepare now. Mio turned and left the main hall, and went to arrange the task that Lu Ming explained. And Lu Ming took a deep breath, tidied up his clothes, and walked slowly outside the hall. Perhaps Lu Ming's act of putting himself in danger like this will be regarded as a fool by other Star Masters. But only Lu Ming knew that he had a reason to go. For Lu Ming, the Holy Terra embodies all his efforts and dreams, and he does not allow himself to fail. Lu is in Terra City, maybe his life is safe. If the situation is not good, go back to Blue Star through the portal. Although he lost his qualification to become a Star Master, he could still live in Blue Star. However, this is not the future life that Lu Ming wants. In his last life, he had been confused all his life, and in this life he wanted to experience life from a different angle. Second, that silly girl Tang Si was already on the way to the 3rd District with the Dwarf Regiment. A woman is still like this, why does Lu Ming dare not? Finally, it is also the main reason why Lu Ming decided to go to the 3rd District. According to the report of Nick, the Supreme Commander of the Krieger Death Corps of the 3rd District. From the first contact with the Ripper at 5 o'clock in the morning to the present at 8 o'clock, the Krieg Corps of only 100,000 people in the 3rd District has dragged the 1.5 million Ripper army. Although Nick did not report the number of casualties of Krieger's Death Corps, but since the other party did not report it, it means that the battle damage is still within the range that he can accept. The 1.5 million Ripper army advanced less than 50 kilometers in 3 hours, blocked by the 100,000 Krieg regiment. What does this mean? This shows that the fearsome Ripper army is not so invincible. Less than 50 kilometers had been advanced in 3 hours, which was the glorious result of the 100,000 Krieg regiment. What if it was the Million Krieg Death Corps? What's more, there are 50,000 Krieg Death Cavalry under Lu Ming and 200,000 Dwarf Legions of Tang Si. Although purely in terms of numbers, the Empire is still at an absolute disadvantage. But this planetary defense battle, Lu Ming has absolute confidence to win. Ripper. It used to have a proud record of 100% victory in eliminating the Star Master. But this time, let him end the Ripper's invincible myth when Lu Ming left the palace. Mio brought the convoy to the gate. Lu Ming didn't say anything nonsense, just got into the car and let the team set off quickly. Although the results reported by Nick were very exciting, Lu Ming was not carried away by the results. Krieg soldiers are not afraid of death. However, no matter how brave they are still mortals after all. Since you are a mortal, you have your own limits. Lu Ming wasn't arrogant enough to think that 100,000 Krieg Death Corps would be able to slaughter the million Rippers. So now it's a race against time. As the Krieg Death Corps in the 3rd sector fended off the Ripper army, they rushed to the 3rd sector to support. Gather all the troops in the 3rd area to encircle the Ripper army. If it is too late, the 100,000 Kriegers in the 3rd district will be wiped out. Not only will the hundreds of millions of Imperial residents in the 3rd district be slaughtered, but a series of problems will follow. Lu Ming doesn't know where the Ripper army will fight after they have captured the 3rd sector. Once the Ripper army fled to other areas, it fell into the same endless loop as it is now. Divide troops to defend, look for enemy traces, and then gather troops to support. Lu Ming doesn't like to hide and seek with the enemy. He likes to do it once and for all. Lu Ming's team joined Hannah's team outside Krieg Fortress, and the two teams rushed to the 3rd area. Hannah also didn't say anything about Lu Ming's entourage, but arranged a lot of Krieg soldiers to protect Lu Ming's convoy and ensure Lu Ming's safety. Although Nick's battle report says that the Rippers are all in the 3rd district, but what if? If something goes wrong with Lu Ming, Hannah can't take the responsibility. At the same time, other military fortresses of the Empire also assembled their troops, and then quickly moved towards the 3rd area to support. Including the Krieg Fortress in the city of Terra, 9 Krieger regiments, totaling 900,000 troops, were stationed in divisions, advancing towards the 3rd district at the same time. Because of the rush, the driving of the team is naturally not so comfortable. Lu Ming had a deep experience in the car. He hadn't rested all night, but now, after such a bump, his body suddenly resisted. Well, it's actually Lu Ming's motion sickness. Fortunately, Mio thought about this in advance and gave Lu Ming some medicine, and the situation improved. In the car, Lu Ming just wanted to squint when he received a communication from Tang Si. "Little Luzi, you're crazy. Why did you leave Terra City?" As soon as the communication was connected, Tang Si's anxious voice with a bit of anger came over. Tang Si, like Lu Ming, knows what it means to leave Terra City as a Star Master. Take Tang Si herself, her planet defense victory rate is over 90%, but she still hasn't left the portal for half a step. On the other hand, Lu Ming was so bold when his victory or defeat was unknown. After being scolded by Tang Si, Lu Ming was not angry. Instead, he asked how far Tang Si was from the 3rd district. Tang Si's dwarf army and Krieg's death cavalry departed early, so they were much faster than Lu Ming. After learning that Tang Si was still a day away from the 3rd district, Lu Ming was also relieved. Chapter 44. The 3rd day of the 2nd month of the 1st year of the Terran calendar. The past few days have undoubtedly been a torment for the residents of the 3rd district. Hundreds of millions of people gather here, and outside is the defense line of the Krieg Death Corps. Although they didn't know the situation on the battlefield, they could hear the artillery fire of the regiment getting closer and closer to them. This also means that the Krieg Death Corps is retreating a little bit. Those terrifying monsters are constantly advancing, getting closer and closer to them. Just yesterday, the top commander of the Krieg Death Corps of the 3rd region transferred all Krieg soldiers who were responsible for maintaining order in the capital city of the 3rd region. It is said that the frontline Krieg soldiers sacrificed a lot, and the force is seriously insufficient. Therefore, it is necessary to transfer the soldiers in the city to the front line to relieve the pressure on the battlefield. People don't know what enemy the Krieg Death Corps is facing. But since the soldiers in the city have all gone to the front line, it is conceivable how terrifying those monsters are. Mom, will that strange S***T come back yesterday? In the tent gathering place, Nuno had two horns braided and looked at her mother with big, innocent eyes. When she was young and innocent, she didn't know that the strange S***T she called had already gone to the front line to fight. After getting along with her today, Nuno found that although the strange Shumi didn't like to talk, she was still a very nice person. Children's intuition is very keen. Who is good to them, who is not good to them, who really likes them, can feel it. Strange Milo gave her candy and gave her some garlands of unknown wildflowers. Nuno likes to follow the strange Shumi very much. Nuno is almost a follower these days, always behind the blame. Even when he was patrolling, he would follow him for a while. But today when she woke up, she found that the strange S***T, who was always standing there, was gone. Nuno searched for a long time, but couldn't find her strange S***T. Looking at Nuno's innocent eyes, the little girl's mother snorted. I want to comfort Nuno, saying that the other party will definitely come back. But when the words came to her mouth, she found that she couldn't say anything. Nuno didn't know what the Krieg soldier was doing, but could their adults not know? Too many Krieg soldiers in the city have been transferred to support the front line these days. But there was no news of the Krieg soldier who had been transferred back to his post in the city. Maybe these Krieg soldiers were stationed on the defensive line outside the city. Maybe. Nice girl, Uncle has something to do. But strange Shushu left without saying hello to me. Does she dislike Nuno's naughty and ignore Nuno? The little girl pouted, with a little grievance and fear in her eyes. She didn't know what to blame for Shumi. She only knew that Gu Shumi didn't appear in front of her today, didn't give her sweet candy, and didn't greet her silently. How can Uncle dislike you? Nuno is the best. The little girl's mother felt a little uncomfortable. If she could, how much she hoped that the somewhat indifferent figure would appear in front of Nuno. But this is obviously unrealistic. Nice girl, didn't Uncle teach you origami yesterday? Mom touched the little girl's hair and said gently, Nuno is here to origami, okay? Mom needs to leave for a while. The little girl nodded, stretched out her little hand and waved to her mother, then turned and got into the tent. She learned a lot from Wei Shushu. The day before yesterday, I blamed Shushu for teaching her how to weave a wreath, and she learned it. And he gave the garland he had made to the strange M***F. Yesterday, I blamed Shushu for teaching her origami. Nuno was very curious when she saw that a simple white paper was folded into 1,000 paper cranes in the hands of Wei Shumi. Guess Shushu taught her how to origami. Nuno is going to practice today. When Kwai Shumi comes back tomorrow, she will give it to Kwai Shumi. The little girl's mother watched her daughter return to the tent, and then slowly walked in the other direction with her husband next to her. During this time period, many residents went in the same direction. After leaving the tent area, everyone came to a square. At this time, a lot of people had gathered in the square, and everyone was half kneeling on the ground, with their hands clasped in front of their chests. Everyone squatted on the ground and seemed to be praying for something. The little girl's mother and her husband were also half kneeling on the ground, praying silently. Great and merciful Emperor, please bless those soldiers with their safe return. The atmosphere in the square was a little solemn. No one was making noise. No one was watching. Everyone spontaneously was there to pray for the Krieg soldiers who were fighting at this very moment. The expressions of everyone were pious, like a large-scale gathering of believers. God may not have mercy on them and turn a blind eye to the disaster that is taking place, but their great Emperor His Majesty would not. Outside the capital city of the 3rd District, the sound of artillery fire shook the sky. The residents in the city did not have any illusions, and the battlefield was indeed getting closer and closer to them. At this time, the Krieg Death Corps had retreated to the military fortress in the 3rd District for a deadly defense. For the Krieg soldiers who received the order, they had no way out. Because behind the military fortress of the 3rd District is the capital city of the 3rd District, where there are nearly 600 million inhabitants of the empire. Therefore, the 3rd District military fortress is their last line of defense. On the wall of the tall fortress, Nick looked up to the southwest. All that comes into view are the dense army of terrors. The opponent seemed to be inexhaustible, rushing towards the military fortress under his feet like a tide. Want to level this military fortress? On the previous defensive front, there were scattered heavy weapons that the soldiers had no time to transfer. There are quadruple-mounted heavy artillery, and there are also Macarius main battle tanks. There was smoke everywhere, and the flames ignited by artillery fire raged everywhere. A perfect doomsday scene. And those terrors, this terrifying monster, is like a demon crawling out of hell, roaring in the sky as if the end is coming. The Ripper's claws are very sharp, even compared to the Empire's alloy bayonet, not much less. The sharp claws slammed into the wall of the fortress, and the Ripper just climbed up little by little. Heavy weapons bombard the most densely populated areas of the Ripper army. The Krieg soldiers on the city wall aimed their guns at the Ripper, who was climbing the city wall. The Lucius laser guns in the soldiers' hands kept firing, killing all the Rippers. Under the fortress walls, the Rippers' corpses were stacked several meters high. At this rate, the fortress will fall sooner or later. Chapter 45. A Krieg soldier climbed the wall, looked left and right, and walked past Nick with his Lucius laser gun on his back. Nick saw the other party's number, 078954. This number is less than 100,000, and it is the original Krieg Death Corps establishment. This is a veteran. Nick found a string of bracelets made of unknown wildflowers on the cuff of the opponent's coat. Although this violated Krieger's rules, Nick didn't say anything. Number 078954. Nick called out the other party's number. He didn't know the name of the Krieg soldier, and he didn't need to. For the Krieg Death Corps, the name means nothing. Instead, the string of serial numbers is their status symbol. The soldier stopped, turned to look at Nick, and gave the standard Krieg military salute. Soldier, now appoint you as the supreme commander of the mixed regiment. Nick looked at the Krieg soldier in front of him and gave his order. The mixed regiment was a mixed regiment of soldiers left over from each chapter during the previous defensive battle. Because almost all the commanders of each chapter died during the retreat, the mixed regiment did not have a formal commander for the time being. Lead your mixed group out of the military fortress and return to the capital city of the 13th district, where they will form the last line of defense. In addition, under the gas mask, outsiders could not see Nick's expression at this time. It's just that Nick turned to look at the endless army of Rippers outside the city and said calmly, "If you have a chance, remember to avenge all Krieg soldiers in the 3rd military fortress." After saying this, Nick waved his hand and signaled the soldiers to leave. The Krieg soldiers saluted Nick again. Not the standard imperial military salute, but a swearing-in ceremony where the right hand clenched a fist and slapped the chest. The soldier didn't say much, turned around, and went down the city wall. Along with him were all the Krieg soldiers of the mixed regiment. Nick watched the soldier lead people away and withdrew his gaze. He raised his right hand and looked at the time. 9:47 in the morning. In more than 3 days, the Krieg Death Corps under his command was sharply reduced from 100,000 to less than 20,000. Most of the POWs returned to the embrace of the Emperor. Nick didn't know when reinforcements would arrive and didn't need to. Because he knew that His Majesty the Emperor would not abandon them, the reinforcements must be coming at the fastest speed. During this period, his task was to defend the military fortress of the 3rd district. As long as there is a Krieg soldier in the fortress, those monsters must not be allowed to advance half a step. Hold the fortress and wait for reinforcements. Nick picked up a hellgun from one side and carried the battery compartment on his back. Puff, puff, puff. Nick pulled the trigger, and the Hell gun continued to spit lasers at the Ripper under the fortress wall. The Hell gun incarnates the death scythe that harvests life on the battlefield, mercilessly purifying the filthy life of a Ripper. On the wall of the fortress, Krieg soldiers threw hot melt mines down the wall. The burst of fire engulfed the Rippers. But there are too many enemies, and after clearing one, new enemies will soon fill up. More and more Rippers climbed the walls, and more Krieg soldiers launched a final charge against the Rippers. Blood spilled like rain, and the originally flat ground above the fortress wall quickly became muddy. Dilapidated corpses were scattered on the fortress, and there were Krieg soldiers stained with blood. There are also Rippers pierced by bayonets. But more Krieg soldiers did not leave dead bodies at all, and they chose to use hot melt mines to perish with the enemy. The fortress walls fell, and Nick led the remaining Krieg soldiers in a close-to-hand fight with the Rippers. On the other hand, the mixed group was ordered to return to the capital city of the 3rd District. Fewer than 1,000 Krieg soldiers from various chapters formed a simple defense line in the capital city. And behind their defense line is the tent area where the gathered Imperial residents are located. These Krieg soldiers gathered some furniture to form a simple wall outside. This thing is simply like a fake to the Ripper, but the Krieg soldiers did it anyway. For them, even if they can block each other for even a second, it is enough. Seeing the Krieg soldier who had suddenly withdrawn, many people watched from a distance and talked a lot. "Look, Mom, it's a strange S***T. In the crowd, the little girl Ñuño had sharp eyes, and she saw the strange mullet with a wreath at a glance. After shouting happily, the little girl shook off her mother's hand and ran towards Wei Shumi. "Ñuño, don't go there." The little girl's mother was inattentive and actually let the little girl break free. The little girl's mother suddenly became nervous and quickly chased after her. However, Ñuño ran very fast, and she jumped up and down to the side of the Weishu millet. "Quite Shu, what are you doing? Do you need Ñuño's help?" Ñuño looked curiously at the many busy Weishu millets in front of her, her big eyes filled with curiosity. At this time, Ñuño's mother ran over, picked up the little girl, and kept apologizing to the Krieg soldier in front of her. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." The Krieg soldier looked at the little girl in front of him, and then looked down at the wreath in his hand, as if thinking about something. Under the suspicious gaze of the little girl, the Krieg soldier put down the Lucius laser gun in his hand, and then opened his hands at her. The other party didn't speak, just stretched out his hands and looked at her quietly. Because of wearing a gas mask, the little girl's mother didn't know what the other party's expression was. Looking at Ñuño in her arms, the little girl's mother pointed tentatively at her daughter. The Krieg soldier nodded. He wanted to hug the cute little girl. Ñuño struggled to be hugged by the Weishu millet, but the little girl's mother hesitated for a moment and handed over her daughter in her arms. Without her mother's restraint, Ñuño fell into the arms of Wei Shumi. Ñuño was lying in Wei Shumi's arms, her delicate nose wrinkled slightly, because she smelled a strange smell. Smelly, fishy, just like my mother usually does with fresh fish. Chapter 46. Blame Shumi. Have the bad guys been driven away by you? When will you continue to teach Ñuño origami? Under the gas mask, no one could see the expressions of Krieg soldiers clearly. Looking at Ñuño in his arms, the soldier slowly shook his head and said nothing. The soldier and the little girl looked at me, and I looked at you, and looked at each other silently for half a minute. Finally, the soldier slowly stretched out his hands holding the little girl and returned the little girl to her mother. At this moment, the little girl seemed to know something and didn't make any noise. He just lay quietly in his mother's arms and secretly looked at the weird M***F in front of him. The Krieg soldier stared deeply at the cute little girl, then turned around and returned to the team and resumed his intense work. The mother returned to the crowd with Ñuño, who had been silent a lot. "What happened?" the little girl's father asked anxiously. The situation may not be too optimistic. As soon as Ñuño's mother said it, there was a commotion in the crowd. Just at this time, officials from the capital city arrived. Suggest everyone to pack up and salute, and follow them to evacuate to the east. Although the official personnel did not clearly state the reason for the retreat, everyone is not a fool. The defense of the Krieg Death Corps in the 3rd sector may be about to fail. What? Are we leaving? Many people in the crowd hesitated, and everyone's eyes once again fell on the Krieg soldiers who were busy not far away. Reason tells them they should get out of here as soon as possible. Those terrifying monsters are no match for even the Krieg soldiers, let alone the unarmed commoners. But the strange thing is that no matter how anxious the officials persuade, everyone is indifferent. Finally, an old man stood up from the crowd. "I know what everyone is thinking. We pray to the great emperor every day for the emperor to hold these warriors. But now, we can only recognize the reality and don't make it difficult for officials. Everyone, pack up and leave. I'm old, I can't walk anymore, and the lust is buried under my chin. But you are not the same. You are still young, and you have to take refuge in the east." The old man looked at the people in front of him with a calm expression. In the face of this bad news, there was no fear on his face, but a calm feeling. To the east, that is the direction of the Holy Terra Empire. There, the great emperor will surely protect them. I said, old man, what you said is wrong. A young man stood up and looked at the old man unconvinced. The elderly, the weak, women and children are given priority for evacuation, and the young and strong are behind. Isn't that what you said to slap our young people in the face? The young man's words fell, and there were many echoes in the crowd. That's right. All of you old people should enjoy their old age in peace. Let's go quickly. We will leave this place to our young people. Women and children should follow. I won't leave. If you walk together, you will definitely be caught up. I don't have any great skills, but I have the strength, so I voluntarily stay. Brother, your baseball bat is pretty good. Lend it to me. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely give it back to you. F***KU, I still need to use it. In the crowd, strong men came out one after another. One by one, they spontaneously walked to the opposite of people, giggling and pretending to be relaxed. The wives and mothers of these men were crying, hugging each other with tears in their eyes. We all know what it means to stay. Nyonya also wants to stay. Nyonya eats a bowl of rice every meal. She has a lot of strength. She will definitely be able to help. Nyonya's childish words caused a series of laughter from the crowd. The little guy is so cute. Maybe that's why they stay voluntarily. Such a cute child must not be caught by those monsters. Let's stay too. Yes, we have to go together. We have to stay together. You men can do it. Why can't we? Women can hold up half the sky. Why are you being heroes? We're going to run away. I believe that His Majesty the Emperor will not abandon us. I will stay. Looking at the crowd who voluntarily stayed, the officials felt anxious. How can one by one not listen to advice? Staying is a dead end. The Krieg Death Corps can't stop each other. Why do you think you can? Officials thought these people must be crazy. Even under the influence of these people, he himself is crazy. Damn it, bring Lousy's baton. Lousy will not leave. Isn't it just a group of monsters? F***KM. Officials who came to persuade the residents to leave not only failed to complete their tasks, but were turned back by the people. I don't know what the expressions of the leaders above will be when they know. However, the leaders above have long known about this, because similar things are not just happening here. The entire 3rd arrondissement capital city is no longer being staged all the time, knowing that leaving is the safest choice, but no one is willing to take a step. On Krieg's last line of defense, the crowd spontaneously began to help Krieg soldiers perfect the fortifications. Some furniture was lifted out and blocked out. Many able-bodied young people have found weapons that are in their hands, standing in 2s and 3s within the wall composed of furniture, looking out to the southwest. Nick did not know what was going on in the capital city of the 3rd district. At this time, the battery compartment of the Hell gun in his hand has been emptied. However, the Ripper poured into the fortress like a tide, mercilessly taking the life of a Krieg soldier. Within the military fortress of the 3rd district, it has now become a paradise for terrorists. The roars of the monsters came one after another, making the scalp tingle. In the command room at the very center of the fortress, Nick stood there quietly, holding a sapphire shovel with a curled blade. There was a remote control on the table in front of him, something he had prepared on the first day he arrived at the military fort in the 3rd district. With just a single press, the massive amount of molten mines in the ground can blow up the entire fortress into the sky. Noisy, noisy. The metal door of the command room was slammed, and the Ripper's sharp claws cut sparks on the alloy door. Nick turned his head and glanced in the direction of the door, and gently picked up the remote control on the table. Oh, great Emperor, we fight to the death. Boom. A violent explosion resounded throughout the universe, and the terrifying vibration spread hundreds of kilometers away. In this explosion, the military fortress in the 3rd district was completely razed to the ground. Beneath the ruins lies the Krieg Death Corps, as well as countless Ripper monsters. Chapter 47. 70 kilometers east of the military fortress in the 3rd district. Tang Si led the dwarf army and the death cavalry of Krieg at a rapid pace. Tang Si still broods about Lu Ming's reckless approach to the 3rd area. In the car, Tang Si was still muttering about Lu Ming. Suddenly, I felt the earth shake. What happened? Tang Si opened the car window, looked at Haishi on the side, and asked about the situation. Blackstone was also a little confused, not sure what was going on. Is it an earthquake? Tang Si frowned and thought for a while. Her face suddenly turned to the side. Blackstone, Tell the whole army to move forward at full speed. The shock just now is very likely that something happened to the military fortress in the 3rd district. The vibration just now was very strange, not like an earthquake. And what Tang Si can imagine is the military fortress of the 3rd district in front of her. It's hot there, and that's where it's most likely to go wrong, if it's really there. After receiving Tang Si's order, both the Dwarf Legion and the Krieg Death Cavalry began to hurry with all their might. On the other side, in the capital city of the 3rd fortress, almost everyone felt the terrifying shock. A violent fire rose from the southwest, and everyone saw it. The crowd was a little silent, and everyone could guess what happened in this situation. Many people put their hands together on their chests, praying for those Krieg soldiers who died in battle, and sending them their last journey. On the outermost edge, the Krieg soldiers of the mixed regiment did not say anything. He just held his Lucius laser gun tightly, stood in front of the simple fortifications, and quietly looked southwest. The passage of time is the most difficult time for the residents of the 3rd district. Hiss, hiss. A hoarse roar came from a distance, like the sound of hard metal rubbing against glass, giving people goosebumps. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the residents of the 3rd district finally saw the terrifying monster. A slender and tall body, a dark red special metal armor for arms, and a hideous face. Those long claws reflected the cold light in the sun, and it made people shudder at first glance. Is this the monster the Krieg Death Corps faced? Puff, puff, puff. Unlike some stunned ordinary residents, the Krieg soldiers have already started shooting. The crisp sound of Lucius' laser gun echoed in everyone's ears, pulling everyone back from their stupor. Nyonyo, hide in the tent and don't come out. Go. Nyonyo's father put his daughter into the tent, then tightened the metal pipe, he didn't know where he brought it, and stared at the fast-approaching Ripper. The frontmost Rippers fell under the muzzle of the Lucius laser gun. But soon more Rippers rushed up. Although Krieg soldiers are skilled with spears, they are still dwarfed by the Rippers like the tide. Finally, the first Ripper rushed forward. With a sharp swipe of the claws, the simple fortification was torn apart. Hiss! The Ripper's huge body stepped in. Perhaps it was the reason for seeing so many prey, and the terror roared in the sky, revealing a bloodthirsty excitement in his voice. At this moment, a Krieg soldier closest to the Ripper turned his gun and shot through the opponent's brain. The Ripper's roar stopped abruptly before it was over. The huge corpse fell to the ground, splashing smoke and dust on the ground. Seeing that the Rippers were eliminated, before the people cheered, a few more Rippers crossed the fortifications and rushed in. As more and more Rippers broke in, the Krieg soldiers could no longer maintain the defensive line. A Krieg soldier charged at the Rippers. The bayonet and the claws collided, stimulating every nerve in everyone. The Ripper has 4 arms, one holding the bayonet of the Krieg soldier, and the other hand pierces the opponent's chest directly. Puff! Blood spilled like a column. With the terrifying roar of the monster, the body of the Krieg soldier was thrown to the ground. Damn monster, lousy hacked you alive. The bloody scene made many residents of the Empire surging. They admitted that they were really frightened at first, but when the Krieg soldiers who protected them died in front of them, everyone was angry. Immediately, there were many people carrying homemade weapons such as sticks and iron rods, and rushed up with red eyes. Maybe they didn't know the dead Krieg soldiers. But in the face of these monsters, no one will stay out of it. Puff! Puff! The Ripper burst into the crowd and slaughtered, mercilessly reaping the lives of the inhabitants of the Empire. In the tent not far away, Nyonyo looked at the hellish scene outside through the gap with her face full of horror. A pair of big eyes filled with fear. When she was young and carefree, when had she seen such a cruel picture? It was her courage not to shout out. Nyonyo's eyes wandered around on the chaotic battlefield, and she hoped to see the strange S***T who gave her a sense of security. The battlefield was a mess, and the Rippers, Krieg soldiers, and the inhabitants of the Empire had become a mess. Roars, screams, and explosions were endless. Nyonyo curled up in the tent, trying hard to find the figure through the gap. Finally, she saw the figure wearing a wreath at the outermost edge of the crowd. Blame Shushu. A hint of surprise flashed in Nyonyo's eyes, but soon a touch of panic crept into her heart. A pair of sharp claws penetrated through the chest of the Weishu millet and came out through the body. Blood splattered on the ground, and the string of garlands representing the identity of the Weishu millet also fell to the ground. The blood turned red on the garland, and from a distance, it seemed that the flowers that had withered on the garland were revived and bloomed again. Blame Shushu. When Nyo saw this scene, she didn't know the courage to use it. As soon as he opened the tent's curtain, he rushed towards the figure lying on the ground with his short legs. This is the strange S***T she likes very much. Although she had never seen the strange face of Shumi. Even because of the costumes of Krieg soldiers, if there is no garland, she can't tell which is her strange M***F. But Nyo still ran over. Nyo is back. When Nyo's father saw this scene, his eyes were split. The terror in the distance looked at the human cub running over, tilted his head, and raised his sharp claws that were still stained with blood. Chapter 48. The Ripper's sharp claws reflected a chilling light in the sun, chilling all over the body. Looking at Nyo who was shrouded in sharp claws, many people turned their heads subconsciously. I couldn't bear to see the bloody scene that followed. Nyo's father was stunned. Poof. At the critical moment, a laser was shot from the right side of the battlefield, directly piercing the terror's head. The claws raised by the Ripper drooped down weakly, and Nyo took back a life. Nyo, are you all right? The little girl's father didn't care about the other Rippers either. He rushed forward, hugged the little girl in his arms, and examined it carefully. At this moment, the father's love is reflected in his body like a mountain. It's reinforcements. The reinforcements are here. In the panicked crowd, someone shouted. Everyone turned their heads and looked into the distance. And sure enough, they saw the reinforcements of the Empire rolling over. Long. The earth began to vibrate rhythmically, accompanied by a panic sound like the sound of thunder in the 9 days. The Krieg Death Cavalry arrives on the battlefield. Then what is that? Many people in the crowd were a little stunned when they looked at the Krieg Death Cavalry who lowered his body and held a spear. Everyone is familiar with the Krieg Death Corps. After all, when Krieger expanded his army, he recruited troops throughout the planet Terra. However, the Krieg Death Cavalry, they met for the first time. Is this a cavalry? And are they riding horses? Everyone didn't have time to think too much, because the Krieg Death Cavalry had already rushed to the front. The Krieg Death Riders are extremely fast, coming and going like the wind. The fierce warhorse nearly 2 meters high slammed into the Ripper army, and the inertia brought by the speed and the strong body turned the Ripper's person upside down. Those who fell to the ground and ripped apart looked extremely miserable. Most of the Ripper's special metal armor was dented by the warhorse. That weird depression shows the mighty power of the warhorse. You must know that the Ripper's armor can withstand the damage of small-caliber traditional rifles. However, this kind of protective armor is like a fake in front of the tall Krieg Death Cavalry. The Rippers who were knocked to the ground wanted to get up, but they didn't wait for them to struggle. It was trampled into a puddle of mud by the follow-up Krieg Death Cavalry. The warhorse that has been improved by the Research Institute is not only more powerful, but also more violent. Even the broad hooves are incredibly hard. Squads of Krieg Death Cavalry were like the sharpest daggers, piercing fiercely from the side of the Ripper army. Soldiers hold their own explosive touch spears. The moment the tip of the spear touched the Ripper, the touch device of the explosive spear was activated. The powerful kinetic energy brought by the blast gives the blast spear unparalleled destructive power. This powerful destructive force instantly centered on the tip of the spear, shattering the Ripper to pieces. Looking around, the Ripper who was stabbed by the explosive spear did not leave any complete corpses. The 50,000 Krieg Death Cavalry charged down and emptied the battlefield. Only a few Rippers who mixed into the crowd did not have time to clean up. After a charge, the Krieg Death Cavalry directly penetrated the Ripper army. On the other side, the Krieg Death Cavalry regrouped for the next charge. From charge to stillness, from extreme movement to extreme stillness. Krieg's Death Cavalry vividly interprets what it means to be as fast as the wind, as quiet as a forest, invaded as fire, and motionless as a mountain. Quick, clean up these Rippers. Taking advantage of the time when the Krieg Death Cavalry Regiment was charging, Tang Si also led the dwarf army to the frontal battlefield. Tang Si didn't have time to ignore the surprised eyes in the crowd and hurriedly asked the dwarf soldiers to join the battlefield. The charge of the Krieg Death Cavalry is truly shocking. To be honest, even Tang Si, who has been with her all the way, feels like she is dreaming. Is this the silent death cavalry on the way? Clearly, though, now is not the time to ponder these questions. In the melee zone of the battlefield, there are scattered rippers slaughtering the inhabitants of the Empire. To avoid accidental injury, the Krieg Death Cavalry charge avoided the crowd. Therefore, only Tang Si and her dwarf corps will take care of these lone terrorists. Under the curious eyes of the crowd, a short Atsuko who was a little over a meter tall joined the battlefield. These dwarfs wore bright metal plate armor, wrapped themselves from head to toe, armed to the teeth. With big shoulders and round waists, one by one shouted loudly and rushed towards the Ripper. Under the protection of several dwarf warriors, Tang Si began to guide the crowd back to a safe area. Although Tang Si admired the courage of these people, she did not recognize their behavior. There are specialties in the art industry, and professional things are left to professional people. Loyalty to the Empire doesn't necessarily mean that you die on the battlefield. In other positions, it can also contribute to the development of the Empire. With the addition and command of the dwarf army, the crowd slowly retreated. Tang Si was a little stunned by such a smooth scene. She thought it would take a lot of words to convince these Imperial residents. You must know that it is not the Krieg Death Corps that organizes these Imperial residents, but the Dwarf Corps. According to common sense, the human race should not be likely to obey the dwarves in this way. However, Tang Si misunderstood herself. First, when she declared war with Lu Ming, the Empire reported it. Although a lot of secret information is not explicitly stated, the residents of the Empire also know that the Dwarf Legion has a close relationship with their Emperor, His Majesty. Second, these Dwarven legions came with the Krieg Death Cavalry. They can distrust the Dwarven legions, but they cannot distrust the Krieg Death Cavalry. Although it was the first time for the residents of the Empire to see the Krieg Death Cavalry, the familiar Krieg dress made people feel more intimate. For various reasons, this is also the main reason why the residents of the Empire are willing to cooperate with Tang Si. The cooperation of the Imperial residents saved Tang Si a lot of effort. With the addition of the Dwarf Legion and the restraint of the Krieg Death Cavalry, the defensive line of the capital city of the 3rd District was once again stabilized. The Rippers who rushed in had also been strangled by the dwarfs. Chapter 49. Tang Si's dwarf army built a temporary fortification. The 200,000 dwarf legions plus the 50,000 Krieg Death Cavalry, although I dare not say that they can wipe out the army of these Rippers. But there was no problem until the follow-up reinforcements led by Lu Ming arrived. After stabilizing the situation in the capital city of the 3rd District, Tang Si immediately sent Lu Ming a communication. Tell him that he has arrived at the capital of the 3rd District, and let Lu Ming not be too anxious and worried. Tang Si hung up the communication among Lu Ming's thousands of warnings because she was worried about her safety. Behind the line of defense, Tang Si borrowed a tent from an Imperial resident as a temporary office. The residents of the Empire were moved by official personnel to a more backward, relatively safe location. It is not to say that the official personnel of the 3rd District do not act, and do not consider the safety of life and property of the residents of the Empire. But the capital city of the 3rd District is so big, and it can accommodate nearly 600 million people, which is the limit that the city can carry. Your Majesty, someone outside has asked to see you. In the tent, Tang Si was thinking about how to resist the army of Rippers more safely and efficiently. At this moment, the tent curtain was lifted. Blackstone walked in. What's the identity of the person here? Tang Si stared at the holographic map in the 3rd District in front of her, frowning slightly. Hearing Haysher's words, he asked without looking back. The other party said that he is the highest consul of the 3rd District and wants to meet Her Majesty the Queen. The Supreme Consul of the 3rd District? Tang Si pondered for a while. This should be similar to the official positions of the Blue Star's top officials. Bring him in. With Tang Si's permission, Haishi turned around and left. It didn't take long before he turned back, followed by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Yang Xiyuan, the highest consul of the 3rd District of the Empire. See Her Majesty the Queen. Tang Si turned around and looked at Yang Xiyuan. He was wearing a decent white suit with a grayish tinge and a pair of black leather shoes on his feet. With a dark blue tie, it looks very capable and calm. The hair is also neatly arranged, and it can be seen that this person's personality should be the type that is well-organized and meticulous. Yang Xiyuan, are you the Supreme Consul of the 3rd District? Tang Si sat in the seat and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. Report to Her Majesty the Queen, yes. The highest consul in the 3rd District of the Empire, when he arrived at the position of Yang Xiyuan, he naturally knew some news about Tang Si's identity. The reason why he respects Tang Si so much is not because of Tang Si's status as the Queen of the Dwarfs, but because of Tang Si's relationship with His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. In Yang Xiyuan's heart, the Empire is supreme. Although the status of the Queen of the Dwarfs is very noble, this is not the reason why Yang Xiyuan respects the other party. I ask you, why didn't you organize the residents to evacuate in advance when the Ripper army invaded the capital city of the 3rd District? Tang Si looked at Yang Xiyuan with dissatisfaction. Because of Lu Ming's relationship, she also regards the residents of the Empire as her own. When she just arrived in the capital city of the 3rd District, she saw the Ripper calling into the wolf pack and slaughtering the residents of the Empire. Tang Si was so angry that she was about to explode. Why did Lu Ming arrange the population relocation and spend precious time building 9 military fortresses? Isn't it to protect the residents of the Empire to the maximum extent? But there are Rippers slaughtering the inhabitants of the Empire in the capital city of the 3rd District. Although the casualties of the Imperial residents were less than 500, it was still within an acceptable range. But in Tang Si's view, this is the result of Yang Xiyuan's inaction. With these thoughts, Tang Si was naturally less polite to Yang Xiyuan's senses. Accustomed to Hannah, Mio, and other loyal and highly efficient Imperial subordinates, Tang Si was even a little disgusted at the first sight of Yang Xiyuan's type. It seems that the officials of the Empire are not all as shrewd and capable as Mio and Hannah. On the other hand, Yang Xiyuan also seemed to be aware of the questioning in Tang Si's tone. Although in his position, Tang Si did not seem to question his reasons. But thinking of the relationship between this person and His Majesty the Emperor in front of him, Yang Xiyuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Your Majesty, it's because of my inaction. Yang Xiyuan felt the need to explain. There is a saying that the body is not afraid of shadows, but some misunderstandings are better to explain. When Commander Nick retreated into the 3rd military fortress, I was already organizing the masses to think about evacuating the east. But the inhabitants of the Empire are convinced that the great Emperor will not abandon them and are unwilling to leave. Faced with this situation, Yang Xiyuan was also very helpless. If there are fewer people, he can also force the transfer of these Imperial residents. But the capital city at the foot of the city has gathered the entire population of the entire 3rd District, nearly 600 million. This huge population, even if Yang Xiyuan has the ability to reach the sky, can't help it. With Yang Xiyuan's explanation, Tang Si also knew that she seemed to have misunderstood the highest consul of the 3rd District. In my heart, my perception of Yang Xiyuan changed a bit. As for whether Yang Xiyuan is coaxing her, no one will go back to do this kind of thing as long as it's not a fool. There are so many residents of the Empire outside. Whether Yang Xiyuan has arranged for them to transfer before, just ask casually. Okay, Consul Yang, I will tell the truth about the matter here to Your Majesty the Emperor. Hearing this, Yang Xiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. You don't need any kind words from Her Majesty the Queen, as long as you can tell the truth. Because Yang Xiyuan knew that the great Emperor would not be deceived by rhetoric. Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen. Tang Si waved her hand, looked at Yang Xiyuan, and said, Consul Yang, you immediately mobilize all available resources to help stabilize the defensive front. We must stand here and wait for the arrival of the reinforcements. Tang Si didn't talk too much with Yang Xiyuan. At first, her identity was a little inappropriate. Second, the time is currently tight, and there is no time to give her a detailed understanding of the situation in the 3rd District. Yang Xiyuan left with Tang Si's order and began to mobilize all available resources throughout the city. Tang Si also left the tent and took Blackstone to inspect the fortifications. See if anything is missing. Chapter 50. Tang Si patrolled around and found that there was no omission and was relieved. To those Rippers, they are pure hunters, not even an intelligent race. The Ripper will only perform brutal slaughter by instinct. and everything is aimed at destroying a planet. This is the cruelty of the planetary defense war. Rippers are savage and bloodthirsty, but Tang Si can think about tactics. However, Tang Si soon gave up, because she found that in the face of absolute disadvantage, the tactics she could think of would simply not work. Lost the third military fortress, although she brought with her 200,000 dwarven legions and 50,000 Krieg death cavalry, but still cannot change the situation of the battlefield. The former Krieg Death Corps could also rely on the third military fortress, relying on their proficient trench warfare to delay the enemy. But now that the third military fortress has been razed to the ground, the Dwarf Legion does not understand the so-called trench warfare at all because of its height. Therefore, although there are more troops, the overall situation is still dominated by defense. Even because the front line was stretched too long, Tang Si's defensive pressure was even greater than that of the previous Krieger Death Corps. It's just because she left Krieg Fortress and took away a lot of weapons and baggage. So the situation was temporarily stabilized. Just when Tang Si was thinking about how to change the situation on the battlefield, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd not far away. What happened? Tang Si walked over with Blackstone and several dwarf warriors. At this time, the defensive pressure was already great. She didn't want any moths to appear in the back. "Excuse me, you are?" Many people turned around and looked suspiciously at the half-sized lowly in front of them. That is Tang Si. Although the official media of the Empire had also reported Tang Si's identity before, the residents of the Empire still didn't quite believe that the little lowly in front of her was actually a queen. Hearing this, Tang Si pondered while looking at the strange eyes that looked at her in the crowd. Said he was the queen of the dwarves? This person already knows. Said he was here to help their reinforcements? Nonsense. Isn't this obvious? So how do you introduce yourself? Tang Si frowned slightly. Seeing that His Majesty the Queen did not speak, He Shi on the side just wanted to introduce her queen to these human races, but was interrupted by Tang Si. "That? I am your future queen." Huh? The words are not amazing and die endlessly. For Tang Si's sudden remark, everyone present was in a mess. He Shi looked at his lady queen in disbelief. As Tang Si's personal general, he naturally knows the relationship between his queen and Lu Ming. But if you know it, you know it. Can you be reserved, Your Majesty? Blackstone's mouth twitched slightly. Ever since I came to Terra Star, ever since I met that man, he found that the great and wise Her Majesty the Queen in his heart was slowly drifting away. The dazzling image of that stalwart is also collapsing little by little. Queen? What do you mean by Sister Queen? Nyo Nyo, who was surrounded by the crowd, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Tang Si with a puzzled expression on her face. The Queen is the wife of Your Majesty the Emperor, just like the relationship between your father and mother. Tang Si looked at the little girl who was kawaii in front of her and didn't care what the other party called her. Mom and Dad. Nyo turned to look at her parents and nodded thoughtfully. By the way, what happened? Tang Si thought of the riot just now and hurriedly asked. Is such that, at this time, Nyo's father came out and explained to Tang Si. It turned out that Nyo was going to find the soldiers of the Krieg Death Cavalry, and her parents forcibly stopped it. Nyo saw with her own eyes that her Weishua was killed by those terrifying monsters. She had never experienced such a severe blow at such a young age. So Nyo kept crying and crying. No matter how her parents comforted her, it was of no use. Nyo just held that bloody wreath and kept crying. Just at this moment, Nyo saw the Krieg Death Cavalry dressed in a similar fashion to this strange Shumi. Immediately, I wanted to go look for her weird mistress. The little girl firmly believed that the Weishu millet was still alive. After all, she had made an agreement with the strange millet. After the monsters are beaten away, Weishu has to teach her a lot of fun things. After listening to Nyo's father's remarks, Tang Si looked at Nyo with loving eyes. Children are the purest. If they like it, they like it, and if they don't like it, they don't like it. Listening to Nyo's father, the little girl in front of her must have liked that Krieg soldier very much. At the thought of the death of the Krieg soldier, all that was left was a string of garlands made by the little girl. Without even keeping her name, Tang Si felt that the corners of her eyes were a little sour. Blackstone on the side was also a little embarrassed. After all, the time he spent with the Krieg Death Corps was not short. For the Krieg Death Corps, Blackstone's most intuitive impression is indifference. Unparalleled indifference. At one point, Blackstone thought Krieg soldiers were sentient robots. However, at this moment, Blackstone realized that he was wrong. Krieg soldiers ignore everything, but they are also real people, also have their own feelings. Isn't the little girl in front of you the best proof? It's just that the Krieg soldiers are used to being indifferent, accustomed to being silent, and don't know how to express their feelings. Nyonyo, do you really like your weird S***T? Facing Tang Xi's question, Nyonyo nodded without hesitation. The two upside-down braids on the back of the head are very cute, but at the same time, it is also very pitiful. Then you shouldn't cry anymore. Your strange mistress is a strong Krieg warrior. Mistress doesn't like to see Nyonyo crying. Is strange Millet a strong Krieg warrior? Nyonyo opened her big eyes with tears in her eyes and looked at her father with confirmation. Father nodded. I know. Nyonyo doesn't cry. Nyonyo is not a crybaby. The little girl wiped her tears with her small hands and said with a firm tone in a tender tone, Nyonyo has to be a strong fighter like a jerk. With that said, Nyonyo put the bloody wreath on her tiny wrist. Although the wreath was thick, her wrist was so thin that it was completely out of place. But Nyonyo is wearing it. At this moment, Tang Xi actually felt that the little girl was shining, so dazzling.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.